Brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. More than 60% of workers are interested in breaking the traditional 9-to-5 and micro-shifting instead. Now, this is according to a report by Owl Lab's State of Hybrid Work report. Micro-shifting involves working in short, non-linear blocks based on personal energy, responsibilities, or productivity patterns. So it might take you 17 hours to do 8 hours worth of work, but you'll do it the way you want.
Ford is partnering with Carhartt to promote their products and promote skilled trades. USA Today reports there's also been plans to launch a special edition Carhartt Super Duty truck.
McDonald's is shaking things up this year. Fox Business reports the fast food giant's planning to revamp 27,000 drive-thru locations, expanding to multiple lanes and standardizing pricing guidelines. It's also planning on opening more than 8,000 new locations this year.
The futures markets are way down this morning. Dow futures off 1.25%, down 611. S&P futures down 94. The Nasdaq futures down 416.
It's time for Cougar Tracks, brought to you by Central Bank's CB Vault, Utah's help center for startups and entrepreneurs. Visit cbutah.com and learn more. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
The 2025 college football season has come to an end. Indiana defeated Miami 27-21 last night for the College Football Playoff National Championship. For BYU, a program like Indiana can be motivation that anyone can get to the promised land. BYU finished 2025 with a 12-2 record and a Pop-Tarts Bowl victory, but the Cougars are looking for more in 2026. ESPN, in its way too early rankings for next year, ranks BYU at number 11, with Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year L.J. Martin, quarterback Bear Bachmeier, and star defenders returning. Expectations will be high for BYU next year. For all the latest with BYU football throughout the offseason, listen to the Cougar Tracks podcast on KSLSports.com and wherever you get your podcast. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
For over 133 years, Central Bank has been a cornerstone of Utah County, providing generations of families and businesses with trusted community banking services and are more than just a bank. Central Bank is part of Utah's legacy. With 12 convenient locations across Utah County, Central Bank combines the strength of traditional customer service with the convenience of modern technology. Customized one-to-one service means you're never just another account number, and your phone call actually rings to a real person.
Hi there, thanks for calling Central Bank.
Voted best bank and best mortgage in Utah Valley, Central Bank is here to help you with all your financial needs. From top SBA lending services for small businesses and quick turnaround times on construction loans. They're dedicated to helping you build your future. Whether you're cheering for the Cougars or building your dream home, trust the bank that's been here since the beginning. Central Bank, strong, local, secure, since 1891. Online at cbutah.com or any of 12 Utah County locations. Central Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Sign up for KSL Text Alerts. Get breaking news and traffic updates by texting the word news to 57500. Want access to exclusive contests? Text contest to 57500. Jazz fans, text the word jazz for breaking jazz updates. And Cougar fans, text BYU to 57500 for the latest on the Cougars. Message and data rates may apply.
5:59, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
And smooth sailing through the Salt Lake Valley on I-15. No accidents, no delays, and no crowding right now, Bangerter Highway and Mountain View Corridor. Although we are seeing a few extra cars on the road if you're northbound side of Mountain View at 3500 South. But so far, that hasn't really caused any delays. 201 I-80 also looking really good. No real problems through that construction zone out at Lake Point and Tooele, and down in Utah County on I-15, you're looking good. There is increased volume now on Mountain View corridor around Harvest Hills. The rest of the side streets and major feeders are looking really good. Cormac?
Well, in Davis County, you've got spotty slowdowns, pretty normal all through Davis County on SR 193. This is both directions, especially at the South Gate to Hill Air Force Base. But really where your issue is up in Roy, eastbound on 5600 South in that construction zone. If you're trying to get to the freeway, you're going to run into some brake lights. Otherwise, I-15 looking really good through Weber and Davis County. You're going to see a 30-minute drive from Ogden to Salt Lake. Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Endless possibilities with 3 locations. Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, and Performance Toyota, where excellence is standard. Start your search at performancebountiful.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Hazy sunshine today with a high of 46 degrees, and right now it's 27 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. We are broadcasting live today from the Utah State Capitol on this, the first day of the legislative session, and our top story this hour.
For the next 7
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
For the next 7 weeks, lawmakers will be discussing and voting on hundreds of bills, including some dealing with housing, immigration, and traffic laws.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2026. Adam?
Amanda, lawmakers from all over the state have made their way to Salt Lake City today. The House and Senate are expected to spend much of their day on the floor, starting with opening remarks from the Senate President and House Speaker starting at 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning is when we're going to start to see more of the nitty-gritty work and committees kick off, where lawmakers will first start with the budget and budget requests, then move on to the hundreds of bills on the table this year. Some of those have to do with housing, which is something a new poll says is far and away the number one issue on the minds of Utahns. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Brianna?
Adam, affordable housing was voted to be at the top of Utahns' priorities for this year's legislative session, according to a poll by Deseret News. Utah's housing prices are now the 9th highest in the nation. Over a third of those participating in the poll across all age groups and political parties say they want lawmakers to discuss housing prices. The next most important topic, healthcare, with around 13% of votes. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
There are also a number of bills this year that deal with some of our traffic laws. One lawmaker wants to set up cameras at some of the busiest red light intersections in the state. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson continues our team coverage.
Similar bills have failed in the past due to privacy issues, but Representative Jake Fitisumanu hopes that won't continue to be an issue because we live in a world full of cameras now, and these cameras would only take a picture of license plates as part of a pilot program, just collecting data, not handing out tickets. If it passes, there would be 10 cameras set up at intersections around the state. And there's already money allocated for public safety, so it shouldn't take additional funding. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Immigration is also going to be a big focus for lawmakers this legislative session. One of the bills that's been a hot topic as we've been looking at bills before the session that they're set to debate, this would, if passed, would prevent undocumented immigrants from taking advantage of public benefits. That includes those related to housing, homeless shelters, being able to get vaccines through public health officials, and being able to take advantage of food banks. Bill sponsor Representative Trevor Lee told KSL.com he believes those benefits and welfare should only go to U.S. citizens. Another lawmaker has also proposed a different bill which, if passed, would require immigrants to show proof of residency or citizenship to send money abroad without having to pay a 2% tax that would end up going back to the state. And there are other bills dealing with immigration as well. Be sure to stay with KSL News Radio on the air and on KSL.com or KSLNewsRadio.com today and throughout the legislative session between now and March 6th. We'll continue broadcasting live from the Capitol throughout the day today. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump is not giving up on his goal to annex Greenland, insisting his desire to take over the country has nothing to do with him being passed over for the Nobel Peace Prize.
I don't care about the Nobel Prize. I really don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives.
This morning, the president is traveling to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. ABC's Lionel Moise says discussions around Greenland are overshadowing everything else.
Trump overnight said he expects European leaders will get on board.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
Thousands of protesters gathering in Copenhagen over the weekend, some wearing red hats saying, "Make America go away." The Danish military posting images of more troops arriving in Greenland, 8 NATO countries, including France, Germany, and the UK, also moving forces there as a show of support.
This is President Trump's first time attending the forum in person as the president.
First look traffic now, and here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, it's looking fantastic out there. We have no delays and no accidents on I-15. You're going to be running at good speeds both north and southbound from Payson all the way up to Ogden. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
People in Sandy are calling for a change to an intersection near Alta High School after a father was hit and killed while crossing the street.
Over the past 3 years, there have been 10 accidents in this intersection.
Josh Carr says it was hard to hear about the death of Josh Perry, who was hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver Thursday night, and he knew he needed to do something. He started a petition asking the Sandy City Council to put a traffic light at 110th South and 1000 East. The city says they have plans to install a roundabout there by 2030, but Carr says that's not enough. The council meets tonight and will take public comment on the plans.
Indiana Hoosier fans are on cloud nine, celebrating the school's first ever college football national championship. ABC's Sophie Flay says it was a tight game, but Indiana came through down the stretch.
Miami closing the gap to 3 points in the fourth quarter, but the game will likely be remembered for this play. Hoosier quarterback Fernando Mendoza going for it on the fourth down, weaving his way through defenders and diving into the end zone. The Heisman winner's mother, who is battling multiple sclerosis, confined to a wheelchair, cheering him on from the stands.
I had to go airborne and I'll die for my team. Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there.
Indiana is the first team, get this, to go 16-0 since Yale did it in 1894.
It was so sweet watching Fernando's dad sitting with his mom. He wouldn't overly cheer at some parts because he wanted to stay. I thought that was really sweet to see that over and over again. For the first time in 50 years, NASA is sending astronauts to the moon. And you can go with them, sort of. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman explains.
The Artemis 2 mission is sending 4 astronauts into space, hoping to launch sometime between February and April of this year. And they're inviting anybody who wants to be included to send their name. It's a free, easy online process. I just signed up, typed my name, and made up a short pin and received a little digital boarding pass, meaning my name will be on a little SD card aboard the Orion spacecraft when it lifts off this year. That's right, KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman will touch down on the moon, along with about 2 million others. That's how many people were on the roster with me when I signed up.
NASA says the mission will test deep space capabilities and build a foundation to head to Mars in the future.
Any traffic problems this early, Andy?
Haven't seen any big problems this early. We're going to see more traffic clearly than yesterday, but no crashes on the freeways so far. We'll check traffic next.
I don't typically make New Year's resolutions, but this year I need a change. I need to get healthy, work out, lose some weight, and get back on track. But figuring out what to eat is my biggest issue. I need to eat the right food so that I stay full and have energy all day long. I know the solution: Omaha Steaks. Starting the year strong is easier and more delicious with premium portioned proteins from Omaha Steaks. From handcrafted USDA certified tender steaks to gourmet burgers, versatile chicken and pork, seafood, and more. They have an unmatched variety of high quality proteins that everyone loves. And when you deserve that cheat day, and we all do from time to time, they also offer desserts and easy to prepare comfort food. Support your fresh start with high-quality proteins from Omaha Steaks. Let Omaha Steaks deliver high-quality proteins right to your door. Visit omahasteaks.com and get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. That's OMAHA steaks.com, promo code SKY. Terms apply. See site for details.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year?
Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
6:09 traffic and weather sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, so far it has been a really nice commute for you. When you head out into Adora this morning, you're not really going to find any trouble at all. If you're in the Salt Lake Valley, volume continues to be fairly light. Even over on Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway hasn't filled in over there yet. I-15 is running accident and delay free. If you're in Tooele, you're trying to get over to I-80 split there, the I-80 merge and then split to 201. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's a little slow through that construction zone, but nothing major right now. No heavy backups. Northbound I-15 in Utah County is looking really good. Headed up towards the point of the mountain. We are seeing the increased volume and a little bit of bunching up happening northbound on Mountain View Corridor around Harvest Hills, but no problems if you're headed up into Provo Canyon, Little Cottonwood Canyon, Big Cottonwood Canyon. They're all looking good in both directions. Cormac?
Your biggest issue in Weber and Davis County, that's going to be the construction zone in Roy. Eastbound on 5600 South, approaching the freeway. A little easier in the past few minutes than it was just a second ago, but you're still going to catch some brake lights as you try and get onto the freeway. Otherwise, the Southgate into Hill Air Force Base in Layton, you're going to see a little bit of slowing eastbound on SR 193. But I-15 through Weber and Davis, clean and clear. You shouldn't see any problems from Brigham City to downtown Salt Lake. Bear Lake's Winterfest is January 30th and 31st. Race the epic Monster 5K, brave the costumed Monster Plunge, and cheer on the Cardboard Boat Regatta. Discover more winter fun and book your weekend at bearlake.org. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunshine today with some high clouds and haze. Temperatures will top around 45. 27 overnight, mostly clear. We go to 46 on your Wednesday, mostly sunny with moderate air quality. Keeping that air quality into Thursday, partly cloudy skies, hazy sunshine, and 47 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 27 degrees downtown. Today is Tech Tuesday. Mike Dubusky joins us next on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
After doing the SOTA weight loss program, I am convinced this is the best way to go. If losing weight is something that you want to do, if being healthier and stronger and younger is something that you want to do, the best way to do that is not with drugs or having somebody hand you a pamphlet and send you home. You need a nutritionist on your side.
Right, and you don't feel sick the whole time that you're doing it. I mean, that's one way to lose weight is never eat because you feel sick.
Yeah.
But in this case, the nutritionist guides you. They customize the plan
with real food.
SOTA weight loss with real food, and they work it to what your schedule is, your lifestyle is, the times that you eat. They don't say, no, you have to eat at different times. Tell us what times you eat. Okay, we're going to have you eat this at this time, this at this time. Customized to you, and then they work with you all along the way.
You could call today and talk to a nutritionist and ask them your questions. It's 866-800-SOTA, S-O-T-A. That's 866-800-SOTA.
Yeah, they're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and client results, and we have the proof at SOTAweightloss.com. That's S-O-T-A weightloss.com, because, Amanda, SOTA stands for
State of the Art.
Every January, Duke's Jewelers celebrates another year serving the Springville community. And this year, they're doing it in a big way. It's the anniversary sale. And for 3 days only, January 22nd through 24th, all jewelry in the store is 50% off. That's right, half off everything in the case. Diamonds, gold, colored gemstones, signature pieces, everyday favorites. If it sparkles, it's on sale. And that's not all. For those dreaming up something one of a kind, special orders, custom design projects, and all watches are 25% off. Duke's Jewelers is proud to be a fourth-generation family-run business, and this sale is the Duke's way of saying thank you for supporting local, choosing Main Street, and trusting Duke's Jewelers with your most meaningful moments. But don't wait. These savings last just 3 days. January 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Visit Duke's Jewelers on Main Street in Springville and shop the biggest sale of the entire year. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment. Some exclusions apply.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
KSL News Time, 6:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah lawmakers could decide to expand the state Supreme Court this legislative session. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, people in Sandy are calling for a change to an intersection near Alta High School after a father was hit and killed while crossing the street.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We continue on with a wonderful start to your morning commute. We have no problems at all. On I-15, it's going to run accident-free north and southbound between Payson and Ogden. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for more, you guessed it, haze and sunshine today. I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. As President Trump prepares to leave today for the World Economic Forum, there are continuing developments in his latest quest, the U.S. takeover of Greenland. Here's ABC Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce.
President Trump agreeing to meet face-to-face with NATO allies this week as European leaders race to rein in his push for Greenland. The president, who heads to Switzerland later today for the World Economic Forum in Davos, posting he has agreed to a meeting of the various parties. Writing, as I expressed to everyone very plainly, Greenland is imperative for national and world security. There can be no going back. On that, everyone agrees. But NATO leaders are racing to de-escalate. Trump has threatened 8 NATO countries with punishing tariffs after they sent forces to Greenland in a show of support.
EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying today, unequivocally, regardless of those tariff threats against countries who don't agree with Trump on Greenland,
the sovereignty and integrity of that territory is non-negotiable.
Stock futures sharply down today over all the global instability. Multiple vehicle pileups from the Midwest into the Northeast as a brutal blast of snow and Arctic air impacts millions.
Whiteout conditions affecting drivers in Indiana. Parts of a busy toll road were shut down near South Bend after multiple vehicles were involved in crashes. In Rochester, New York, pilots battling the elements, trying to land during an intense squall.
ABC Stephanie Ramos in southern Spain. They're still trying to recover bodies from 2 wrecked train cars that collided this week, killing 40 people, injuring more than 100. They're also still working, trying to figure out how exactly the trains ran into one another before the collision. Valentino Garibaldi, known simply as Valentino in the fashion world, has died at the age of 93. Jackie Kennedy, Princess Diana, Elizabeth Taylor, Audrey Hepburn, Cate Blanchett, Julia Roberts all wore his dresses. This is ABC News.
Well, it's Tech Tuesday. OpenAI is changing it up this year. They're going to try to earn profits with advertisements.
ABC News reporter Mike Dubusky joins us live. What's that going to look like, Mike?
Yeah, so this is going to appear as an advertisement at the bottom of your ChatGPT queries. Normally, you go to chatgpt.com or you use the app and you type in a question or a request. Now, instead of just presenting you with an AI-generated answer, you're going to start to see a little banner appear at the bottom of the screen advertising something to you. Now, OpenAI, which is the company that makes ChatGPT, says that the advertisers in question that they've partnered with do not have any insight into what you're asking ChatGPT. It's going to operate pretty similarly to how Google's ad business works, where they sort of have the tech company has an understanding of what you're asking and can serve you an ad that they say is relevant to your search. You can also turn that off and have ads that are not personally tailored to you. But even still, the advertisers have no real insight into what you're asking ChatGPT. Guys, it marks a pretty big step for this company, which has long resisted advertising, but it comes amid increased scrutiny of OpenAI's business. They recently said that they are going to commit $1.4 trillion to building out AI infrastructure over the next few years, things like data centers and that sort of thing. Right now, they don't make a profit, and they see advertising as maybe a way to get there.
It seems like something out of that movie Minority Report, where they'd walk in the store, would scan your eyeballs, and they'd be like, hey, here's this offer for you. Hey, here's this offer for you. But it's not going to be actually in the result. It'll be below the result. So at least at the start, you're going to see a clear delineation between the two.
Yes, absolutely. They've made especially clear of that, although there has been speculation online that that line could be blurred. But again, Google has done this for a long time now, right? You do a Google search, and then, at the top of your Google search, you see a sort of an ad, but that one that is clearly marked, that is different from your search results. So that is something that, they're exploring. Again, this comes at a pretty, fraught time for OpenAI, which is spending way more than it is making. Let's not forget that later this year they plan to get into hardware too, which they say could be another path to profitability. That lineup of hardware devices we don't know a ton about, but are going to be designed by Johnny Ive, who is the guy who designed the iPhone.
Interesting, Mike. As always, thank you. Mike Dubusky with us on the In-Depth at 15:45. Let's get another look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
And Amanda, we have been running accident-free and delay-free all morning long, and we continue with that right now. Through the Salt Lake Valley. So far, the volume is really light. We're just not seeing that many cars on the road, although there, of course, obviously have been more since, we started an hour ago, but still not enough to really cause any congestion anywhere that you're looking. It's still very good on I-15 and still a 20-minute travel time from Draper to downtown Salt Lake City. The belt route is clean, and so is Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway. 201 I-80 are looking really good. If you're headed up into either of the canyons, Little Cottonwood, Big Cottonwood, those are both looking excellent in both directions there. I-15 down in Utah County is also smooth sailing. 2100 North, Pioneer Crossing, they're running clean at this point. You're a little crowded right now. Mountain View Corridor around Harvest Hills, but anything further south, down in Provo, Orem, all the major feeders over to I-15 are looking really good. Cormac?
A little congestion starting to fill in at the mouth of Weber Canyon. Nothing too terrible or out of the ordinary. Just a little bit southbound Highway 89 as you come to the I-84 interchange. And still seeing the light construction delays in Roy eastbound on 5600 South. But on I-15 through Weber and Davis counties, won't see any slowdowns or trouble. Let Zero Res make your carpet new again. Call 866-ZERO-RES or go online to zerores.com to schedule your appointment today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. You got 45 degrees today, mostly sunny skies, and yes, more haze. Hazy sunshine into Wednesday. You got mostly sunny conditions, 46. Moderate air quality into Thursday, partly cloudy, 47. Some cleaner air possible on Friday, partly cloudy, 44. Down to 40 degrees on Saturday, partly cloudy conditions. We'll go to 44 on Sunday. Hazy. Haze builds back on Monday, 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 27 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Andy and I are broadcasting live this morning from the old Supreme Court chambers here at the Utah State Capitol.
One of the many parts of the Capitol that I've never been to. I mean, I had prom here a couple of times in high school, but didn't get to explore any of the different rooms. Gorgeous in here. I mean, I'm looking at the ornate architecture. It's just Stunning.
There's so much to pay attention to this legislative session that affects education for your young ones, your K through 12 and higher education.
Well, and even the Supreme Court itself in
Yes.
Utah. Those are some bills that are going to be talked about, adding to some justices. The governor already has power to name the Chief Justice. Is that right? That already
Yes.
took effect?
Oh, I think so. I need to check that when we talk with them today.
Lots to keep track of.
Lots to keep track of. And we're here all day. We're here all day until 6:30 tonight, live from the Capitol for the first day of the 2026 legislative session.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Since 1947, Whipple Service Champions has been Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Got a high-price repair bill from another company and you're just not sure about it? Call Whipple. Get a free no-pressure estimate or bring in their quote for an honest second opinion totally free. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's first place for second opinion since 1947. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. 385-273-7167.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Gas prices are looking good today. The average price per gallon is sitting below the national rate at $2.62 a gallon.
Americans are taking the brunt of the tariffs. The Wall Street Journal says new research shows people in the U.S. are paying for 96% of the tariff costs, and other countries are only dealing with 4% of it.
Netflix is offering the money up front in their bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. The original deal was a combination of cash and stock, but now it's offering cash, $82.7 billion worth.
Boy, the markets are down this morning. The futures started off down, and they've gone down even more since we went on the air an hour and a half ago. Right now, the Dow futures down 621. That's 1.25%. S&P futures down 97. That's 1.4%. And the Nasdaq futures down 442. That is 1.75%.
We've got delays trying to get onto the freeway in Lake Point, but the freeway itself still seems to be in pretty good shape. We'll check traffic coming up next.
I am excited for a movie that comes out this week, Andy.
Oh, this is such an emotional story to watch. We watched it over the weekend, and it's called Stand Out, the Ben Care story. Now, maybe if that name sounds familiar, it's because he wrestled at Viewmont High School in the early 2000s. But I promise you, you have not heard the whole story.
Oh, no. I mean, and I had seen articles about him off and on because I remember when he was at UVU. He was the first ever All-American athlete from Utah Valley University. And it is this wrestling career, but he was born with severe facial differences that led to his being bullied. But This is a story about overcoming adversity.
Yeah, and how you don't let it define you, and the way that it's told. Now, this is directed by the son of T.C. Christensen, Tanner Christensen, and the way he tells the story with these mixes of flashbacks and so much home video from the Care family, it made this such an enjoyable watch. I watched it with my boys, and by the end, I was like, you know what, my youngest, I bet he could do wrestling.
Yeah, it's a wonderful movie for a number of reasons, and it opens up. Is it Thursday night?
Yeah, there'll be some advanced screenings on Thursday, and then it opens wide everywhere on Friday, and you'll get a chance to meet Ben at a couple of locations if you want, and I promise you, go meet Ben. It is absolutely worth it.
So it'll be in all the Megaplex theaters and many Cinemark theaters, but Ben will be there Friday at the Cinemark Provo location and Saturday at Cinemark Farmington Station.
Yeah, you can get a free mini poster and a picture with Ben and the director, Tanner. Again, this is called Stand Out, the Ben Care Story, and it opens starting Thursday.
911, what's your emergency?
They kidnapped my son. What would you do if your child disappeared and someone you trusted was responsible?
We thought he cared for McKay, when in fact he didn't care for anyone.
Listen to Ransom now at ransompodcast.com.
Join KSL on the Movie Show Friday from 10 to 1 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East, Suite 203 in Sandy.
629, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, we have a new accident. It is northbound at 5600 West at 5400 South out there in Kearns. The two left lanes are blocked, including the turn lane to go westbound on 5400 South. It shouldn't affect traffic too much because there's not that many people on 5600 West, but, we are starting to see a little bit of backup in that area there. Hopefully that'll get cleared out here in the next little bit. Over on I-15, things are still looking really good. No accidents there at all as you travel through the Salt Lake Valley. No problems on I-15 down in Utah County either. A little crowded in the Mountain View corridor, northbound side around Harvest Hills, but the rest of the major feeders are also looking really good. Cormac?
Seeing normal congestion both directions on Highway 89 in North Ogden, approaching 2700 North. You're also going to run into the normal slowdowns in the construction zone in Roy at 5600 South, although that's eased just now. Where we're really seeing those delays is southbound on 1900 West, still trying to get to that entrance to the freeway there in Roy. But once you're on the freeway through Weber and Davis counties, you're not going to see any issues. Should be a 30-minute drive from Ogden to Salt Lake on I-15. Attention Wasatch Front business and property managers, don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today we'll get up to 45 degrees. Right now it's 27 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 6:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We have arrived at the first day of the general legislative session on Utah's Capitol Hill.
The legislature is expected to discuss and vote on several hundred bills over the next 7 weeks, some of which could make big changes to our public schools. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Adam?
Andy, one of the biggest bills dealing with our kids' school this year, if passed, would establish an all-day or bell-to-bell cell phone ban for all K through 12 kids during school hours. Governor Spencer Cox has shown his support for this proposal. He says the problem before was that teachers and administrators have been having to deal with this on their own.
Now we've done the exact opposite. It's not the school's problem. It's our problem. I'm the bad guy.
The Deseret News reports the governor has also been calling for lawmakers to establish a policy to hold third graders back if they're not reading at their grade level, though no formal bill has been introduced on that topic at this point. Other bills on the table this year involving schools include one that would heavily cut kids' screen time in the classroom, especially for younger kids, and one that would incentivize schools to encourage kids to exercise more and generally live healthier lifestyles. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Chronic absenteeism bills seem to pop up every year, and 2026 is no different. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has details on what we'll see from the newest bill that attempts to tackle the issue.
Representative Jason Thompson says this bill will allow schools to use their school land trust funding. It also offers a clear-cut definition, saying students who miss at least 10% of school days are chronically absent. If the bill passes, it will require schools to notify parents of the running total of days missed when they're notified of a student's absence.
Thompson says early intervention is key to helping students avoid becoming chronically absent, but they want to allow schools enough freedom to address the problem in a way that works best for them.
Some Utah lawmakers want to add members to the state's Supreme Court. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Eye on the Hill 2026. Brianna?
Andy, Utah's Supreme Court currently sits 5 members, but Republican lawmakers say other states the same size have 7. Desert News reports many lawmakers say 2 more members could lighten the workload of judges. However, the State Bar Association has said expanding the Supreme Court would be expensive to taxpayers and says their workload would be more effectively addressed by adding more staff. House Speaker Mike Schultz has also said he'd like to see the judicial branch become more transparent, saying right now it's difficult to find any information or decisions made by the court. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
We're following several bills this session, including one that looks at water. It would cut back on water waste by directing the Division of Water Resources to look at where water is being lost in our public systems. Another bill would provide fee waivers for people experiencing homelessness that want to get their driver's licenses. And one proposes a new idea for handicapped parking spots and suggests the state start allowing pregnant women to park in them. Stay with us here on the radio and on KSLNewsRadio.com throughout the session for daily updates.
UTA is letting front-runner riders know they are seeing significant delays system-wide due to a fire near the rails. A bus bridge has been put into place from Clearfield to Roy.
KSL's top national stories now. A member of the Danish parliament has written an op-ed in the New York Times responding to President Trump's tariff threats and his push to annex Greenland.
Tariffs are not a good weapon because they hit your own consumers. They are the ones paying the tariffs. Right now we see Americans having a lot of problems buying groceries, buying eggs, buying all kinds of stuff. And these tariffs are just making it worse.
Ida Auken says President Trump is dividing longtime allies.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has already arrived in Davos and is defending President Trump's push to acquire Greenland.
I spoke to President Trump, and evidently there are a lot of inbounds, and I think everyone should take the president at his word.
President Trump is on his way to Davos right now and is scheduled to speak at the forum on Wednesday.
First look traffic now, and here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, we're still seeing that accident. It is northbound on 5600 west at 5400 south. Has the left 2 lanes blocked there, and we are starting to see some minor backup through that area at this point. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
4 people are lucky to be alive after their helicopter crashed into trees near Camas. The helicopter went down near a camp group, and witnesses rushed to help, pulling all 4 people out of the wreckage.
All the victims are very lucky they walked away from that crash.
South Summit Fire District Captain Craig Fry tells KSL one person had some serious injuries and needed to be flown to a hospital. The crash is being investigated by the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office and the National Transportation Safety Board.
The U.S. could soon lose its measles elimination status from the World Health Organization. ABC's health and science reporter Mary Kakatos explains why.
Today marks 1 year since health officials confirmed that cases of measles were cropping up in Texas. Texas then turned into a large outbreak, infecting more than 700 people. And 1 year is important because if it's been 1 year of continuous transmission, that means that a country loses its elimination status. That means that measles is once again considered endemic.
Last year, Canada lost its measles elimination status because of an outbreak that started in 2024.
The Cottonwood Canyons Foundation is reporting a record number of volunteer hours last year. Details from KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi.
The foundation says they logged more than 10,000 volunteer hours last year, which they say shows people want to be in the canyons. The volunteers signed up to move rocks, build staircases, pull invasive weeds, and do other strenuous tasks in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons and Mill Creek Canyon. The foundation has 50 volunteer days planned this year, with the first event happening on Earth Day.
Some of the volunteers at the CCF have helped every year since the organization got started in 1999.
Any problems out there, Andy?
Haven't seen crashes yet, but we're starting to see volumes increasing, especially on the west side of Salt Lake County and a little bit down in Utah County trying to get to the freeway. We'll check traffic coming up next.
At Trio South Ogden, the best years aren't behind you. They're right here. Discover independent living services that embrace aging as an opportunity to lean in, not step back, to pursue passions, not retire from purpose. Here, life is bright, colorful, and unapologetically fun. Because aging doesn't mean changing who you are. It means having more time to be exactly who you are. Schedule your tour today at TrioSouthOgden.com.
Utah is one of the best places to live, work, and raise a family. But for many Utahns, the dream of owning a home is slipping away. Home prices have risen faster than incomes, and families are spending nearly 2/3 of what they earn just to keep a roof overhead. From young graduates to grandparents, everyone is feeling the squeeze. Utah needs more homes, the right kinds of homes, so families can stay close and our communities can thrive. That's why Utah Workforce Housing Advocacy created Demand More Supply, a statewide effort helping Utahns understand the issue and take action in their own communities. Because when we work together, we can make housing affordable again for today's families and for future generations. Let's make the dream of owning a home a reality again. Learn more and add your voice at DemandMoreSupply.com. DemandMoreSupply.com. That's DemandMoreSupply.com.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
6:39, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Back to you, Jason.
Amanda, they have opened the left turn lane now, northbound on 5600 west at 5400 south. That means you can now turn west onto 5400 south. But we still have that accident, though, that's blocking that center lane there on the northbound side. It's not really doing too much to traffic. You got a little bit of delay as you're headed northbound on 5600 west there. Starting to see increased volume over on Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway, approaching 3500 south. We do have an accident out in the Tooele area. This is going to be between Grantsville and Tooele on I-80. It's off to the right shoulder. Shouldn't cause you too much trouble if you're headed eastbound there. A little slow through that construction zone right now. 2100 north down in Lehigh, starting to build volume there, headed over towards I-15, but I-15 itself still looking really good. Cormac?
Normal delays starting up on Highway 89, both directions in South Ogden, Harrison Boulevard, and Skyline Drive. Near those intersections, you're going to see the normal brake lights. Also, the construction zone in Roy seeing some more delays, especially on 1900 West. Northbound starting to see a long stretch of delays, and 5600 South as you approach the freeway, also slow and go. But on I-15, once you get onto it, you're looking clean and clear both directions from Ogden to downtown Salt Lake. Are you tired of dealing with missing teeth? Are you ready to ditch the dentures? The experts at Stubbs Dental can change your life with dental implants. Get started at StubbsDental.com today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Mostly sunny skies today with a high of 45. We'll also see more haze. 27 overnight, bounces back to 46 tomorrow. Mostly sunny skies on your Wednesday. Thursday, partly cloudy, hazy, 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's cold this morning. Right now, 27 degrees downtown. Coming up in a moment, President Trump is headed to Davos. He'll be speaking there on Wednesday. We'll get the very latest from ABC's Lionel Moise just ahead.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
Have you heard of this? Apparently, in addition to gender reveals and baby showers, there's a new tradition out there, the grandma shower. I kid you not. You know what a shower is. A young woman prepares for life as a mother, gathers her friends, gets piles of gifts, they play games, they laugh, and enjoy a last fling before life devolves into feedings, diaper changes, and insomnia. But at the same time, some grandmas are throwing their own separate shower for themselves. It's the grandma who's wonderful. Grandmas gather their friends, get piles of gifts, play games, and enjoy a last fling before life devolves into endless bragging and boasting about their amazing grandbaby. Want to see a picture? Before I have an opinion about grandma showers, I don't want to mansplain, so I checked with my wife. Grandmother of 6, so a grandma shower.
Honestly, I think it's ridiculous. It's
It's silly.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Although anything for a party, right? I mean, it'd be fun to have everybody over.
Honey, you better check with the kids about this because some daughters about to give birth are like, Grandma's what the what? Especially if the grandma throwing the shower is an in-law. But the Gaga-to-be figures, what's the harm in hanging out with friends and accepting gifts that'll trick out Grandma's house with all the stuff you need for the grandchild's visit? Diaper bins, bottle warmers, toys. After all, it's just one last hurrah before you start getting hit up to babysit.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,026 off a new furnace and air conditioner. And you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,026 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,026 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time, 6:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah lawmakers are preparing to debate a number of bills that could make big changes to our public schools, including a proposal to completely ban cell phones during school hours. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, 4 people are lucky to be alive after their helicopter crashed into trees near Camas.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Tow truck on scene of this accident, northbound 5600 west at 5400 south. Hopefully they'll get these cars out of here in the next little bit. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Haze, sunshine, and 40s, but then a clear out this weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
27 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories. President Trump is heading to the World Economic Forum in the Swiss Alps today, but his threat to take over Greenland and add tariffs to countries who don't support this idea seems to be overshadowing the trip.
We get the very latest this morning from ABC's Lina Moise.
This morning, protests are planned across the country to mark the one-year anniversary of President Trump's second inauguration. The group Women's March organizing walkouts at 2 p.m. today to protest Trump's policies. As for the president, he's traveling to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum to talk housing affordability. But his threat to take over Greenland is overshadowing all discussions. Trump overnight said he expects European leaders will get on board.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
Thousands of protesters gathering in Copenhagen over the weekend, some wearing red hats saying, "Make America Go Away." The Danish military posting images of more troops arriving in Greenland, 8 NATO countries, including France, Germany, and the UK, also moving forces there as a show of support. And now, European leaders are threatening to deploy the so-called Big Bazooka, a measure to fight political and economic bullying, which could impose tariffs on American goods, including bourbon and soybeans. It's in response to President Trump's threat of a 10% tariff on those countries next month, jumping to 25% in June, until a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland.
The use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong.
Stock futures on Wall Street dropping sharply overnight on Trump's tariff threat. Trump claims Greenland is needed for U.S. national security. His push to claim the island has threatened the NATO alliance, which could empower Vladimir Putin. Norway's prime minister texting Trump, "We all should work to take this down and de-escalate," proposing a phone call to talk it out. Trump texting back, "Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America." Norway's prime minister says, "I've explained to him many times that it's an award given by a Norwegian committee, not by the Norwegian government."
If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. but I really don't care about that.
This week in Davos, President Trump is also expected to hold a signing ceremony for his Gaza Board of Peace, which will oversee rebuilding and the Gaza Strip. Russia and Belarus are among the countries who say they've been invited to join the board. And President Trump is the chair of the Board of Peace. As for Greenland, some British lawmakers are now calling for a boycott of the World Cup over Trump's threats.
And that's ABC's Lionel Moise, KSL's other top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Multiple vehicle pileups from the Midwest into the Northeast as a brutal blast of snow and Arctic air impacts millions.
Whiteout conditions affecting drivers in Indiana. Parts of a busy toll road were shut down near South Bend after multiple vehicles were involved in crashes. In Rochester, New York, pilots battling the elements, trying to land during an intense squall.
ABC's Stephanie Ramos in southern Spain. They're still trying to recover bodies from 2 wrecked train cars that collided this week, killing 40 people, injuring more than 100. They're also still working, trying to figure out how exactly the trains ran into one another before the collision. Valentino Garibaldi, known simply as Valentino in the fashion world, has died at the age of 93. Jackie Kennedy, Princess Diana, Elizabeth Taylor, Audrey Hepburn, Cate Blanchett, Julia Roberts all wore his dresses. This is ABC News.
KSL News Time is 6:49. Traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, they have one of the vehicles on a tow truck and driven away, and they're trying to get the other one up there now, northbound 5600 west at 5400 south. We are seeing slowing through that area there. No major backups, but you're going to stick over to the right because the left lane is blocked. And you can still, however, turn. Well, no, they just blocked that off again. You cannot turn left to go westbound on 5400 south, and they have alternated blocking that off and opening it up again, and so right now it is closed, so you can't go westbound, but that's all right. You can go through and flip you and go back. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, if you are eastbound on I-80 between Grantsville and Tooele, you're going to find an accident there. It's off to the right shoulder. It's not really affecting traffic, so you shouldn't have to worry about it too much, but of course there are flashing lights there as well. 2100 north in Lehigh, starting to get bunched up a little bit as we see more cars hitting the road down there, but the rest of your commute looking pretty good. Cormac?
Normal spotty slowdowns all through Davis County on SR 193 both directions, especially at Hillfield Road and the South Gate to Hill Air Force Base and at 2000 West. Also, the trouble spot in Roy, that's going to be our worst thing through Davis and Weber County in that construction zone on 5600 South. Those delays starting to grow once again in the workday commute, but on I-15 you won't see any problems from Ogden to Salt Lake. Join 3-time Tony Award winner Patti LuPone January 26th at Abravanel Hall as she celebrates the 25th anniversary of her acclaimed concert Matters of the Heart. Tickets on sale now at utahsymphony.org. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. High pressure continues to gatekeep the west coast. I've got a 45 today, mostly sunny skies along the Wasatch Front, and yes, hazy. The old reliable haze back again on your Wednesday. Mostly sunny skies with a high of 46. 47, hazy, partly cloudy Thursday. Friday, cooler and cleaner air, partly cloudy 44. Clean air on Saturday, 40 degrees, partly cloudy with a backdoor cold front. We'll then go to mid upper 40s and more haze rebuilding Sunday and Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Andy and I are on the road today up at the Utah Capitol.
It's a gorgeous location. We're in the old Supreme Court chambers, just getting ready to start seeing all our different lawmakers and the other press and everybody coming in to cover day one of the legislative session. And that's what we're here to do. We're going to have interviews coming up next hour and all the way through Inside Sources, through Midday with Maria, through Jeff Kaplan, all the way up to Jazz Basketball tonight, where we'll be talking to different lawmakers about their priorities and what to expect over the next 45 days here.
A lot to get done in a short amount of time.
That's right, and we'll be covering it for you live here on KSL News Radio.
And we'll check money news just ahead.
Amanda, I've got a close relative who's doing a massive remodel of a house, and I got to walk through it as they're in the process. And, he's skilled enough to do some of these things himself. As I was walking through, I thought, Okay, I would be calling Superior Water and Air for this part. I would be calling Superior Water and Air for this part because I don't have those skills myself. But I trust Superior Water and Air to do an amazing job.
And they have for me for 20-some years. And if I have a plumbing issue, if anything goes wrong with the furnace or the air conditioner or the water softener or whatever. In fact, my sons had their first experience of they had a sink that was blocked up. They did what they knew to do and it didn't work. So I said, all right, guys, here's a rite of passage. Time to call the plumber, Superior Water and Air.
When you're dealing with stuff that you don't know well enough to know what you don't know,
yeah,
it's nice to have someone you can trust. When we had a broken faucet, Superior came while neither my wife or I was home, and it was just my oldest son who we left with the credit card.
Yeah.
And they said, hey, we can do this, but why don't you call your dad first and just make sure he wants to do this.
Trust is a huge thing because we're not professionals. It's like you said, we don't know what we don't know. So you need to have someone you can trust, and that is Superior Water and Air.
So give them a call, 801-974-9090, or you can schedule an appointment online at superiorwaterandair.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the Drug Facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the Drug Facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/Drug Facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Costco is betting on Dry January. The company's exclusively selling Hi-Yo. It's a non-alcoholic social tonic made with ingredients that naturally lower stress levels and support mental performance.
Over 75% of U.S. homes on the market are unaffordable. That's according to an analysis from Bankrate. Here in Utah, 16.4% of homes are too expensive for the average person.
The New York Stock Exchange is reportedly working on a platform that would let investors trade digital tokens 24/7. It would be accessible on weekends, unlike the current exchange. It would also allow for instant settlement of transactions, orders sized in dollar amounts, and stable coin-based funding. These tokens work as stand-ins for stocks, bonds, and real estate that can be traded like crypto.
Looks like we are headed for a rough opening this morning on Wall Street. The futures keep heading down. The Dow futures are now down 704. That's almost 1.5%. The S&P futures are down 106. That is 1.5%. The NASDAQ futures down even more, down 477, which is 1.9%. And gold is up $139 this morning. We're over $4,700 an ounce. We're at $4,733 an ounce.
Well, a crash on 5600 West at 5400 South still causing delays, even though they've opened up one of the lanes that was blocked. We'll get a check of traffic coming up next.
It's not too late. If you got government health insurance again, especially here in Utah, this matters because a lot of families are paying more and getting less. Everyone focuses on the monthly premium, and yes, at My Policy Quote, I can help there. In fact, many of my Utah families are seeing 47% savings and even more on gold level plans. But the bigger issue shows up when you actually need care. The moment that university or blue insurance card hits the counter, prices jump, and with family deductibles now climbing to $20,000, all of that bill lands right back on you. My name is Mike. At My Policy Quote, I help individuals and families and businesses move into private insurance based on health, not income, so you're not overpaying for things you'll never use. That means lower costs, access to national PPO networks, and a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government. If you pay your own health insurance, you're on COBRA, uninsured, or your employer plan is just too much, even self-employed or small businesses, call me, Mike, today. 385-367-6779. Again, that's 385-367-6779. Or visit mypolicyquote.com. That's mypolicyquote.com to get started now.
Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed. Learn how at www.ready.gov. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Ad Council.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ready to win? Head to KSL.com/win for your chance to score big. This week, you could win tickets to see comedy legend Brian Regan live. Don't miss your opportunity to laugh all night with one of the most beloved and hilarious comedians around in an unforgettable live show. New contests are added all the time, so there's always another chance to win big. Don't miss out. Visit KSL.com/win today and enter to win. That's KSL.com/win.
6:59, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at UCCU.com. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, they do have this accident still in place. It is 5600 west, the northbound side, at 5400 south. And we are starting to see those delays build up there if you were headed northbound on 5600 west. Still can't turn left to go on to westbound 5400 south. And, of course, the left lane itself, northbound on 5600 west is blocked. So you're going to need to stick over to the right to get through there. The rest of the commute, though, is still looking pretty good, especially on I-15. Not really seeing too much, maybe a little less than 70 miles an hour on the northbound side as you approach the south interchange due to increased volume there. Fairly heavy now, though, if you're eastbound on 2100 north in Lehigh trying to make your way over to I-15. That's the only other major backup spot that we're seeing. Cormac?
I-15 through Davis and Weber counties looking a clean and clear drive. No problems, accidents, or delays from Ogden to downtown. But you do have some city street delays, especially in Roy in that construction zone on 5600 south and 1900 west. You're going to see some delays as you get to the freeway. And in South Ogden on Highway 89, both directions, normal slowdowns approaching Harrison Boulevard and Skyline Drive. Upgrade your water with Culligan with top quality systems of homes and businesses, softeners, filtration, bottle-free coolers, and bottled water delivery. Local experts, trusted solutions. Visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan Water you love. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Hazy sunshine today and throughout the week. Today's high will be 45. We'll stay in the mid-40s. Right now, though, it's 25 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth, broadcasting live from the Utah State Capitol.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story on the 7 o'clock report.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We're now just a few hours away from the start of the 2026 general legislative session on Utah's Capitol Hill.
Lawmakers will have the next 45 days to debate and push bills through to the governor. Some of the biggest topics include housing, traffic, and immigration. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Adam?
Amanda, this morning, lawmakers from all over the state are making their way into Salt Lake City as they begin a 7-week sprint to write, debate, and vote on hundreds of bills, many of which will become new laws that affect all of us here in Utah. The full House and Senate are set to begin the session at 10 o'clock this morning with opening speeches from both the House Speaker and the Senate President, and both those bodies will spend a lot of their day today on the floor while the nitty-gritty work in committees is really going to start kicking off tomorrow. And when it comes to what Utahns want from their lawmakers this year, legislation on housing is at the top of the list. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Adam, over a third of Utah voters who participated in a Deseret News poll say they want to see affordable housing addressed in this year's session. That's over twice as many as the second top priority topic, health care. Voting was consistent across all age groups and political opinions, saying something in Utah's housing needs to change. Over the past 5 years, Utah home prices have surged and are now the 9th highest price in the nation, with the median price of a home family coming in at around $500,000. Live at the Capitol, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
And we know lawmakers will be debating a handful of proposed traffic changes. That includes a bill that would set up cameras at some of Utah's busiest intersections. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson continues our team coverage.
The cameras are meant to track red light infractions, but not with teeth, at least yet. The bill sets up a pilot program to collect data, meaning no tickets. And there's already money allocated for public safety, so it shouldn't take additional funding.
In terms of getting cameras and just turning them on to collect data, that isn't something that should be a barrier or a burden on the taxpayers at all.
Representative Jake Fitisumanu tried to pass a similar bill last year but ran into privacy issues. However, he says our society is surrounded by cameras nowadays, and this would be no different. Also, the camera would only take a picture of license plates and not into people's vehicles. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Immigration is also going to be a big focus for lawmakers this legislative session. One of the bills they're set to debate would prevent undocumented immigrants from taking advantage of many public benefits. That includes those related to housing, homeless shelters, being able to get vaccines through public health officials, and being able to have food at food banks. Bill sponsor Representative Trevor Lee told KSL.com, quote, benefits and welfare should only go to citizens only, end quote. Another lawmakers proposed a different bill which, if passed, would require immigrants to show proof of residency or citizenship to send money abroad without having to pay a 2% tax, where if that's paid, that money would go back to the state. And remember, of course, to stay with us here on the air and on KSLNewsRadio.com today and throughout the session between now and March for the latest coverage. We will continue our legislative coverage broadcasting live from Capitol Hill throughout the day today. Reporting live at the Utah State Capitol, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump not backing down on his goal to take control of Greenland. He says it has nothing to do with the Nobel Peace Prize. He just wants to acquire the country.
We have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
This morning, he's traveling to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. ABC's Lionel Moise says his threat to take over Greenland is overshadowing all discussions.
European leaders are threatening to deploy the so-called Big Bazooka, a measure to fight political and economic bullying, which could impose tariffs on American goods, including bourbon and soybeans. It's in response to President Trump's threat of a 10% tariff on those countries next month, jumping to 25% in June, until a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland.
The president is planning to bring the largest U.S. delegation yet to the Economic Forum. It's his first time since his virtual address in 2020.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is also in Europe today, and he was asked to address the British Parliament in London this morning.
It is a profound honor to be speaking in Parliament today, to be the first U.S. Speaker of the House ever given this honor, and I take it very seriously.
Johnson says his mission there is to help calm the political waters.
A Minneapolis church is now the target of people protesting ICE. ABC's Matt Rivers is there.
After anti-ICE protesters disrupted this Sunday service, the Justice Department says it's now investigating. Protesters targeting the church because one of the pastors is also the director of an ICE field office.
This follows reports that some detainees and American citizens are being denied an attorney.
First look traffic on the 7 o'clock report, and here is Jason Jones.
And they cleared that crash northbound 5600 west at 5400 south, and all the lanes have reopened, so we should see those backups clear out shortly. Otherwise, there's no major accidents or delays, although you're a little bit crowded northbound Mountain View and Bangerter Highway at 3500 south. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Time for KSL weather with Matt Johnson.
Talking about the air quality, it has improved since last week. However, it's not completely out of here. We'll hold on to the haze, moderate air quality likely, all the way through Thursday. Now, Friday and Saturday, some colder air moves in from the north, and that could cause for some central and southern Utah high elevation snow. But in northern Utah, not looking at much in the way of precipitation, though I am predicting some cleaner air Friday and Saturday. It's short-lived. Haze should build back as we work into Monday next week.
Matt says today's high in Salt Lake City will be 45 degrees.
A group in Sandy is asking for change at an intersection where a man was hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver. Josh Perry was crossing the street Thursday night near Alta High School when he was hit and killed. Zoe Blankenstein is suspected of drunk driving and hitting Perry.
I knew that I needed to take action. I needed to stand up for safety.
Josh Carr lives nearby and says there have been 10 crashes at that same intersection over the past 3 years. He started a petition asking Sandy City to install a traffic signal. The city says they plan to put in a roundabout by 2030, and they will meet tonight and allow time for public comment on the intersection.
A person in Taylorsville is recovering after being hit by a car. Taylorsville police say this happened last night, and the person crossing the street only had minor injuries. The driver says they didn't see them crossing the street, and it is a dark area in general. The driver stayed on the scene, and police do not suspect any impairment.
A man is in police custody after Salt Lake City police say he pulled a box cutter on a Maverick employee and took off with several items. No injuries were reported, and he was quickly found and booked into jail.
The Emery County Sheriff's Office is showing off a drug bust. Deputies found 34 pounds of marijuana and served 5 search warrants, which led to the seizure of even more drugs. Robert Gervais was arrested. Police say he's a convicted felon who had 24 knives and swords in his possession.
NASA is sending astronauts to the moon again for the first time in 50 years, and they'll send your name too. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman explains.
Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission. NASA says it's to test their deep space capabilities and to build a foundation to send us Earthlings to Mars. And they're aiming to launch between February and April. There will be 4 astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft, but they're doing something a little unique here. They're offering to bring your name with them on an SD card on board the rocket. Sign up is free, so I went to their website, typed my name, and made a pin, and voila. Thank you for signing up to fly your name on the Artemis 2. They gave me a boarding pass and a printable passport and everything. When I signed up, there were about 2 million boarding passes already claimed. Reagan Edelman, KSL News Radio.
7:09 now. Traffic and weather brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back over to you, Jason.
And Amanda, it's a little busy now, northbound I-15. You're going to run a little less than 70 miles an hour right at the south interchange. That's just because there's extra cars on the road now, but there's still no major delays, no major accidents. Of course, Mountain View corridor starting to get really heavy now and thickened up there at about 3,500 south. Bangerter Highway also busy there, but not quite to the extent of Mountain View corridor. You're slow through the construction zone at Lake Point and Tooele, but none of these are major slowdowns, and none of them are out of the ordinary as well. We kind of expect all this, including the heavy volume that has increased on 2100 north in Lehigh. On the eastbound side, headed over towards I-15. Still a little crowded Mountain View corridor around Harvest Hills. Cormac?
Well, I-15 through Davis and Weber counties looking clean and clear. Still no trouble on your way into Salt Lake from Ogden or in Layton, anything through there. Where you are going to see trouble is on the city streets, especially the construction zone in Roy. 5600 south, seeing some heavy slowdowns starting at 2300 west. Also slow on 1900 west as you try and get onto the freeway there at that entrance. And South Ogden, Highway 89, seeing the normal slowdowns at Harrison Boulevard and Skyline Drive. And SR 193, spotty slowdowns all through Davis County, especially as you approach the West Davis Highway. Home ownership is slipping away in Utah, and young Utahns are being priced out of their own communities. Learn more about Utah's housing shortage and what you can do to begin to fix it at demandmoresupply.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL hourly forecast, calling for temperatures in the mid-20s at 7 a.m. with mostly clear skies. By lunch hour, you'll see that sun up, and so is the haze. Temperatures in the low 40s. Moderate air quality through most of today, with a high of 45 by afternoon. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's cold this morning, 25 degrees downtown. Andy and I are broadcasting live today from the state capitol. It is the first day of the legislative session. We'll be joined by KSL.com's political reporter in a moment and find out what he's focusing on. That's just ahead on KSL News Radio.
For the first time in history, the Indiana Hoosiers are the college football national champions. ABC's Sophie Flay has the recap of what turned into a nail-biting game.
Overnight, the Indiana Hoosiers claiming the national title, capping off an undefeated season with a dramatic win over the Miami Hurricanes.
A century of futility is forgotten. The Indiana Hoosiers are the kings of college football.
The Hoosiers, heavy favorites entering the game, but facing a tough Miami team on the Hurricanes' home field. Indiana taking a 10-point lead after scoring on a blocked punt.
Fletcher walks in. Miami touchdown.
Miami closing the gap to 3 points in the fourth quarter. But the game will likely be remembered for this play. Hoosier quarterback Fernando Mendoza going for it on the fourth down, weaving his way through defenders and diving into the end zone. The Heisman winner's mother, who is battling multiple sclerosis, confined to a wheelchair, cheering him on from the stands.
I had to go airborne and I'll die for my team. Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there.
You can't imagine the beating this young man had last night.
A full circle moment for the 22-year-old who, coming out of high school, had hoped to play for Miami.
I was a two-star recruit coming out of high school. I got declined to walk on offer to the University of Miami. Full circle moment here. Thank you guys. God bless.
Mendoza headlining a roster full of players who were passed over by bigger schools, but managed to reverse the fortune of a program that, until recently, had the most losses in college football history. Coach Curt Cignetti, in just his second season at the helm, carrying through on this famous promise from his first season.
I win. Google me.
Transforming a legacy of loss into a national championship.
We won the national championship at Indiana University. It can be done.
How are you going to celebrate, Coach?
I'm going to beer.
Indiana is only the third team in college football history to go a perfect 16-0.
Amazing. Another NFL coach has been added to the list, now looking for work. The Buffalo Bills fired head coach Sean McDermott after the team lost the divisional round. He's been leading the Bills since 2017, and his team has made the playoffs 8 times, including winning 5 AFC East Division titles. But the team has struggled to reach the Super Bowl under his leadership.
Another local athlete has been named to Team USA for the upcoming Winter Games. This is the second Games for Harriman resident Takesha Love. She's been on the women's bobsled team before, but this time she will go from brakeman to pilot. She tells KSL her success is due to her family.
I think my why really just boils down to the fact that everybody has sacrificed so much.
She says at times the training has been hard, I can imagine.
Yeah.
But she kept reminding herself of her dream to be a world champion.
Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report, today is the 20th anniversary of High School Musical.
Its cultural impact here in Utah is immeasurable. A majority of it was filmed right here in Salt Lake City. The East High School Troy, Gabriella, Sharpay, and others attended is the East High on 840 South, 1300 East. Even Sharpay's iconic pink locker is still there. The Deseret News reports more than 50 professional dancers and countless extras were locals. In fact, roughly 90% of the dancers and crew were from the state. More than 7.7 million people watched the movie premiere back in 2006, setting a record as the network's highest-rated telecast at the time. And the soundtrack was the best-selling album of the year. It launched the careers of actors Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens, and Ashley Tisdale. It also spawned a concert tour, 2 sequel movies, a TV series, and the dreams of many young Utahns. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
And my daughter being in a version of the junior high years and years later. KSL News Time, 7:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Utahns are asking for lawmakers to come up with solutions to address the state's housing crisis in this year's legislative session. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, a group in Sandy is asking for change at an intersection where a man was hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver.
Third, traffic and weather together.
We see this accident. It's eastbound on I-80 between Grantsville and Tooele. Now there's one on the other side, on the westbound side. It's pretty much in the same exact spot. It's also causing some minor slowing there. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for more, you guessed it, haze and sunshine today. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. European leaders are calling into question the announcement of a 10% tariff on EU countries that don't go along with President Trump's plan to take over Greenland. Some, including EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, are saying that the president's trustworthiness is now in question.
The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something.
House Speaker Mike Johnson visiting British Parliament, bringing his own take to that country.
It marked the first time a sitting U.S. House Speaker was invited to address members of the British Parliament.
It is a profound honor to
Mike Johnson used his speech to stress the importance of the transatlantic alliance, even as it's strained by the president's demands for a U.S. acquisition of Greenland.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
Johnson said he aimed to assure the MPs that the allies can continue to work through their differences calmly as friends. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The markets are rattled by all of it. Futures down sharply ahead of the opening bell. A blast of Arctic air affecting millions of Americans this morning. Lake effect snow leading to a 100-car pileup outside Grand Rapids, Michigan. This truck driver says it turned the interstate into a parking lot.
The scope of it was the craziest thing. Just seeing how many cars and trucks behind who weren't part of the pileup but had nowhere to go, couldn't go through to turn off.
Most injuries described as minor. Surrounded by bodies after the train crash in Spain this week, a 6-year-old girl emerged from the wreckage virtually unscathed. She was found barefoot on the tracks after escaping through a broken window. Her parents, brother, and a cousin among the 41 people killed. You're listening to ABC News.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We are live from the state capitol, and we've been reporting on the start of the legislative session all morning.
Political reporter for KSL.com, Bridger Biel-Savetko, joins us now live. Bridger, what are you focusing on this session?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. To me, the overall theme that I'm looking forward to watching this year is may not be the most flashiest issue, but I think is going to really resonate, years from now as we see how it plays out. And that's kind of a separation of powers issues. We've seen this fight over redistricting, whether the people can enact a map or a commission to help draw political boundaries, or whether that power needs to stay with the legislature. Lawmakers have been frustrated by decisions that have been made in that court case that have overturned the maps that they drew. But a lot of top leaders say that this is about more than just redistricting. It's about how lawmakers can access their power. So they're planning possibly a constitutional amendment to roll some of that back, changes to the judiciary that they say will make it more efficient. So that's what I'm looking forward to watching this year.
Bridger, what do you think the people of Utah is going to be one of their hot button issues that will be discussed this session?
Yeah, well, you heard it a minute ago, and I think it's affordability, especially with housing. You see that across the board with inflation that we've seen over the years, but just the amount of value that's increased in houses. It's so hard for people, especially younger people, to buy their own homes. I think lawmakers are going to look at ways to get more housing supply out there in Utah, especially in areas that are getting expensive, like Salt Lake County, Utah County, areas that are growing really quickly. On affordability as well, I think they're considering another tax cut, some changes to maybe property tax structure and the gas tax, all things that they're aiming to just reduce costs on Utahns. It's something that, we feel in our wallets every day that hits home, and I think they're going to be looking to address that in a myriad of ways.
We were reporting a week or so ago about the $300 million shortfall that we may have here in Utah because of President Trump's tax bill, and so we're getting less tax revenue. Do you think we'll still be able to do a tax cut in light of that shortfall?
I think some Republicans would like to this year. I believe they've cut taxes 5 years in a row. They would like to make it 6, keep running on that. They're also pitching that $300 million shortfall as a tax cut kind of in its own sense already that the federal government has enacted. They're saying Utahns will start to feel that this year as a reduction in taxes. But I think they would like to do more if they're able to find the budget to do so.
All right, KSL.com political reporter Bridger Biel-Savetko with us. We look forward to seeing your coverage throughout the session on KSL.com. That's the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
Let's get another look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back over to you, Jason.
And Amanda, we have an accident northbound I-15. It's about 1300 south. That's actually where the on-ramp comes up. It looks like from maybe 2100 south there. It's in the Gore area between the on-ramp there and I-15 itself. And so there's just kind of a couple of cars sitting in there. Now, so far, it hasn't really caused any delays, although that's kind of a precarious spot for that accident to be sitting. Hopefully we'll get some emergency vehicles on scene there and get that moved over to the right shoulder. For now, though, the rest of I-15 is moving pretty well. You're going to be a little bit crowded right around the south interchange and maybe a little less than 70 miles an hour there. Over on Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway, we've got our typical slowing and backups happening at 3500 South. That's just increased volume there. Down in Utah County, no major problems on I-15 itself. From Payson to the Point of the Mountains, still running at about 70-plus miles an hour there. 2100 North, Pioneer Crossing, and Corey B. Ride have all filled in and are getting a little bunched up. Cormac?
Well, I-15 from Brigham City to downtown Salt Lake, seeing no issues, delays, or accidents. Where we do have an accident is in Davis County, southbound on Hillfield Road, just in front of Northridge High School, approaching 2400 North. You're going to see some slight delays there, but they are off under the right shoulder. Looks like highway patrol, or looks like police showing up right now to help them out. You also have delays in South Ogden, Highway 89 normal around Harrison Boulevard and Skyline Drive, both directions, and spotty slowdowns on SR 193 through Davis County, especially approaching State Street eastbound and westbound approaching the West Davis Highway. Let Zero Res make your carpet new again. Call 866-ZERO-RES or go online to zerores.com to schedule your appointment today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. You got 45 degrees today, mostly sunny skies, and yes, more haze. Hazy sunshine into Wednesday. You got mostly sunny conditions, 46. Moderate air quality into Thursday, partly cloudy, 47. Some cleaner air possible on Friday, partly cloudy, 44. Down to 40 degrees on Saturday, partly cloudy conditions. We'll go to 44 on Sunday. Hazy. Haze builds back on Monday, 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. As Utah's population ages, there's a growing need for highly trained healthcare professionals. Since 1998, Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions has trained practitioners, educators, and leaders advancing evidence-based, compassionate care. President and CEO Cameron Martin joins us with more.
Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions is a graduate-level healthcare university with a mission to improve the human condition by developing healthcare professionals and leaders to advance evidence-based practice. The university offers 24 doctoral and master's degrees and 25 certificates across program clusters such as physical therapy, physician's assistant studies, optometry, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, nursing, health sciences, and counseling. RMU provides flexible, online, in-person, and hybrid pathways so working clinicians can continue serving their communities while advancing their education. RMU also operates 6 community health clinics where no one is turned away. If a community member needs help, they receive it. The clinics provide essential community care and opportunity for hands-on learning for RMU students. As a self-sustaining proprietary university, RMU pays its taxes and receives no taxpayer dollars, allowing it to stay agile and respond quickly to Utah's healthcare workforce needs. Visit rm.edu.
Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions is making a real difference by helping train healthcare professionals for in-demand jobs and stay true to their values of service, evidence-based practice, and improving lives. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. More than 60% of workers are interested in breaking the traditional 9-to-5 and micro-shifting instead. That's according to a report by Owl Labs State of Hybrid Work Report. Microshifting involves working in short, nonlinear blocks based on personal energy, responsibilities, or productivity patterns.
Ford is partnering with Carhartt to promote their products and promote skilled trades. USA Today reports there's also a plan to launch a special edition Carhartt Super Duty truck.
McDonald's shaking things up this year. Fox Business reports the fast food giant is planning to revamp 27,000 drive-through locations, expanding to multiple lanes and standardizing their pricing guidelines. It's also planning on opening more than 8,000 new locations this year.
Brace yourself for a rough open on Wall Street. The Dow futures down 722, that's 1.5%. S&P futures down 105, that's 1.5%. The Nasdaq futures down 454, which is 1.75%.
A few I-15 slower spots starting to creep in as you go from Lehigh to downtown. We'll get a full check of your commute coming up next.
Let's talk for a minute about selling your house or buying a new house. Those two often go together, but sometimes they happen out of order. Like my husband and I, we wanted to buy our next house before we sold the one we were in because that was just the timing of it, and we found the place we wanted to move to. And so we talked with the Stern team and said, is that possible? How could you? And they just have great ideas. They're so talented in their understanding of the market.
Last time my wife and I went to buy a house, we didn't have anybody to explain that to us. And so we couldn't make an offer on one house until we sold the other. And that's what we thought was the only way that you could do it. And so when I talked with Russell Fawcett from the Stern team, he's like, oh, no.
Yeah.
There's many other ways. And I was like, wow, now I wish I had known that years ago.
Yeah. So if you're thinking about, selling your house now, think about contacting the Stern team and having a whole team on your side, not just one person, but with a whole team. The call from any prospective buyer does not go unanswered. Somebody picks up that phone and talks to that prospective buyer.
And that's why it's a team. But if you just are maybe on the fence, you don't know if you want to sell, and you just want to get an idea of the value of your home, you can do that as well through the Stern team. You just go to sternteam.com and you can click on sell, and it said get a price right there.
Right, or download the Omada Real Estate app.
If you're struggling with your mortgage, there's a free government program that offers expert one-on-one advice about your mortgage options. Call 1-888-995-HOPE or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
The Morris Columbus Travel Expo is turning 30. Join them for huge travel deals and hourly prizes January 23rd and 24th at the Mountain America Expo Center. Don't miss it. Get tickets now at utahtravelexpo.com.
7:29, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back over to you, Jason.
So, Amanda, we have cars off to the left and off to the right of this accident, northbound I-15. It's right where 2100 South on-ramp comes up to the top onto I-15 there. There are two cars that are over to the left shoulder, and the one car, which is over at the actual top of the off-ramp, that's on the right shoulder. Now, there's a little bit of slowing that's building through there, of course, because there's flashing lights, and, you want to use caution as you head on through there. But so far, it hasn't caused any major delays. It's pretty much kind of the same as it is northbound at the South Interchange, where you're running just a little less than 70 miles an hour. We filled in over on Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway, so you're going to find some busyness at about 3500 South there. And 2100 North down in Lehigh Pioneer Crossing, they're also starting to get fairly backed up, headed over to I-15. Cormac?
You got some slight slowing southbound Legacy Highway right as the West Davis Highway merges, but that's it for your freeway delays through Weber and Davis counties. If you're on I-15, you shouldn't see any brake lights from Ogden to downtown. Where we do have a problem is a crash in Davis County, southbound Hillfield Road, right in front of Northridge High. They are off on the right shoulder, not adding to too much delay. You are seeing some slight slowdowns in the area. Where we do also have some slowdowns is Davis County. Eastbound SR 193 approaching I-15 and westbound approaching the West Davis Highway. Use Superior Water and Air for all your HVAC and water treatment needs. Call 974-9090 or visit superiorwaterandair.com. Superior Water and Air, we got this. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
The high of 45. Right now it's 25 downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 7:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
It is day one of the 2026 General Legislative Session at the state capitol, and we are here broadcasting live from the Capitol building.
Lawmakers are preparing to debate and vote on hundreds of bills, some of which could make major changes to Utah's public school classrooms. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Adam?
Andy, one of the biggest bills dealing with our kids' school this year, if passed, would establish an all-day or bell-to-bell cell phone ban for all kids K through 12 in our public schools. Governor Spencer Cox has shown his support for this proposal, noting it builds on a law passed last year.
Let us be the bad guys, and that's okay. And the teachers get to say, hey, I'm sorry. If it was up to me, I would let you all have your phones.
Now, the governor also tells the Deseret News he wants lawmakers to establish another policy to hold third graders back if they're not reading at grade level, though no bill has been filed on that idea as of this point. Another lawmakers proposed a bill that would heavily cut back on how much screen time kids are getting in class, especially younger kids. There are also bills that seek to crack down on speeding in school zones and getting kids to exercise more and live healthier lives. Live at the state capitol, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Lawmakers will again try and tackle chronic absenteeism this legislative session. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
Representative Jason Thompson says this bill offers schools resources.
We're going to allow schools to spend trust land funds for attendance interventions. That's another important element because to run a program for chronic absenteeism or other programs that we do, it does cost money.
The bill also clearly defines chronic absenteeism as students who miss at least 10% of school days. This way, students and families can know if they're considered chronically absent. And the bill wants parents more informed with a running total of their students' absences. Thompson says often parents are shocked to find out how much total school time their kids are missing despite getting notified. Occasional absences add up without people realizing. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Utah's judicial branch may see some changes after this year's legislative session. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage from the state capitol. Eye on the Hill 2026. Brianna?
Andy, House Speaker Mike Schultz tells KSL and Deseret News the judicial branch is the least transparent part of the government in the state. He points to the state legislature website saying a person could look at every comment and every vote he has ever made, while at the same time it can be difficult to even find information or decisions made by the courts. There's also been talk of adding 2 more judges to the Utah Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals. Republican lawmakers point out other states of the same size have 7 court members, while in Utah there are only 5. They say this might speed up the decision-making process. Court members say they don't need more members, instead more staff. Live from the Capitol, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
We will be following hundreds of bills throughout this legislative session. There's a bill to allow Utahns to donate a portion of their tax return to help pay school lunch debt for kids across the state. The Utah Lunch Debt Relief Foundation says Utah students collectively hold about $2.8 million in lunch debt. Stay with us on KSL News Radio and on the KSLNewsRadio.com throughout the session for daily updates.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump is headed to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland this morning. But on the way, he told reporters he's not backing down from his goal to annex Greenland. A member of the Danish parliament published an opinion piece in the New York Times in response to President Trump's latest tariff threats over the U.S.'s push to acquire Greenland.
Europe is really thinking very hard. Do we want to retaliate and put tariffs on American products? Because that's going to hit our own consumers. But we can.
Ida Auken says what President Trump is doing is dividing allies.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was among the first U.S. officials to arrive at Davos. He is defending President Trump's plans for Greenland, saying it's about world safety.
The president is looking at Greenland as a strategic asset for the United States. We are not going to outsource our hemispheric security to anyone else.
President Trump will speak to the Economic Forum on Wednesday.
First look traffic. Here's Jason Jones.
We have this accident northbound I-15 just south of 13th South, and it's got 2 cars off to the left with 2 emergency vehicles there. Starting to see some slowdowns taking place in that area. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
A man is recovering in the hospital, and 3 others were able to walk away after the helicopter they were in crashed into trees near Camas. The helicopter went down right off State Road 35 near Wolf Creek Campground.
The U.S. is on the verge of losing its measles elimination status from the World Health Organization. ABC's health and science reporter Mary Kikatos explains.
Today marks 1 year since health officials confirmed that cases of measles were cropping up in Texas. Texas then turned into a large outbreak, infecting more than 700 people. And 1 year is important because if it's been 1 year of continuous transmission, that means that a country loses its elimination status. That means that measles is once again considered endemic.
Last year, Canada lost its measles elimination status because of an outbreak that started in 2024.
The Cottonwood Canyons Foundation says they logged a record number of volunteers in 2025. KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi reports.
The mission of the foundation is to support the environment of Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons and Mill Creek Canyon through stewardship and education. One of the notable projects was the construction of the trail at Silver Lake near Brighton.
The Forest Service put in a new boardwalk there, and then we helped build and fortify the trail around the backside of the lake.
Executive Director Joanna Wheelton says the work that volunteers do, like building staircases, moving rocks and logs, and pulling invasive weeds, is difficult. She says they logged more than 10,000 volunteer hours last year. Tammy Kikuchi, KSL News Radio.
We're starting to see slowdowns on both north and southbound 15 heading towards Salt Lake City. We'll get an update on your commute coming up next.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone's stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. And now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love, like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. We have locations in Farmington, Riverton, and Sandy.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
7:39, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, we'll start with the accident. Northbound I-15, just past 2100 South on-ramp there, with the cars off to the left shoulder there. You got a couple of cars there and another car that's off to the right shoulder. And so we got some delays that are pretty significant now, building up through that stretch. But the rest of I-15 is still looking pretty decent. You're going to be crowded around the south interchange and up through Murray, but nothing major there. Over on Bangerter Highway, it's very heavy now, starting at about 4700 South. That's going to last all the way up to about 3500 South. Same with Mountain View Corridor, just increased volume, lots of more cars on the road. Likewise, eastbound on the 201 at 7200 West, and then sporadically all the way over to I-15. Down in Utah County, I-15 still looks really good, but 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing have definitely increased in volume as you might expect at this point. Cormac?
Got some southbound delays on your way into Salt Lake from Davis County, especially on I-15. It starts in Bountiful around 400 North, and then you get a small break through Woods Cross until you reach the North Interchange, where it's slow once again till about 1000 North. And you also have slowdowns on Legacy Highway as the West Davis Highway merges, but you also still have that crash in Davis County. This is southbound Hillfield Road right in front of Northridge. High School, the delays have cleared out, but they are still in that right shoulder, so be careful as you get around them. Put your energy into the fight song and not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
High pressure continues to gatekeep the West Coast. We'll go for high clouds today, 45, mostly sunny and hazy. Moderate air quality with haze tomorrow, mostly sunny, 46. 47, partly cloudy skies on Thursday, maybe some changes this weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees downtown. State Senator Mike McKell joins us to talk about his social media bill. Coming up next on KSL.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
It wasn't exactly letting the cat out of the bag. For months, President Trump joked about a third term, and by now, we know this is the way he rolls. He says something that's seemingly outrageous, insists he's just joking.
It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve, not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times.
And his aides all go, joke, and they wonder if he's serious. And eventually he admits that he is. Let's take over Canada, Greenland, Panama. But this time no one's laughing. Everybody at the White House knew he'd covet a third term, and here we are. President Trump telling NBC's Kristen Welker he's not joking. There are ways to get around the Constitution, which says a president can only be elected twice.
There's been some discussion about the possibility of Vice President J.D. Vance running perhaps at the top of the ticket, with President Trump running in the number 2 slot and then swapping if they were to win.
Is it constitutional? Sketchy. You'll definitely hear this is unprecedented. But this has been done before in Russia. Yes. Banned from a third term, Vladimir Putin got one of his cronies, Dmitry Medvedev, to run for president. They're buds. Here they are playing badminton together.
Успехов в этом прекрасном виде спорта.
And here's a video of them lifting weights, working out together. Big, strong, like bull. When he won in 2008, Dmitry Medvedev appointed Putin as prime minister. You can guess which one of them was calling the shots, and 4 years later, Putin ran again, and he's been living in the presidential palace ever since. For 4 years, they called it a tandemocracy. Tandem like a bicycle built for two, and ocracy because it's a form of government. Should it come here, President Trump would be 87 on his last day in office, unless he wants a 4th term.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
KSL News Time, 7:44. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah lawmakers are set to debate several bills dealing with immigration this legislative session, one of which would cut undocumented immigrants off from many public benefits. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a man is recovering in the hospital, and 3 others were able to walk away after the helicopter they were in crashed into trees near Camas.
Third, traffic and weather together.
And now we have a new accident northbound I-15 about 2100 south. This one is blocking the center lane, and delays stretch back to 3300 south. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Haze, sunshine, and 40s, but then a clear out this weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We're here broadcasting live from the Capitol for the first day of the legislative session.
And Senator Mike McKell joins us now live. I'm so grateful for your time, Senator, because I want to understand this bill that you've got that focuses on social media.
Well, thank you for having me on. It's the first day of school for us today, and a lot of tough issues are going to be discussed today. But I'm happy to jump on. We are looking at a social media bill. I've run a lot of the social media legislation. We've been hung up in court for a little while, but we are considering some form of tax on social media companies. Maryland passed a very similar bill. It's hung up in court right now, and I don't want to get in front of the courts. I want to see how they rule and look at that issue. But it's something we are going to consider. Obviously, we have a mental health crisis that ties back to social media. It's had a huge impact on our kids. And as a state, we're pretty unified with the legislature, both the House and Senate and the governor. We want to take a stand. The governor has said, and I know he's going to be on your show later on today. I hope he gets a chance to talk about social media. But he has said it's a cancer. I think it is. I think it's created incredible problems in society. And Utah has been a leader, but we're watching every state in the nation to see what they're doing. Maryland's got an interesting model, and we're looking at it very, very closely.
Well, so what would your tax do, and then how do you hope that will change social media behaviors? What behaviors are you trying to change?
Well, what we want to do is we would look at a tax similar to Maryland where it could impact advertisers, but we would use some of that revenue to attack the mental health crisis. We'd put the money right back into our communities where it needs to be to help treat some of these kids that are having problems. Our focus has been on the addictive features of social media all along. Kids spend way too much time. If you look at the crisis right now, the longer kids spend on social media, the worse their mental health. And we need some resources. We need more mental health professionals overall in this state. As you're aware, this is a state where our suicide rate is very, very high, and our mental health crisis is significant, and we need more tools and resources, and this is something that we do want to consider, we do want to look at.
It seems like whenever industry affects public health, they are subject to regulation.
Yeah.
I don't know why tech companies in general and social media has sort of escaped that normal state.
They have, but the First Amendment does matter. One of the things you'll see in our social media bills in the past is we've done everything possible to protect speech, and we've focused. We've done zero content moderation. That's not something that we've looked to do. That's not something we want to do. But what we're trying to tackle are those addictive features that really have a negative impact on kids. But you're right. This is one industry that has escaped that framework, and I think we need to look at it, and we are going to look at it, and we're learning from other states. Other states are learning from the state of Utah. We're learning from them as well.
So you got to wait till the Maryland case resolves in the courts. It sounds like the tech companies, they alleged First Amendment violations. Do you think that's the case?
I don't think that's the case. One of the things that we've been really careful, and I think that Maryland legislation was really careful, is they avoided content moderation, and they stayed really far away from it. So I think there are parts of the bill that came through Maryland that could get struck down, but I think some of those key provisions, I think they will stand. But at the same time, I don't want to get in front of the courts. I think there's wisdom in learning from our other states in the nation, both blue states and red states. This is a bipartisan issue, obviously.
Are state governments addressing this because the federal government is not?
Yes, 100%. Unfortunately, this has been a very difficult issue in Congress. I'm very optimistic with our own delegation. You've seen that Senator John Curtis has really taken a stand. He's looking at social media as well, and I really appreciate that. Our delegation is working really hard. But at the same time, if you've looked at and you follow this issue closely, I think last year, the year before, Google, Meta, Wall Street Journal reported $80 or $90 million in lobbyists. They are very, very heavily involved on the other Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. They lobby these issues heavily, and there are tens of millions of dollars spent regularly defeating legislation that could protect our kids.
All right, thank you. Senator Mike McKell, appreciate the time.
Thank you for having me on.
Good luck in the session.
Okay, thanks, guys.
That's the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
Let's get another look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, we say accidents breed accidents, and that's what's going on here. Northbound I-15. In the backups from the accident that we had just past 2100 South, we had another accident. This one was in the center lane. Now they've moved it over to the right shoulder. It's right around 2100 South itself, but the delays are already in place and they're already stretched back past about 3300 South right now. Before you even get to that, though, we do have another accident. This one's northbound I-15, about 5300 South. Now, that one's off to the right shoulder, but it is causing significant delays right around the south interchange as you head northbound. There's some other pockets of slowing on the northbound side as well. Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway remain very, very thick and heavy, both starting at about 4700 South and lasting up to about 3500 South. You got sporadic delays eastbound on the 201. Those are your problems in the Salt Lake Valley. Down in Utah County, I-15 is still looking really fantastic from Payson to the point of the mountain. But of course, 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing, as you would expect every single morning, are very heavy headed over towards I-15. Cormac?
Southbound Legacy Parkway, you're going to see some heavy slowdowns from Farmington into Centerville as the West Davis Highway mergers are cluttering up the lanes there. Looks like we also have delays southbound I-15 from Spotty, from Farmington to Bountiful. You're going to see a couple of slowdowns, and then once again, slow at the north interchange until about 600 north, even lower now, 300 north. But otherwise, you're looking pretty good through Davis and Weber counties. Highway 89 seeing the normal slowdowns around Harrison Boulevard, and still those regular spotty slowdowns all throughout Davis County on SR 193. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with Human Kindness is here. Hello, Human Kindness. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Let's get a look now at that 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful, and here is Matt Johnson.
All right. Hey, taking a look at a 45 today for a forecast high. Mostly sunny, and it will be hazy. Moderate air quality holds on tomorrow, mostly sunny and 46. Repeat performance on Thursday, 47, partly cloudy, hazy. Now, we are going to usher in some cooler air. 44 on Friday, partly cloudy, cleaner air. Best air quality this week, probably Saturday. 40 degrees for a high, partly cloudy. And then we bump it back up to mid and upper 40s this Sunday into next Monday. And unfortunately, looks like the haze may build back.
All right, thank you, Matt. Right now, it's 27 degrees downtown.
Amanda, this is an amazing season set up for Hale Center Theater. I mean, they just launched tonight, Peter Pan Goes Wrong, a brand new show. But if you were to get season tickets, this is what you'd get to see. You'd get to see the world premiere of Hallmarked on their new stage. I'm so looking forward to that one. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Disney version of that. My Fair Lady, Our Town. Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. You can't go wrong. The season wraps up with the big show, Anastasia, at the end of the year. And you know what? You can still go see Frozen.
You can still see Frozen if you haven't seen it yet, or if you want to go back and take a girlfriend or your nieces and nephews. Frozen runs through Valentine's Day. But I'm excited to see Peter Pan. My husband loves the Goes Wrong shows. I mean, this is his kind of humor big time. And so it opens this week, and I think we're going a week from this weekend, but we're excited to see the Peter Pan Goes Wrong.
Look, anything that makes me laugh, I love, and it's even better live. What a great season. And don't forget, you can still get Frozen tickets. You can call Hale Center Theater at 801-984-9000 or go online at hct.org.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. The markets are down in early trading. Let's just get a look and see how far down. Right now, the Dow is off 83. We're at 49,359. S&P is Sorry, check that. The Dow is down 663. I thought
Whoa,
that
that's
was
a
wrong.
lot more.
Yeah, I was refreshing that page. We're at 48,696. S&P is off 90. NASDAQ down 351.
It's time for Cougar Tracks, brought to you by Central Bank's CB Vault, Utah's help center for startups and entrepreneurs. Visit cbutah.com and learn more. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
The 2025 college football season has come to an end. Indiana defeated Miami 27-21 last night for the College Football Playoff National Championship. For BYU, a program like Indiana can be motivation that anyone can get to the promised land. BYU finished 2025 with a 12-2 record and a Pop-Tarts Bowl victory. But the Cougars are looking for more in 2026. ESPN, in its way too early rankings for next year, ranks BYU at number 11, with Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year L.J. Martin, quarterback Bear Bachmeier, and star defenders returning. Expectations will be high for BYU next year. For all the latest with BYU football throughout the offseason, listen to the Cougar Tracks podcast on KSLSports.com and wherever you get your podcast. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
For over 133 years, Central Bank has been a cornerstone of Utah County, providing generations of families and businesses with trusted community banking services and are more than just a bank. Central Bank is part of Utah's legacy. With 12 convenient locations across Utah County, Central Bank combines the strength of traditional customer service with the convenience of modern technology. Customized one-to-one service means you're never just another account number, and your phone call actually rings to a real person.
Hi there, thanks for calling Central Bank.
Voted best bank and best mortgage in Utah Valley, Central Bank is here to help you with all your financial needs. From top SBA lending services for small businesses and quick turnaround times on construction loans. They're dedicated to helping you build your future. Whether you're cheering for the Cougars or building your dream home, trust the bank that's been here since the beginning. Central Bank, strong, local, secure, since 1891. Online at cbutah.com or any of 12 Utah County locations. Central Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts or commitments, so while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 monthly value. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
7:59. Traffic and weather sponsored by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU. Love where you bank. Jason?
Amanda, the biggest trouble spot is northbound I-15 at about 2100 South. We have 2 accidents there. One of them is just past 2100 South, and one of them is basically right at the top of the on-ramp of 2100 South. And they both teamed up to cause some major delays back to about 3300 South at this point. It's getting better because they're off to the shoulders now, but it's still kind of a mess. And if you're northbound I-15 before that, you're going to be really slow around the south interchange because of an accident there that's off to the right shoulder. Over on Bangerter Highway, Mountain View Corridor, they're kind of bunched up around 3500 South, and the 201 eastbound is pretty slow right now as you approach Bangerter Highway there. Down in Utah County, it's 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing that are your slow spots. Cormac?
Southbound Legacy Highway, seeing some heavy slowdowns right as West Davis merges, but otherwise looking pretty okay. You also have I-15 slowdowns right there at the West Davis merge as well, and then through Centerville, but you get a small break until the north interchange, where it's slow again until about 600 north. And the north edge of I-215's westbound southbound delays starting at around 1700 north and reaching to I-80. I'm Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today, it's going to be hazy sunshine with a high of 45 degrees. We'll stay in the mid-40s for most of the 7-day forecast. It's cold this morning, though. Clear skies right now and 27 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News, broadcasting live from the state capitol. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Today is the first day of the 2026 general legislative session at the Utah State Capitol.
For the next 7 weeks, lawmakers will be discussing and voting on hundreds of bills, including some dealing with housing, immigration, and traffic laws. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is also here at the Capitol building this morning and begins our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Adam?
Amanda, lawmakers from all over the state have made their way to Salt Lake City. Today, the House and Senate are expected to spend much of the day on the floor, starting with opening remarks from the Senate President and House Speaker, which are expected to start around 10 o'clock this morning. Now, tomorrow morning is where we're really going to see more of the nitty-gritty work in committees kick off, where lawmakers will first start with budget items and budget requests. Then they'll start to move on to the hundreds of bills that are on the table this year. Some of those have to do with housing, which is something a new poll says is far and away the #1 issue on the minds of Utahns. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis is also here at the state capitol and continues our live team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026. Brianna?
Adam, affordable housing was voted to be at the top of Utahns' priorities for this year's legislative session, according to a poll by Deseret News. Utah's housing prices are now the 9th highest in the nation. Over a third of those participating across all age groups and political parties say they want lawmakers to discuss Utah's housing prices. The next most important topic, healthcare, with around 13% of votes. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
There are a number of bills this year that also deal with some of our traffic laws. One lawmaker wants to set up cameras at some of our busiest red light intersections in the state. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson continues our team coverage.
Similar bills have failed in the past due to privacy issues, but Representative Jake Fideisumanu hopes that won't continue to be an issue because we live in a world full of cameras now, and these cameras would only take a picture of license plates as part of a pilot program, just collecting data, not handing out tickets. If it passes, there would be 10 cameras set up at intersections around the state. And there's already money allocated for public safety, so it shouldn't take additional funding. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
Immigration is also going to be a focus for lawmakers this legislative session. One of the bills they're set to debate would prevent undocumented immigrants from taking advantage of many public benefits. That includes those related to housing, homeless shelters, being able to get vaccines through public health officials, and accessing food banks. Bill sponsor Representative Trevor Lee told KSL.com, quote, benefits and welfare should go to citizens only, end quote. Other immigration-related bills on the table includes one that seeks to tax immigrants who send money out of the country without showing proof of citizenship or residency, and one also looks to beef up protocols when people register to vote to make sure everyone who registers is a U.S. citizen. Now be sure to stay with KSL News Radio on the air and on KSLNewsRadio.com today and throughout the legislative session between now and March 6th. We will continue broadcasting live here from the state capitol throughout the day today. Reporting live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump is not giving up on his goal to annex Greenland, insisting his desire to take over the country has nothing to do with him being passed over for the Nobel Peace Prize.
I don't care about the Nobel Prize. I really don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives.
This morning, the president is traveling to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. ABC's Lionel Moise says discussions around Greenland are overshadowing everything else.
Trump overnight said he expects European leaders will get on board.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
Thousands of protesters gathering in Copenhagen over the weekend, some wearing red hats saying, "Make America go away." The Danish military posting images of more troops arriving in Greenland. 8 NATO countries, including France, Germany, and the UK, also moving forces there as a show of support.
This is President Trump's first time attending the forum in person as the president.
First look traffic now, and here's Jason Jones.
A couple of accidents northbound I-15, actually 3 of them, one at 5300 South and the other 2 around the 2100 South area, have caused basically significant delays starting at 7200 South and lasting all the way up to 13th South. I'm Jason Jones of the KSL Traffic Center.
People in Sandy are calling for a change to an intersection near Alta High School after a father was hit and killed while crossing the street.
Over the past 3 years, there have been 10 accidents in this intersection.
Josh Carr says it was hard to hear about the death of Josh Perry, who was hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver Thursday night, and he knew he needed to do something. So he started a petition asking the Sandy City Council to put a traffic light at 110th South and 1000 East. The city says they have plans to install a roundabout there by 2030, but Carr says that's not enough. The council meets tonight and will take public comment on the plans.
Indiana Hoosier fans are on Cloud 9 this morning, celebrating the school's first ever college football national championship. ABC's Sophie Flay says it was a tight game, but Indiana came down through the home stretch.
Miami closing the gap to 3 points in the fourth quarter, but the game will likely be remembered for this play. Hoosier quarterback Fernando Mendoza going for it on the fourth down, weaving his way through defenders and diving into the end zone. The Heisman winner's mother, who is battling multiple sclerosis, confined to a wheelchair, cheering him on from the stands.
I had to go airborne and I'll die for my team. Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots from the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there.
Indiana is the first team to go 16-0 since Yale did it in 1894.
For the first time in 50 years, NASA is sending astronauts to the moon. And you can go with them, sort of. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman explains.
The Artemis 2 mission is sending 4 astronauts into space, hoping to launch sometime between February and April of this year. And they're inviting anybody who wants to be included to send their name. It's a free, easy online process. I just signed up, typed my name, and made up a short pin and received a little digital boarding pass, meaning my name will be on a little SD card aboard the Orion spacecraft when it lifts off this year. That's right, KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman will touch down on the moon, along with about 2 million others. That's how many people were on the roster with me when I signed up.
NASA says the mission will test deep space capabilities and build a foundation to head to Mars in the future. Well, the roads, wow, they got busy in a hurry out there. For those of you heading towards downtown, it's pretty rough for the northbound side. We'll get a full check of traffic coming up next.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. I lost 32 pounds and my belly doesn't hang over my belt. Plus my blood pressure's down and my old clothes fit.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
8:09, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at UCCU.com. And here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, on and off northbound I-15 from about 7200 south up to about 1300 south. We're going to find just all kinds of delays through that stretch there. It's because of these accidents. We had one of them at 5300 south and 2 of them down at 2100 south. They're all on the shoulders at this point, but of course people are going slow through those areas. We're also seeing heavy delays northbound on the west side belt as you approach the 201 highway. The Bangerter Highway, Mountain View Corridor, they're still slow, although they're starting to get a little bit better. Down in Utah County, it's 2100 north, Pioneer Crossing, and Corey B. Ride Highway that's seen increased volume and heavier delays. Cormac?
You got some southbound delays. Those southbound delays on Legacy Highway, they have cleared up a little bit right at the West Davis corridor merge, but it looks like you're still seeing those slowdowns southbound I-15 through North Salt Lake at the North Interchange, and again approaching 600 North. Where you do have some bigger issues is over in Summit County, going from Kimball Junction to Highway 40, but there's a crash southbound SR 224 right near Canyon Resort Drive. You're going to see those delays all the way back to Highway 80, or to I-80. Let ZeroRez make your carpet new again. Call 866-ZeroRez or go online to ZeroRez.com to schedule your appointment today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunshine today with some high clouds and haze. Temperatures will top around 45. 27 overnight, mostly clear. We go to 46 on your Wednesday, mostly sunny with moderate air quality. Keeping that air quality into Thursday, partly cloudy skies, hazy sunshine, and 47 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, downtown, let's see, we're at 27 degrees. Coming up, Senate President Stuart Adams joins us live here on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
I was thinking at this time of year, when it's January and we're sort of sluggish and, the air quality isn't that great and you're looking for something to lighten up your mood, here's something that would really do a transition on the way you feel every time you're home. Replace your windows at Peach Windows and Doors. With new windows, that light is going to come in and fill your home in a way it hasn't before. Those cloudy, old, fogged up, bulky frames that ruin the mountain views, gone. Get those out of here. Replace them with beautiful new windows that bring the outdoors in a way that gives you a feeling of fresh start, that makes your home feel not only more beautiful, but boy, it will up the resale value too, to have all those old windows that can scare buyers off gone and replace them with beautiful new windows. Peach Windows and Doors has a wonderful showroom in Salt Lake City. You're welcome to go there and see some of their beautiful entry doors too, sturdy, gorgeous wooden doors, and also take a look at what the windows look like in person. Or you can start online, which is what I did. I started online at peachwindowsanddoors.com and saw what they had done for so many Utah homes all over the state. That's peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Hi, this is Doug Ryden. For years, I've been telling you about products I truly believe in and that we use in our home. And one is Kinetico. We all know the downsides of hard water, tough on home appliances, frustrating spots on shower doors, but it also affects your personality. When you shower, does the water feel invigorating? Hard water can leave your skin feeling sticky and itchy. A Kinetico soft water system changes everything. It's like having a luxurious spa experience when you shower, making your daily routine something you look forward to. Kinetico, it's a difference you can feel. Their patented system uses far less salt than competitors, and they're exclusively focused on water softeners. They're the experts in their field, and they'll show you the difference for free with no obligation to buy. Call Kinetico Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer, at 801-576-8600, or check them out online at softwaterutah.com. Start enjoying your water. Spoil yourself every day.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
KSL News Time, 8:14. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah lawmakers could decide to expand the state Supreme Court this legislative session. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, people in Sandy are calling for a change to an intersection near Alta High School after a father was hit and killed while crossing the street.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Slow traffic happening northbound I-15 starting at 7200 South and up into Murray, and then again from 3300 South to 13th South. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for more, you guessed it, haze and sunshine today. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 25 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We're broadcasting live from the state capitol as we kick off the 2026 legislative session.
And the President of the Senate, Stuart Adams, joins us live. How are you, President Adams?
I'm doing great. Great to be with you. We're day one. Isn't it exciting?
Yeah,
There's a good energy. This is my first time on day one. How does it feel for somebody who's been here more than once?
Well, there's always great energy on day one. We only have a 45-day session. There's great energy every day up here when we're doing, we're active as a legislature.
Tell us what your main priority is this year.
Well, before I talk about main priorities, I just want to think for a second. We are celebrating this year 250 years of America. I mean, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I mean, all year long, we're going to be talking about what our founding fathers did, what allows us to be here in the state capitol, to make laws, to have the freedoms we have. I think we need to celebrate a little bit of that. There's so many great things happening. We talk about all the challenges of the world, but America is still the hope of the world. You're going to see as we meet for 45 days, Utah is the hope of America.
Well, that's a great way to look at it and to start things off, and a good reminder. I mean, we're just a couple of months away from the actual 250th birthday. So talk about what are the things that you want to focus on as you begin this session?
We know right now that we're in a transitional state. We're looking at AI. We're looking at all kinds of things that's changing our lives. We've seen what's happened in the past with social media. But you know what AI needs? It needs energy. And we haven't developed a lot of energy in the United States, and we're going to lead the world. Again, we're going to solve those problems, and we're going to look at energy development. We're looking at all kinds of things. We've got geothermal down in Cedar City. We're going to look at a nuclear. We've just approved a nuclear plant to be able to build small nuclear reactors in Brigham City. Energy is going to be a big focus. And we have the lowest energy costs, lowest electric rates anywhere in the United States. We're going to keep low electric rates because they drive an economy. And we're going to keep our economy going.
What about the tax situation? And we were reporting on how Utah might have a $300 million deficit because of the federal legislation. How do we take care of that?
Well, that's $300 million that the federal government has actually given back to the people, and that's a good thing. And our economy is growing here, and we're going to be able to absorb that. And I think we're going to look, and we're going to measure twice, we're going to cut once, but we're going to see how we run our budget. I'm not going to take a tax, even another tax cut off the table. We are very fiscally sound in Utah, and we're going to continue to make the decisions that drive our economy, and we're going to spend our money appropriately, and we'll see how that happens during the session.
Yeah.
Now, there's talk about adding justices to the Supreme Court. What would adding justices to the Utah Supreme Court accomplish?
Well, I think we need to look beyond that. We need to add a justice to the district courts. We need to add justice to the appellate court. Everybody's agreeing that we need to have justices to those two areas. We need more justice. Our state's growing. But our Supreme Court, the cases are getting more complicated. And as they look at the cases, I think having additional members is a good thing. I mean, we're seeing our court, and it's a small court, five members. No other state our side, or very few other states our size, only have a 5-member court. And no matter what decision comes before them, there's always pros and cons. There's always two sides to every decision. We're not seeing a lot of dissenting opinions, and I think sometimes we need that type of diversity.
You're not thinking about having us elect judges, are you? Or
no,
are you?
No. Well, that's been floated. That's not an idea that we have in the Senate, at least. But we are talking about expanding it, maybe from 5 to 7, and that seems to be a good number. I think it's what most of the states, and some have 9. But most of the states our size have 7 to 9 members.
What are some higher education priorities you guys have this session?
Higher education is the future of the world. And as we see the neat innovations that are happening, I mean, this morning I'm inviting Dr. Shipman here. He's with Peel Therapeutics. Amazing things going on. He's got one patient with pancreatic cancer that has been cancer-free for 18 months. Can you believe that in Utah?
Wow.
We are working at trying to solve cancer. As we look at what's going on in higher education, there are so many exciting things that are happening. Weber State University is actually working on all kinds of composites with high heat Our composite industry is probably leading the nation in Utah, and that's happening at Weber State. There's so many cool things going on at universities. We're going to talk about those.
We've got some air quality issues this week, President, because of the inversion. Are you focused on air quality at all?
We are going to focus on air quality, and we can always look at what's the bad things going on. And yes, it would be much worse if we hadn't moved to Tier 3 fuels. And we've seen air quality where you couldn't even see through the air when we've had no snow for this amount of period of time. We're going to continue to work on air quality. We've done some really good things. Tier 3 fuels is like taking 1 in 10 vehicles off the road. It's done a great job to try to clean up air quality. We're going to continue to work on that. But let's pray for snow. What do you think?
I was going to say, what is the legislature going to do about the snow, President Adams?
Well, I kind of thought that was your job.
Well, thank you. Senate President Stuart Adams, thank you so much for taking time on day one, and good luck with your speech later on this morning.
Well, thanks. Welcome. We hope you have a good time while you're here.
Oh, we will, for sure. President Adams with us here on KSL News Radio. Let's get another look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And we go back over to you, Jason.
Amanda, both of the accidents northbound I-15 at 2100 South have cleared, but we do see leftover delays in that area stretching back to 3300 South. The one that is northbound at 5300 South is off to the left shoulder. That's actually about 5600 South. Off to the left shoulder. Delays are still back to about 7200 South there. It's heavy and slow northbound on the west side belt, approaching the 201 highway, and down in Utah County, 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing, doing their usual heavy slowdown dance. Cormac?
Got some delays going from Davis County into Salt Lake County, southbound I-15. That's because of a crash. This is in North Salt Lake, just before the north interchange. They're off in the right shoulder, not causing too much delays, but they are adding to it. It's still slow and go from Bountiful to about 600 north. We also have trouble in Summit County. The crash near Canyon Road Canyon Resort Drive has cleared off the road, but you still have delays stretching from I-80 all the way in to Park City. Bear Lakes Winterfest is January 30th and 31st. Race the epic Monster 5K, brave the costume Monster Plunge, and cheer on the Cardboard Boat Regatta. Discover more winter fun and book your weekend at bearlake.org. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. You got 45 degrees today, mostly sunny skies, and yes, more haze. Hazy sunshine into Wednesday. You got mostly sunny conditions, 46. Moderate air quality into Thursday, partly cloudy, 47. Some cleaner air possible on Friday, partly cloudy, 44. Down to 40 degrees on Saturday, partly cloudy conditions. We'll go to 44 on Sunday. Hazy, haze builds back on Monday, 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's 25 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, and we're actually pleased to be joined live here at the Capitol by Representative Steve Eliason. What we wanted to talk about is the Safe UT app. Now, this is something, I have kids in high school, I have kids in junior high, and I've made sure the ones that have the devices have it installed on their phones.
Today is a big day for the Safe UT app, Representative. Will you tell us why?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Amanda and Andy. So today we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Safe UT. Wow. It's been that long. It was actually really technically launched in 2016, but the efforts began in 2014, where we created a school safety commission to address school safety threats. And then Utah did something extremely unique across the nation. We said, instead of just having a tip line, let's allow students to talk to a licensed clinician. In this case, we've used the University of Utah, the Huntsman Mental Health Institute. That component of the app just went off the charts, and we've had 10 years of great success with declining suicide rates and one of the best school safety environments in the nation.
Wow. I mean, what you've accomplished in that decade is really extraordinary, especially when you look at the national numbers.
Yes, just in fact, last year, 2025, there were over 24,000 crisis chats between students in grades K through 12 and, higher education, and there were 8,000 tips. A tip is where a student can say, hey, a friend's being bullied, a friend is thinking about suicide, a friend or somebody I know of is thinking about bringing a gun to school. Just last year alone, there were approximately 342 emergency interventions where they needed to get law enforcement rolling, EMS, where the threat was so acute that if they didn't act, life could be at risk.
Why do you think it's been so successful here? Are other states looking to copy our success?
Yes. We've had numerous states come visit Utah that have launched similar programs, but nothing to the level of Safe UT. I'm excited to announce, so here's the big news on KSL. We'll soon be releasing federal legislation that will make Safe UT available to every state in the nation, royalty-free. It's owned by the state of Utah, the University of Utah, and we've been working with Senator John Curtis to make this a reality. And so we're super excited about that because it's worked so well here, and sadly, school shootings and suicide continue to plague our society, and so we thought, what can we do for societal good? And President Randall at the University of Utah said, let's not try to make money on this. Let's just release it so everybody, every state, every school district can use it if they want.
That is so exciting. Representative, can you stick around and we'll talk more throughout the hour? Representative Steve Ellison with us here on KSL News Radio.
With affordable tuition, personal support, and career services, Salt Lake Community College is empowering students to shape Utah's future.
I'm an occupational therapy practitioner.
I'm an electrical engineer.
And I'm in comms, PR, and marketing.
And I'm a Salt Lake Community College alum.
A better Utah starts with a better education. SLCC provides opportunities to students who become alumni that shape Utah's future. See how we're investing in Utah's future at slcc.edu/community.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Costco betting on dry January. The company is exclusively selling Hi-Yo. That's a non-alcoholic social tonic made with ingredients that they say naturally lowers stress levels and supports mental performance.
Your money at this moment, the Dow is way down 1 full percent, 514 points. We're at 48,844. S&P is down 82. That's 1 2/10. The NASDAQ down 354. That is 1.5%.
Well, we've still got slowdowns both directions of the freeway coming towards Salt Lake City on I-15. We'll get an update on your traffic coming up next.
I have some good news for you today. Pay attention, pull over, whatever. American Home Loans has lowered their mortgage rates to only 5.5% on 30-year loans and 4 3/4 for 15 years. Yes, 5.5% fixed. But wait, what if rates go down again? No problem. Once you're a customer with American Home Loans, you don't have to worry about paying closing costs every time you refinance. That's right. Every time rates drop by 0.25% or more, they'll refinance you at no cost to you. Zero, zilch, nada. For details, call 801-262-2221. 262-2221. So now you can purchase a home or refinance at only 5.5% on 30 years and 4 3/4 on 15 years. And then if rates drop later, you can refinance at no cost to you. Call American Home Loans at 801-262-2221, 262-2221, or go to AmericanHomeLoans.com. AmericanHomeLoans.com. NMLS 245422, APR 5.8 30-year and 5% 15-year. Terms and conditions apply.
People think saving money is hard, but really, it's easy. It's as simple as changing a few spending habits. For free tips on how to save the easy way, check out feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
8:29, traffic and weather together, sponsored by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And here's Jason Jones.
Amanda, we're still seeing some pretty significant slowdowns northbound I-15. About 3,300 south is where those start and last down to 1,300 south. I guess I should really say they also start down at 90th south and last up to 5,300 south. You got that break in between 53 and 33, but it's just those multiple accidents that have caused those delays if you're on the northbound side of I-15. Over on the west side, it's looking better now in Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway, although you're still a little congested around 3,500 south. But the west side belt is still fairly thick as you approach the 201 highway there. That's going to last all the way up till about, we'll call it California Avenue at this point. Down in Utah County, it is 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing. Those are your heaviest delays on the eastbound side as you head over towards I-15. Corbett?
Crash on southbound I-15. This is in North Salt Lake. Approaching the north interchange, you're going to see some slowdowns as they are in the right shoulder. It looks like Highway Patrol is on scene. Those flashing lights might be causing some people to slow it down a little bit. Starts in Bountiful around 400 North, doesn't really let up until you're into about 600 North in Salt Lake. We also still have those slowdowns over in Summit County going from Kimball Junction to Highway 40. And if you're southbound SR 224, those delays starting to break up after the crash near Canyons Resort Drive, but still pretty heavy and slow from I-80 all the way into Park City. Step aboard history, walk through recreations, see real artifacts, and feel the legacy of Titanic, the exhibition. Open now at the shops at Southtown and Sandy. Titanic tickets at thetitanicexhibition.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got hazy sunshine all this week with highs in the mid-40s. Today we'll get up to 45. Right now it's 25 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 8:30. KSL's top story this hour.
We have arrived at
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Pardon me, we have arrived at the first day of the general legislative session on Utah's Capitol Hill.
The legislature is expected to discuss and vote on several hundred bills over the next 7 weeks, some of which could make big changes to our public schools. KSL News Radio's Adam Small begins our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026.
One of the biggest bills dealing with our kids' school this year, if passed, would establish an all-day or bell-to-bell cell phone ban for all K-12 students during school hours. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has shown his support to this proposal. He says the problem before was that teachers and administrators were having to deal with this on their own.
Now we've done the exact opposite. It's not the school's problem. It's our problem. I'm the bad guy.
The Deseret News reports the governor's also been calling for lawmakers to establish a policy to hold third graders back if they're not reading at grade level, though no formal bill has been filed on that at this point. Other bills on the table this year include one that would heavily cut kids' screen time in the classroom, especially for younger kids, and one that would incentivize schools to encourage kids to live healthier lifestyles, including by exercising regularly. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Chronic absenteeism bills seem to pop up every year, and 2026 is no different. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has details on what we'll see from the newest bill that attempts to tackle the issue.
Representative Jason Thompson says this bill will allow schools to use their school land trust funding. It also offers a clear-cut definition, saying students who miss at least 10% of school days are chronically absent. If the bill passes, it will require schools to notify parents of the running total of days missed when they're notified of a student's absence.
Thompson says early intervention is key to helping students avoid becoming chronically absent, but they want to allow schools enough freedom to address the problem in a way that works best for them.
Some Utah lawmakers want to add members to the state's Supreme Court. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our team coverage, Eye on the Hill 2026.
Utah's Supreme Court currently sits 5 members, but Republican lawmakers say other states of the same size have 7. Deseret News reports many lawmakers say 2 more members could lighten the workload of the judges. However, the State Bar Association has said expanding the Supreme Court would be expensive to taxpayers and says their workload would be more effectively addressed by adding more staff. House Speaker Mike Schultz has also said he would like to see the judicial branch become more transparent, saying right now it's difficult to find any information or decisions made by the court. Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
We're following several bills this session, including one that looks at water. It would cut back on water waste by directing the Division of Water Resources to look at where water is being lost in our public systems. Another would provide fee waivers for people experiencing homelessness who want to get their driver's license. And one proposes a new idea for handicapped parking spots, suggesting the state start allowing pregnant women to park in those spots. Stay with us on the radio and on KSLNewsRadio.com throughout the session for daily updates.
KSL's top national stories this hour. A member of the Danish parliament has written an op-ed in the New York Times responding to President Trump's tariff threats and his push to annex Greenland.
Tariffs are not a good weapon because they hit your own consumers. They are the ones paying the tariffs. Right now we see Americans having a lot of problems buying groceries, buying eggs, buying all kinds of stuff. And these tariffs are just making it worse.
Ida Oken says President Trump is dividing longtime allies.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has already arrived in Davos and is defending President Trump's push to acquire Greenland.
I spoke to President Trump, and evidently there are a lot of inbounds, and I think everyone should take the president at his word.
President Trump is on his way to Davos right now and is scheduled to speak at the forum on Wednesday.
First look traffic. Here's Jason Jones.
Northbound I-15 remains your main problem spot. We have this accident at 5600 South. Tow trucks are arriving on scene right now, but it's fairly heavy delays that begin all the way back at about 90th South. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
4 people are lucky to be alive after their helicopter crashed into trees near Camas. The helicopter went down near a campground, and witnesses rushed to help, pulling all 4 people out of the wreckage.
All the victims are very lucky they walked away from that crash.
South Summit Fire District Captain Craig Fry tells KSL one person had some serious injuries and needed to be flown to a hospital. The crash is being investigated by the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office and the National Transportation Safety Board.
The U.S. could soon lose its measles elimination status from the World Health Organization. ABC's health and science reporter Mary Kakatos explains why.
Today marks 1 year since health officials confirmed that cases of measles were cropping up in Texas. Texas then turned into a large outbreak, infecting more than 700 people. And 1 year is important because if it's been 1 year of continuous transmission, that means that a country loses its elimination status. That means that measles is once again considered endemic.
Last year, Canada lost its measles elimination status because of an outbreak that started in 2024.
The Cottonwood Canyons Foundation is reporting a record number of volunteer hours last year. Details from KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi.
The foundation says they logged more than 10,000 volunteer hours last year, which they say shows people want to be in the canyons. The volunteers signed up to move rocks, build staircases, pull invasive weeds, and do other strenuous tasks in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons and Mill Creek Canyon. The foundation has 50 volunteer days planned this year, with the first event happening on Earth Day.
Some of the volunteers at the CCF have helped every year since the organization got started in 1999.
Well, the roadways, we've got a lot of slowdowns heading towards Salt Lake, especially on northbound I-15. We'll get a detailed update coming up next.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,026 off a new furnace and air conditioner. And you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,026 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,026 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Utah is one of the best places to live, work, and raise a family. But for many Utahns, the dream of owning a home is slipping away. Home prices have risen faster than incomes, and families are spending nearly 2/3 of what they earn just to keep a roof overhead. From young graduates to grandparents, everyone is feeling the squeeze. Utah needs more homes, the right kinds of homes, so families can stay close and our communities can thrive. That's why Utah Workforce Housing Advocacy created Demand More Supply, a statewide effort helping Utahns understand the issue and take action in their own communities. Because when we work together, we can make housing affordable again for today's families and for future generations. Let's make the dream of owning a home a reality again. Learn more and add your voice at demandmoresupply.com. Demandmoresupply.com. That's demandmoresupply.com.
8:39, traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, we have reports of a new accident now. This is northbound I-15. About 50th South is where there's going to be 48th South, I guess is what we're going to say. It's off to the right shoulder, but it just adds to all the delays that we already had in place if you were on the northbound side of I-15. It starts right around 90th South. It comes and basically goes on and off all the way up to about 48th South where we have that accident in place. There's another accident, of course, that's at 5600 South. That's off to the left shoulder, but all these are just slowing traffic down. And then, of course, you're going to be fairly heavy County from about 3300 south into downtown Salt Lake City, about 1300 south. That's due to the earlier accidents that we had there. Over on the west side, it's still fairly heavy on the northbound side of the West Belt, right around the 201 interchange there. Mountain View Corridor, Bangerter Highway are also still fairly crowded. Mountain View at 35th and Bangerter at 41st south. And then, of course, in Utah County, it's the same story as it has been. It's 2100 north and Pioneer Crossing that are your heaviest spots. Cormac?
Southbound I-15 delay starting to break up. Still seeing a crash there in North Salt Lake off on the right shoulder just before the north interchange. Be careful as you get around them, but you're going to run into some slowdowns from about 2600 south in Woods Cross all the way down to 600 north into Salt Lake. You also have the normal slowing up in Ogden around the mouth of Weber Canyon, Highway 89, both directions approaching I-84, and also around Harrison Boulevard and Skyline Drive. Supercharge your savings with UCCU's high-yield savings certificates. The more you deposit, the more you earn. Visit UCCU.com. Select a high-yield savings option and earn more. UCCU. Love where you bank. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Mostly sunny skies today with a high of 45. We'll also see more haze. 27 overnight, bounces back to 46 tomorrow. Mostly sunny skies on your Wednesday. Thursday, partly cloudy, hazy, 47. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 27 degrees downtown. Senate Minority Leader Luz Escamilla joins us in a moment here on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
But right now, Representative Steve Elison is with us, and this hour of Utah's Morning News is sponsored by Huntsman Mental Health Institute, and we are celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Safe UT app, Representative, which is, of course, we know it's for our kids, but also for parents.
Yes. So, Andy, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
You said your kids have downloaded it. Have you?
Have I done? I think I did.
Okay.
I want to say.
This
I want to say I took it off my phone because I never used it.
You don't have to answer
question.
this. But a lot of parents don't know Safe UT is for them also. If they have a child in grades K through 20, and at any time, day or night, 24/7, anonymous if they'd like, they can speak with a licensed clinician at the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, a licensed clinical social worker. So if they're seeing something in their child and they don't know what to say or how to respond, or if they should be concerned about something, they can either call or they can chat through the app.
I love that.
Again, no cost,
I had it on my phone so
confidential.
my kids could use it if they needed it. I didn't even think about it on the parental side.
So when you download it the first time, it'll ask who you are, parent, teacher, student. You just select parent, and then you can go in and select the schools your kids go to. And some functionality we just added is if there is a safety event at your child's school, heaven forbid, you can get an instant push notification alerting you about what's happening and how to respond. So, but again, then you can also use it anytime to speak with a licensed clinician, which, if you were to set up an appointment to go in and visit with somebody, you're going to have to look through your insurance, find somebody who's taking
If you can get an appointment.
Exactly, have to pay for it. This is on demand 24/7.
I love that it's there for parents and for kids, that sometimes I think kids just, they won't talk to us, to parents necessarily, but they might talk to someone on the app.
The research shows that, we want children to talk to their parents.
Of course.
We encourage that. And a lot of times the clinician, but we know that they'll talk to somebody else a lot of times before they talk to the parent. Mm-hmm. One thing that the clinicians try to do is say, have you talked to your parents about this? Maybe here's some ways that you can, discuss this with your parents. And so they always try to push children back to resources, in their home, their school, their community, but sometimes they just want somebody that they don't know to talk about a problem with, or if they're in crisis.
Yeah.
And it's a critical
someone that's
resource.
not responsible for their discipline. That is something I have felt for a long time. You feel much more
And that's not a
comfortable.
bot.
Yes, correct. There is, just to be very clear, AI is never used with students in Safe UT, is always a live person.
I think that's important, especially after the cases we've seen recently with kids talking to bots. So this is for kids of all ages, K through, you said 20, so through college?
Yes, every state-sponsored higher education institution has Safe UT, and pretty much every charter school, elementary, middle school, high school has Safe UT. And the interesting thing is, when we ran this legislation, it wasn't mandatory. They've done this voluntarily because they see the benefit. And when parents see the benefit, they'll want to download it themselves and make sure their child has downloaded it.
So you can download the Safe UT app from the app stores on Google or on Apple. And I've noticed that you've also got a safeut.org website that you can get kind of a lot of the same information.
Yes, if a student doesn't have a phone, they can also go online and just do it through their Chromebook at school. Now that kids don't have access to their phones all day during school,
Right.
they can access Safe UT through their Chromebook or through a home computer.
Oh, that's a good point. Representative, come back one more time, if you
Great.
would. Representative Steve Elison with us on the KSL Newsline.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
KSL News Time, 8:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah lawmakers are preparing to debate a number of bills that could make big changes to our public schools, including a proposal to completely ban cell phones during school hours. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, 4 people are lucky to be alive after their helicopter crashed into trees near Camas.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Sporadic spots of slowing northbound I-15 through the Salt Lake Valley and also southbound I-15 from Woods Cross down into Rose Park. I'm Jason Jones in the KSL Traffic Center.
Haze, sunshine, and 40s, but then a clear out this weekend. I'm Matt Johnson.
27 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Radio broadcasting live from the state capitol all day to kick off this legislative session.
And the Senate Minority Leader, Luz Escamilla, joins me. How are you, Senator?
I'm doing great, and so happy to be here with you, first of all. It's so nice to see you.
So nice to see you, too. So last year at this time, I remember we talked about childcare. That was a big focus. Is that a focus for you again
Absolutely. We're back. We're back, and with some enhancements on some of the legislation that we couldn't pass last year, a lot of focus on safety, and also partnering to make sure we give opportunities for more businesses to open, more kind of like home-based childcare availability, which is your neighborhood, someone that you may know from church, a neighbor, but with a safety mechanism that surrounds that piece, and also some help to make them more successful.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the challenge. There's a lot of people, I'm sure, who'd be willing to, but when you're going to entrust your kids to somebody else, you got to know that there's some kind of safeguards in place.
Absolutely, and that's what I think the partnership in this that we've been working this winter, the fall, winter holidays, to get us to a place that I think most members of the legislature are going to like. I think we're getting there, and it's very, very close. We'll have a press conference this week also announcing how that looks like. But also just access to high-quality childcare means addressing, like I said, the cost, but also availability. We have childcare deserts, so it's still my number one priority will continue to be
is
that until we find
childcare.
yes.
What about housing affordability?
Housing affordability, it's the number one priority, I think, for most Utahns. And it's really about how we have been framing the Utah Senate Democrats. Our priority this year is for the love of Utah. And it's this idea that we really need to focus on, how Utah deserves safety, fairness, opportunities, being a real voice when it comes to access. But it's hard to even think about home ownership when people are, right now, their number one thing that concerns them is food security in Utah. So being sheltered, food security, access to childcare so they can work, and then get them through that process. So I think we have to understand people are in different phases, situationally speaking, that those circumstances need to be addressed in a systemic way. And home affordability, there is a set of legislation that is going to make it so towns can also, our municipalities can help be part of the solution. They've been working very closely with the state, but we need more inventory. For Utah, that it's a sign that we're having a strong economy and that we have more people moving to Utah and they want to live here. So as we're moving into finding that solution, affordability is critical in order to make that happen. We We also need to bring infrastructure. I think the state of Utah can help a lot on infrastructure of water, pavement, the roads. Those are things that the state can certainly come in, and other pieces will fall into place. But for me, first is people need to be healthy, sheltered, and not hungry in order to even think about the next step of the American
Well,
dream.
and it's interesting how closely those things all interrelate. When I was at the road home before the holidays, finding out how many people were just like one missed paycheck away from they have the home now, and then suddenly they don't.
So it's addressing, I love that part. We are trying to address the flat tired that makes you lose the rent that you can't pay anymore. And so there are legislation. Healthcare is going to be a big issue for many families now. With the federal legislation that passed, hundreds and thousands of Utahns are going to be without healthcare. How are we going to react as a state? It is going to be up to us. I mean, we're going to have to step it up. Children, the number one reason they miss school is a toothache. So oral health, I'm running legislation to provide oral health for children because we are going to be investing on reading, making sure they're up to grade on reading and for third grade. But if they're hurting, even if you have the best specialist next to you for 8 hours, you're not going to make it if you're hungry.
Mm-hmm.
So we're running legislation addressing more access to free lunch because that may be the only meal for that child that day, and oral health. All of those part of like a comprehensive way of helping families.
Senator Escamilla, we appreciate you
Thank
so
you.
much. Good luck this session.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And remember, it's for the love of Utah.
For the love of Utah.
For the love of Utah. All right. Thank you. That's the in-depth at 15 and 45.
Let's get another look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. And back to you, Jason.
Amanda, the slowdowns begin northbound I-15 at 106th South, and they're basically on and off all the way up to about 45th South at this point. You're going to get a little bit of a break, and then once you get it to the I-80 interchange, you'll slow down again up to about 1300 South. Accidents along the way have caused all of these delays. They're trying to get those accidents cleared, but they haven't yet. If you are on the west side belt, it's still fairly crowded on Bangerter Highway as you approach 4100 South. Down in Utah County, it's still 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing. Eastbound side headed over to I-15. That's your trouble spot. Cormac?
Southbound I-15, you're still seeing those delays going from Davis into Salt Lake County. We are still seeing a crash in the right shoulder. They are in the final stages of cleanup. This is in North Salt Lake, approaching the North Interchange. Slowdowns start at about 2600 South in Woods Cross and reach all the way down to 600 North in Salt Lake. We also still have that slow spot out in in Summit County. This is as you get off I-80 into Kimball Junction, you're going to run into the slowdowns on southbound SR-224, and it won't really let up until you get to Canyons Resort Drive. Are you tired of dealing with missing teeth? Are you ready to ditch the dentures? The experts at Stubbs Dental can change your life with dental implants. Get started at StubbsDental.com today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. High pressure continues to gatekeep the west coast. I've got a 45 today, mostly sunny skies along the Wasatch Front, and yes, hazy. The old reliable haze back again on your Wednesday. Mostly sunny skies with a high of 46. 47, hazy, partly cloudy Thursday. Friday, cooler and cleaner air, partly cloudy 44. Clean air on Saturday, 40 degrees, partly cloudy with a backdoor cold front. We'll then go to mid and upper 40s and more haze rebuilding Sunday and Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, let's see where we are downtown. Our current temperature is 27 degrees, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
Amanda, right now, my downstairs really, really needs our friends at Zero Res because this carpet was at one time white. Now, why we did a white carpet in a house with as many people as we have, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to Zero Res turning it back to what it was originally.
Oh, I think Zero Res saved me having to replace my carpet for a decade because, we started to think, oh, this carpet is getting old. Like a decade earlier than we replaced it because I would have them come twice a year. Every 6 months they do the upstairs and then they do the downstairs. And it just kept the carpet not just clean, but it would stand up more. It'd be fuller after having a cleaning from Zero Res.
Yeah, you don't think about it, but the more you walk on it, just flattens down, and then you just think, oh, that's what it is. Then they come and do it, and you're like, oh this is what it was supposed to feel like.
And right now, you can get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119.
You just got to call Zero Res at 866-0-RES, or even easier, if you don't remember it till tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., you can go online to zerores.com and schedule that appointment anytime.
Hi, I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. When the IRS invades your life, it's never good news. Keep in mind, it's not just you.
I owed roughly $34,000.
$61,000. When the IRS first contacted me, I was horrified.
When they start hounding you and harassing you and assaulting you.
Don't face the IRS alone. With everything in your life at stake, don't trust just anyone.
From what I got told was being done in a matter of 2 years, he had done in a matter of like 48 hours.
It's a great thing to have the IRS off your back.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000.
Once I signed on with Jordan, I never talked to the IRS again.
It changed our lives.
You need someone to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com and get relief today. Let's solve your tax problems now. Visit endtaxworry.com. That's endtaxworry.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. More than 60% of workers are interested in breaking the traditional 9-to-5 and micro-shifting instead. This is according to a report by Owl Labs' State of Hybrid Work report. Micro-shifting involves working in short, nonlinear blocks based on personal energy, responsibilities, or productivity patterns.
Markets are way down this morning. The Dow is off 506. That's 1%. We're at 48,853. S&P is down 80. That's 1 2/10. The NASDAQ down 340, which is 1.5%.
Still going to need some extra time to go north through the Salt Lake Valley on I-15. We'll get an update on traffic coming up next.
This hour of Utah's Morning News is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, and we are so lucky to have Representative Steve Elison with us because you were the one behind the Safe UT app 10 years ago, Representative. Do you have any sense for how many lives have been saved as a result of this app?
No, we like to think many.
Yeah.
We've seen our youth suicide rate over the past 5 years down about 20%. Just to clarify, though, Senator Dan Thatcher and myself were the ones who worked on this in the beginning. Have to definitely give him a shout out. Yeah. But we can always look at the list of children that we've lost, and sadly, suicide is the leading cause of death for children in Utah. But we never see the list of the people who lived because of it. And but we know that our rates have been improving, and we know the data of how many children are reaching out for help. We know how many emergency interventions we do. So we know that we are getting tremendous value for this investment that the legislature has made in our students' mental health and well-being.
Well, and it's been so successful now that you guys are going to give it to the whole country.
Yes, we've had a number of states that kept asking the University of Utah to share it with them, and for a while we just said, you know what, we're focused on implementing fidelity in Utah, which is what the legislature's guidance was. But we're pretty much there now. We're in every school. We have to always continue banging the drum and making people aware of it, which is a great opportunity to do that. But we're to the point now where we think the rest of the nation can benefit, and we have the bandwidth to share that. So President Randall at the University of Utah, even though he's a former business professor and we probably could have licensed it for a lot of money, just said, no, for societal good, let's license this at no cost to any state that will implement it with fidelity through a 988 crisis center, which of course 988 began in Utah. Also, separate story for another day. But we feel like the nation's at a place that every state could implement this and have the appropriate clinical resources behind it to do it with fidelity.
And for those of you who aren't familiar, Safe UT is an app that you should download for yourself as parent, and also to have your K through 20 children download.
Absolutely. They can. It started out with a way for kids to submit school safety tips, because after the Columbine tragedy, there was so much information that if they had collected that before, they could have headed it off before it ever happened. Mm-hmm. And most school shooters have what we call leakage. Almost close to 90% share their plans with somebody. So if somebody sees something and can say something, but in the past sometimes they were afraid of saying something. Safe UT, they can send it anonymously, confidentially, but also if they themselves are in crisis thinking about suicide, they can talk to a licensed clinical master's level clinician 24/7 at the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, and so can the parents.
Thank you so much. Representative Steve Eliason here talking about the Safe UT app. And remember, even if your kids are in school, their Chromebooks can go to safeut.org, even if they can't use their phone during the school hours. I thought that was really neat to learn as well.
Thank you.
8:59 now. Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. And here's Jason Jones.
And try to get the last vehicle up on the back of a tow truck northbound I-15 at 5600 south. But the delays still start at about 106th and last all the way up to about 45th. So it's just going to be slower if you're headed northbound. We are seeing some slowdowns happening on the southbound side as well. Don't see an accident in place there, although we did see some flashing lights go by. So expect some slowdown there in that kind of same area, about 5300 south. Also still slow northbound from about the I-80 interchange to 1300 south. It's heavy delays northbound on Bangerter Highway between 47th and 41st south there, and down in Utah County, 2100 north and Pioneer Crossing. Cormac.
Southbound I-15's delays breaking up and clearing out from Davis into Salt Lake County. Still have a crash in North Salt Lake approaching the north interchange in the right shoulder. Be careful as you get around them, but the delays aren't there anymore. They're just past the north interchange, actually, and it's still a little bit slow and go until 600 north. And then we have a texter reporting that I-80 slow between Kimball Junction and Highway 40, and as you get off I-80 at Kimball Junction, very slow southbound 224 until you get into Park City. Got an old car? Donate it to carsforkids.org. It's easy and we'll pick it up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's Cars with a K. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Pardon me, Cormac. We've got hazy sunshine this week. Highs in the mid-40s, 28 right now downtown. Governor Cox will join Inside Sources in about 45 minutes here on KSL News Radio.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 9 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Alexandria Bonilla. KSL's top story this hour. It's day one of the 2026 general legislative session at the Utah State Capitol. Lawmakers are preparing to debate and vote on hundreds of bills, some of which could make major changes to Utah's public schools. One of those bills, if passed, would create an all-day cell phone ban in public schools. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has shown his support for this proposal, saying it builds on a new law they passed last year.
Let us be the bad guys, and that's okay. And the teachers get to say, hey, I'm sorry. If it was up to me, I would let you all have your phones.
The governor tells the Deseret News he also wants lawmakers to establish a policy to hold third graders back if they're not reading at grade level, though no bill has been filed on that yet. And our top national story this hour from ABC News. French President Emmanuel Macron says mutual cooperation among allies is the only way to ensure global economic stability. It comes after a leaked message to President Trump saying he does not understand what he's doing with Greenland.
Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens.
He says the EU and America need to stick together even if they disagree. Your money at this moment, the market is not doing too great. It looks like the Dow is currently down 501 points. S&P 500 is down 75 points. Coming up, we'll take a look at traffic. KSL Traffic's next. KSL News Time 9:02.
Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? Hi, this is Mike, and the Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I bowl in 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you at high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. We have locations in Farmington, Riverton, and Sandy.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Traffic and weather together on KSL News Radio's. Here's Cormac Bone.
Well, a string of crashes in Murray around 5300 South, causing those northbound I-15 delays. It starts all the way back at Hale Center Theater in 90th South, and it doesn't really let up till you pass the cleanups. And you've also got, again, northbound I-15 slowing, starting around the 201 I-80 interchange, reaching up to 13th South. And then down in Utah County, you have northbound I-15 delays starting in Provo around 600 north and reaching up to, around 2000 south. Are you on the hunt for the next big hunt? Then head to huntexpo.com and you'll find it. Western Hunting and Conservation Expo, Friday, February 12th through 15th at the Salt Palace Convention Center. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
And it will be another sunny, hazy day today. Highs will sit in the mid-40s. The rest of the week will be much of the same, but this weekend a cold front will sweep in and hopefully allow for some ventilation and fresh, clean air to get in. Right now it is sunny and 29 degrees. I'm Alexandria Bonilla from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on Inside Sources.
So what is so fun today is we are on the Hill, Greg Skordas and I, and it is opening day of the legislative session. It's kind of like Christmas, except it lasts for 45 days and you're totally exhausted by the end.
It's kind of like going home for you. This is where
love it
you're
so
right
much.
at home here.
I have been at opening day, I bet, for 20 plus years. It is just, and closing actually.
Well, it's
until
nice
midnight.
to be with you because you know everyone here, including our next guest.
It is, and it is really fun. So we have Speaker Mike Schultz with us right here, and welcome to our impromptu Toronto studio right here.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things about opening day is having the press up on Capitol Hill, reporting on the work that's happening and getting the excitement and people energized about the next 45 days of legislative session. So thank you for being up here.
Yeah.
It's an honor to have you here with us.
Well, thank you. So we wanted to ask you just right off the bat, as you get ready to kick off this legislative session, I know one of your priorities is to make Utah family friendly. Can you talk to our listeners a little bit about what that looks like?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And Utah's already family friendly, right? I mean, we have the largest family sizes out of any other state in the nation. We have more kids per capita than any other state in the nation. Utah is a family friendly state. But the increased cost of living is making it harder and harder on families, and it's making it harder and harder for families to have more and additional kids and kids, period. And so really working and focusing on the cost of living and what can we do to bring down the cost of living for families. And, there's some things that government can and can't do, certainly at the state level, at the local levels, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of control at the federal level, which is where a lot of the policies are set that we're trying to work with here at the state level. But keeping cost of living affordable for families is going to be a top priority for the House this year.
Speaker Schultz, what's the message that you're wanting to give to everyone today when you gave your opening remarks?
Yeah. Utah's unique. So as I get the opportunity to travel around the country and I get to listen to other speakers and other Senate presidents and other legislators and governors, so many states are just grappling with the problems at hand, right? The most important issues of the day. Utah, certainly we do that here at the state of Utah, but we also think ahead. We think long term, and that's something that the legislatures have done before us, and we want to do that here as well in our time in leadership on Capitol Hill. We want to make sure that we're not just thinking and setting policies for today, but what happens next 5 years, 10 years, 50 years down the road. Because if we get ahead of the problems, then we're going to be much better off. And I'll use energy as one. So 4 or 5 years ago, the state of Utah, we got ahead of the energy. And now while other states are facing an energy crisis and skyrocketing prices, Utah has the lowest energy cost in the nation, and we have enough energy for our citizens.
Let me ask you a question about how many bills you think you're going to discuss this year
Yeah.
and maybe pass.
Yeah, well, too many.
Too many.
Right? But there's a lot of great things that happen with a 45-day session. There's also a lot of some negatives that come along with a 45-day session. Utah has the shortest legislative session in the nation with 45 days, where we have to do budget and we have to do policy bills. So my sense is, we'll probably be on par with where we've been the last few years. Around 500 bills, give or take, is what it's been the last few years. So that's my guess, is probably about that same.
Those are bills that have actually passed, but
Those
you
bills have
discussed
passed.
somewhere between 800 and 900. Is that right?
Yep, you know it well. Yep,
Yeah.
right around there. Yep,
Yeah.
Not everything passes.
That's
So,
right.
some of the biggest headline catchers of the day in the news cycle, those bills never pass a lot of times.
Utah's in I would say a fairly severe drought right now.
Yeah.
Our ski resorts are suffering. Our reservoirs are low, and I know you can't legislate more rain.
If we could, we'd have it done by now, right?
I think you would. But what
Yeah.
can be done, or what do you think the legislature is going to try to do this year to tackle the water problem?
Well, the good news is, so we've not just this year, but again, talking about getting ahead of things. So the policies that we've really focused on over the last few years really have helped our water situation. There's more that we're going to be looking at this year. Representative Snyder has a couple things that he's working on, but moving forward, conservation is going to have to play a role here in the state of Utah. The Great Salt Lake is a top priority for us. It has been for the last several years. The good news is we have a lot of policy things that have changed here in the state of Utah and the way we look at water and getting water to the Great Salt Lake. We've done the work on that already. Now we're getting that stuff implemented, and it will make a difference.
Let me ask you about tax policy really quick. What are some of the tax changes you hope to see at the end of the session?
Well, as you know, Utah's cut income taxes 5 years in a row. We're hoping to make it 6 years in a row. Again, as families struggle with the cost of living, reducing the tax burden is going to be a top priority for us here in the state of Utah. One of the top things that we hear from our constituents as well is property taxes. And, the state of Utah doesn't have a lot of control or say over the property taxes that are imposed by the local governments. That's where the property tax is imposed and happens is at the local level, whether it's the school districts or whether it's the cities or counties. But we will be working on some structural reforms around that hopefully help reduce the burden on families for homeowners. But again, that's mostly at the local level, so it's kind of hard for the state to jump in. But there are several proposals out there that deal with property taxes this year as well.
The flip side to that, of course, is thanks to the good work of the legislature, Utah has historically had a fairly significant surplus. And because you've cut back, we're a little bit closer to the margin now. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's not because we've cut back. Because, and let me, I understand your point, but if we would have not cut taxes, we would have spent that money anyways. So we'd be looking at maybe even a larger deficit than what we've had before, because we would have spent that money. But you look at states that have increased taxes or haven't cut taxes, and it's all about spending. California is looking at an $18 billion deficit this year. New York and Illinois are looking at somewhere between an $8 and $10 billion deficit this year. Utah, we're not looking at a deficit. We have enough money to give the education an increase. We have the money. We don't have as high a revenue as what other states, is what the state of Utah has had in the past. But it's also, in a pretty good spot. We've identified and looking at around another $100 to $200 million in tax cuts this year. So we think we're able to do it again with increase in education spending and other things that are top priorities for the state.
All right, thank you for joining us today on a very busy day. We appreciate you joining us here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll look forward to your remarks this morning later.
Thanks, you guys.
We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You've heard me talk now for years about the Kinetico soft water system that we have in our home. As we head into the colder weather, if you're dealing with dry and itchy skin, do you notice your skin is cracking, it's uncomfortable, and the lotion doesn't seem to give you the relief you need? Hard water may be a hidden contributor to that pain and discomfort of dry, itchy skin. I've got Monty here from Kinetico Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent Kinetico dealer and an expert in overcoming challenges with hard water here in Utah.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. When you shower in hard water, the minerals don't rinse away completely, forming a film in your skin, leaving you feeling tight, dry, and constantly itching.
So the hard water minerals are essentially leaving a sticky residue on my body and even in my hair?
Exactly. Kinetico removes the minerals before they touch your skin, leaving you feeling silky, smooth, and comfortable.
Do what I did and stop buying expensive lotions and start treating the source of the problem. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. When the critical mass of an organization is about defending the status quo, doing things the way they've always been done, then you see a certain pattern. I've seen this pattern at universities, government agencies, and businesses. First, the stories people tell about their work justify stagnation. Second, they punish and attack individuals who want to change. Often the top 10% of performers are treated like the bottom 10%. They're criticized and isolated by the protective culture so that they are asked or forced to leave. What is left is the middle, the average, the unchanged. What is left is mediocrity. Learn how to change a culture of mediocrity with an MBA from Utah State or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When winter weather hits and the power goes out, will your family still have heat, light, and communication? The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply gives you serious off-grid power. It'll run heaters, refrigerators, medical devices, and more without gas or noise. Right now, you can double your power for free with a free expansion battery when you order the Grid Doctor 3300. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and get your Grid Doctor 3300 today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2026 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
We are back with our Eye on the Hill coverage for KSL News Radio. I'm Holly Richardson, and my co-host is Greg Skordas, of course. And we are actually on the Hill today. We're in the old historic Supreme Court chambers.
You know, I argued in here. That's how old I am. I actually I remember standing at that podium right there and arguing before the justices back in the 80s.
Wow.
Staying on the carpet over here?
Yeah,
Is that where you stood?
That's exactly right.
We are joined right now by Senate Majority Whip Senator Chris Wilson. And we wanted to talk to you about a bill that has gotten a lot of attention just even leading up to the session, and that is expanding both the Court of Appeals and the Utah Supreme Court. So can you talk to us about that?
I'd be happy to. First, thanks so much. Good to be with you, Greg and Holly, and being here in the old Supreme Court chambers is really, really exciting. It's sure beautiful.
It is beautiful.
A beautiful building and beautiful room, and so, again, I appreciate the opportunity. The Supreme Court and Court of Appeals expansion is something we've been looking at for a number of years. We've been discussing, of course, last year, Representative Jefferson Moss had a bill, and I'm not quite sure why we didn't advance that bill, but for whatever reasons it was held up. And so a few months ago when Governor Cox came out and said, he thought it was time that we ought to take a look at this, and he thought it would be a good time to expand the Supreme Court and also I think the Court of Appeals. And so I started looking at some numbers, and it's amazing. Of course, we've been the fastest growing state for the last decade or 15 years or so, and you start looking at the history of the Supreme Court. And in 1896, when we had statehood, we had 3 justices of the Supreme Court. We had a population of around 276,000 people. The next time that we expanded the court was in 1917. We expanded it to 5 justices, and that was when we went from 276 to 444,000 in our population, which, a booming state, I'm sure. In 1987, we created the Court of Appeals, and that was with 7 justices. 1.7 million people in 1987. And as we know, as the filings have increased with our population, as long as the complexity of the cases and has increased in talking to the justices. And so you look at the number of from 444,000 in 1917, 109 years ago. The appellate court, 38 years, has not expanded. I think it's time to try and bring more resources, and we're talking about resources to the whole system-wide resources. And I'll let you in on a little bit of something we've been discussing. It looks like we probably, in talking with Senator Weiler and leadership in both the Senate and the House, we probably will be amending this bill, and we'll probably be adding 2 district court judges to that bill. We're looking for an amendment that we will probably bring forward in the committee hearing. That's something new that you guys are privy to, that will try to bring resources system-wide to try and help with the number of cases, the complexity of cases. It's interesting. Over the last 20 years, there's been an average of 72 rulings a year with our Supreme Court. The last decade, it's dropped down to 61 rulings. In 2023, we only had 27 rulings in a whole year. In 2024, we had 47. Last year, we had 58 rulings in the Utah Supreme Court, and all of them were unanimous but 6. Only 6 opinions had a dissenting opinion written. And it's interesting because the Supreme Court in 2025 had 270 filings. So 270 filings and 58 rulings with opinions. And our Court of Appeals in 2025 had 1,143 filings. Busy.
Yeah.
And that's up 7% from the previous year as that increases. And, of course, we all know where that files. Greg, obviously, you're a former attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, you start the district court and obviously juvenile court, then it files up to the appellate court.
Right.
And then where does that file? It goes up to the Supreme Court. So I believe one of the greatest hockey players of all time was Wayne Gretzky. And Wayne said he was great. Why? Because he skated not where the puck was, but where the puck was going to be. And I think it's obvious. You look at the number of filings, and you look at the complexity of the cases, and you start compare Utah being the 30th largest state. I mean, when I grew up, we were just one of the smallest states, kind of an awkward, weird West state. Well, we're not that anymore. And you look at the 10 closest states in population. I'll have between 7 and 9 justices. And what's interesting is the appellate court averages across the country are 12 appellate court judges. And I don't think we have time to go in how the appellate court is situated with 3 judges compared to the Supreme Court. And we don't have time then. I'm sure Greg will be able to clue us in on that. So looking at all this information, of course, the Constitution, Article 8, Section 2, gives the legislature the right not only to fund the judiciary, but also to choose how many Supreme Court justices and appellate court justice and district court justice we have. So I'm just excited. I think it's a great bill. And again, we're trying to get resources system-wide to try and help, try and avoid any bottlenecks that we might have, and make sure that people that have filings, that it's not fun to have a case, and I think we owe it to our citizens to try and get those through as quick as possible and get rulings done and opinions written.
When I first saw this bill, Senator Wilson, I thought the same thing, and you sort of articulated my answer already, but I thought, well, Utah, we're a small state, 5 justices seem fine, but I looked at other states that are similarly sized as ours, and we have the fewest number of, there are no states that have fewer. In fact, some have more, like you say, some have 7, some actually have 9. Some of the smaller Intermountain West or states that are of similar population. So at first I thought this is unnecessary, but you're right. Looking forward, and the same is true with the Court of Appeals. A number of we currently have 7. They sit in pools of 3, panels of 3.
Yep.
But having 9 Court of Appeals judges would alleviate some of the pressure off of them too. So I think what you're doing is getting us consistent with other states of our size.
Yes, exactly. And it's interesting because I think Senator Weiler is running a bill that he does every year. I think Senator Hilliard used to run a bill, and now Senator Weiler does, that basically what the wants are from the judiciary, and that's what his bill is. And they were asking for one justice on the appellate court of appeals. And I did have a personal conversation with Chief Justice Durant. And in that conversation we had the first part of December, he had mentioned that he thought we needed 2 judges to the Court of Appeals. And so after I looked at the numbers, in 9 with the 3, and I know they have different, the 3 that sit on the appellate court, they rotate through, but 9 seemed like a good number for the appellate court. And so that's why we decided as a leadership team, both the Senate and the House and the governor, that I think we're all on board that we thought 9. The 2 was probably a better to get us closer to that average of 12.
Where will the new district court judges be?
You know what?
Do you know yet?
I know what the proposal is, and I better not tell you that much.
Okay.
So
All right.
let me just tell you this: they're not in District 1, which is where I live. So and believe me, and I don't know a lot. I'm not an attorney, but I'll tell you the justices, the judges in District 1 are amazing.
Yeah.
They do a great job. Very, very busy. And I have met with them a number of times. And like I said, the judges in District 1, I just do a great job. And so I appreciate their efforts and what they do. But I think we're going to go with 2 other districts that have a little more volume.
So I have just a quick question. We only have
Okay.
about a minute left.
Oh, sorry.
Can you just address the concerns that people have already said that this is court packing?
Well, Holly, and obviously we're always going to have the opposition side saying that. Let me just say that if we were trying to pack the court, we're not doing a very good job because 2 justices isn't going to do it, as you know. We would need to do, we'd need to do 4 justices or go to 9, and that has been some conversations. Some people from outside are saying, hey, what are you doing? You got to go to 9, but. I think 7's the good number, and that, if we, like I said, this isn't going to sway the court. It's going to go through the same process. The governor will nominate, the Senate will agree or disagree. So it's the same process we've had before, and I just think 2 more justices to help with right opinions. Those aren't easy anymore, and it's the highest court in our state. We're going to make sure that's a high bar. Trying to agree, get 3 justices in the past. Now we just have to have 4 justices to agree to whatever your opinion might be for it to pass, and I mean, look at the numbers. There's no guarantees that any of this is going to increase, the number of rulings, but I think it will. I really do in the appellate court, the district court, and I think it also will help in our Supreme Court. Looking at the numbers, we need to get back up to that 72, and I'm hopeful that 2 more set of eyes, and also with those Supreme Court justices, you're talking about support from law clerks, staff attorneys, legal secretaries, and also office clerks to add to that. So I think you add a lot of people.
I think another benefit is that the opinions will come out sooner.
Yeah.
Exactly, and people deserve that. I think
absolutely.
That's not easy going through a court.
Thank you so much for joining us. That was Senator Chris Wilson. And stay with us during the break because we're going to have Representative Tyler Clancy to speak to us. This is his last legislative session because he's going to take over as the homeless coordinator. So stay with us.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Andy Farnsworth. KSL's top story this hour: cameras could be set up at some of Utah's busiest intersections under legislation before lawmakers this session. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
The cameras are meant to track red light infractions, but not with teeth, at least yet. The bill sets up a pilot program to collect data, meaning no tickets. And there's already money allocated for public safety, so it shouldn't take additional funding.
In terms of getting cameras and just turning them on to collect data, that isn't something that should be a barrier or a burden on the taxpayers at all.
Representative Jake Fitisumanu tried to pass a similar bill last year but ran into privacy issues. However, he says our society is surrounded by cameras nowadays, and this would be no different. Also, the camera would only take a picture of license plates and not into people's vehicles. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
We're following so many other bills as well, including one taking aim at cell phones in schools, looking to ban them all day from the first bell to the last, as well as one that would allow Utahns to donate a portion of their tax return to help pay school lunch debt for kids across the state. The Utah Lunch Debt Relief Foundation says Utah students collectively hold about $2.8 million in lunch debt. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. President Trump is posting new artificially created images of the U.S. flag over Greenland and threatening America's NATO allies with tariffs if they don't support a U.S. takeover. Speaker Mike Johnson talked to British lawmakers today.
It marked the first time a sitting U.S. House Speaker was invited to address members of the British Parliament.
It is a profound honor to be.
Mike Johnson used his speech to stress the importance of the transatlantic alliance, even as it's strained by the president's demands for a U.S. acquisition of Greenland.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
Johnson said he aimed to assure the MPs that the allies can continue to work through their differences calmly as friends. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Well, your money at this moment, the Dow seeing the worst drop in almost 6 months. It's down 564 points. That's a full percent to 48,794. Coming up, we've got clear skies. It's actually a beautiful day out there. We've got some traffic issues to update you on as well. Traffic and weather together is next. KSL News Time, 9:33.
A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
The Salt Lake Chamber is Utah's voice for business. Okay, that sounds great, but what does it really mean? Well, as Utah's largest and longest-standing business association, they support and champion community prosperity throughout the state. And if you're in business, well, that's a very good thing for you. Be sure to listen to the Chamber's Speaking on Business, weekdays at 7:20, 11:55, and 5:20 p.m. on KSL News Radio.
Tax-free retirement. It sounds like a wonderful dream, doesn't it? Well, it doesn't have to stay a dream. Tune in to the Tax-Free Retirement Show Saturday afternoons at 5 right here on KSL for real-life case studies in generating multiple streams of tax-free retirement income through something called the Retirement Income Maximization Strategy, or RIMS report. The Tax-Free Retirement Show is powered by Axios Capital Strategies, Saturday afternoons at 5.
Many of us not only are reflecting on the year past, but we're looking forward to the new year. And a great place to kick in the new year is at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And of course, we're very lucky. We've got 2 locations. We've got Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. Anticipate that special meal after everything calms down in early January. We all need a little bit of a boost, right? It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Think of those delicious steaks that are served on that sizzling hot plate. And of course, there are other entrees as well, poultry, seafood, cooked to perfection. The side dishes are magnificent. And of course, before you start your New Year's diet, you might want to cash in on one of those wonderful desserts that awaits us at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is the time. Make your reservations now. Kick in the new year with Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Here's Cormac Bone.
Northbound I-15 still seeing some residual delays starting around the south interchange and reaching up to just about 4500 South Murray. This is after a crash that's cleared off the road in the past couple of minutes from the right shoulder. We've also got a crash. This is northbound I-215's west belt They are just at California Avenue. Looks like they're blocking a right lane, so be careful as you get around them. Delays just barely starting up there. And then one final crash. This is on westbound I-80, well, off-ramp from westbound I-80 to Redwood Road. They're in that right shoulder as you turn right off of that exit, so be careful as you get around them as well. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather forecast today. It'll be another sunny, hazy day. Highs in the mid-40s. The rest of the week be much of the same, but this weekend a cold front's supposed to sweep in and hopefully allow for some ventilation and fresh, cleaner air. Right now, 28 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. I'm Andy Farnsworth from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on Inside Sources.
And we're back on the Hill. I'm Greg Skordas alongside Holly Richardson. We're in the old Supreme Court chambers, Holly. In this room, I had forgotten how beautiful it was, but I'd also forgotten how tiny it is.
It's so tiny.
I mean, it's not something we would have expected to have been using this day and age. Of course, we have the beautiful Matheson Courthouse where the Supreme Court's up on the 5th floor, but this is where they used to hold their hearings, right here in the state capitol. And I remember arguing here, being scared out of my head because I was just a kid and they were asking me to opine about something. Anyway, I have bad memories of this room, but today I'm glad to be back here.
I think it's amazing that you actually got to argue a case in this room before they shifted to the Matheson Courthouse.
Yeah, and look at how close you are to the justices.
I know,
you're just
it's right
feet
there.
Away. They're right on top of you.
There's 5 big seats up there that don't get used.
Yep. Not room for 7 or 9, but
No.
I think it's time to increase anyway. We want to talk this segment about the homeless population because I think that this is going to be, Holly, a big issue this year for the legislature. Representative Tyler Clancy is a current legislator, but he's leaving the legislators to go legislature, to go and be what is effectively the homeless czar for the state of Utah.
Right. As soon as the session's done, he's going to step down. So I saw on social media, and we're waiting for him to join us, by the way, but I saw on social media that he has stepped down and resigned from his position with the Provo Police Department. He was a detective there.
Oh, he's already stepped down.
He has, and I think part of it is because he has this 45-day sprint/marathon of the legislative session, and then he goes right into his new role as the homeless coordinator.
So there's no reason to keep that going.
Right.
He served the people down in Utah County really well as a Provo City police officer.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised that he took the position as homeless coordinator, but I think it's an honor also. And I also think it's just something. If you look at the last several municipal elections in Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County, and even on the greater Wasatch Front, homelessness has been an issue. I mean, I attended debates for even city council members here in Salt Lake, and people were just saying, what are we going to do about the homeless population? I still walk by groups and camps on my way out of my office.
Oh, yeah.
I still drive by the Beck Street area as I get off the freeway and see the camps that are there.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done a good job. And we used to have this idea that I think that we had them all contained there at Pioneer Park. Then we blew that up, and now they're sort of everywhere. But
So,
it helped the business community in that area quite a bit.
I know. When I first met Representative Clancy, he was working with the Pioneer Park Coalition. So I've known him for a while. We're also, I think, the big issue on a lot of people's minds is this homeless campus, and that's something that's ongoing. We're actually going to speak with the interim homeless coordinator, state homeless coordinator, when just in about an hour-ish. But one of the things I think that's super interesting about Representative Clancy is he's so young.
Yeah, he's just a kid.
He's just
Good
a
for
kid.
him, and working in law enforcement. And they're to me, most of the cops in the state are baby faces because I
know,
teach at the
that's
police
true.
academy, and they're all just these young go-getters, and Tyler's no exception to that. I also look at what's happening nationally. If you like I have, go out of state for court. I was in Washington, D.C. I've been to New York. I've been at Los Angeles, San Francisco. It is not a Utah problem. It is a national problem.
Yeah, for sure.
And what occurs to me about that is that I don't know that we've figured out sort of a solution to it. Trump was it Trump or someone in the administration said we should start looking at it more as a mental health issue rather than a a homeless issue and try to help people get back on their feet in a way that can help them, get some confidence, get job opportunities, get things going so that they can do other things instead of be homeless.
Yeah, he does have a bill. This is Representative Clancy. He has a bill that addresses substance use interventions, and that's one of the things that is going to be impacted with this campus out on the west side of Salt Lake City. And he says that basically this bill will authorize jails to establish recovery housing pods, but also add certain government entities as entities eligible for grants under the Opiate Overdose Outreach Pilot Program. So I think that's where we're going to start to see some of that impact that homeless campus. It also would prohibit a syringe exchange program actually from operating in any kind of public park or anything.
And of course, we all have friends or family members. For me, I have clients who have family members who are addicted, who do have substance abuse problems. And what happens often is they just disappear for a while. They become homeless even though they've got tremendous support. They've got tremendous family. They've got what a lot of people would be jealous to have. But the substance abuse puts them out on the street because that's a more comfortable environment, sadly, for them.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of it is financial as well, because I know that it's not cheap to support an addiction.
Yeah, I think Salt Lake's plan with that northwest quadrant, developing that area out there and doing some things to try to set something up and having that. I mean, we're years out from it, and it's probably going to be incredibly expensive. But it like Chris Wilson, our last speaker, said, we need to look ahead. We need to see where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years.
We're going to break for just a couple of. Actually, we have Representative Clancy running in right now. So we're going to have him join us for just a couple of minutes because we also have the governor who's going to come and join us. So welcome, Representative Clancy. I know it's a busy day for you.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Are you old enough to be on the legislature?
I'll be an intern this year.
I bet you've been confused for an intern, especially at the beginning. Look, we just have a couple of minutes left, and I wanted if we could just ask you really quickly about your approach as you finish your last session and you're looking to becoming the state homeless coordinator.
Definitely. It's an honor to be selected for that role, but for me, nothing changes, right? I'm still going to approach every issue with the same intensity and the same clarity and try to make sure that we build consensus and do it the right way. And I can come back anytime. So.
No, we're good. You come from a background in law enforcement. Do you think that gives you a different, maybe better perspective as you go into this position?
I think it just means I have eyes wide open. You know, a lot of people think law enforcement is like Cops, the show. You're just jumping over fences and different things like that. But you see people at their very worst and in those hard moments when they don't know who else to call. And so for me, I think it just brings a different perspective on Capitol Hill where I can recognize all of the amazing things our state does so well and also see opportunity for improvement and recognizing that not everyone's experience is the same.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry we're going to have to cut it short.
There's a great guest coming on.
We do have the governor that's
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Representative.
We'll bring you back after your
anytime.
We'll touch base again for sure.
You got it.
All right. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
You trust us for news and information in your car. Now trust us at home. KSL News Radio has you covered, keeping you informed on the latest breaking news, weather, traffic, sports, and more. Listen on your Amazon Echo or Google Home device. Just say, Alexa, open KSL News Radio. Or listen on the KSL News Radio Listen app. Text the word app to 57500. KSL News Radio. We have you covered.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
We are joined right now. This is our Eye on the Hill coverage with KSL News Radio, and we are joined on the Hill by Governor Spencer Cox. Thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Well, thanks for being here. It's like the first day of school.
I know it is.
Only if school was terrible. No, I'm
no,
joking.
If it was
we
fun,
love school.
It was fun.
It is fun.
I was saying it was like Christmas, except it lasts 45 days, and you end up totally exhausted by the end.
Well, I've always said it's more like Christmas in that you're very excited when it started. The family comes from everywhere, and then the family stays a little too long. You know, you've got some cousins and the crazy uncle, and you're ready for them to go home after 45 days.
You're too young, but this was the old Supreme Court chambers before I argued in here before.
That's exactly right. It's still one of the most stunning rooms in the Capitol.
Absolutely.
And I love that we get an opportunity to come in here to kick things off.
All right, Governor, just first question out of the gate. Some of your top priorities this session as you're looking forward to the next 45 days.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about these for several months now, so it won't be a surprise to your listeners. But certainly the cost of living is a big deal for people in the state. We remain committed to making sure that we have housing, attainable housing for our kids and grandkids and for every Utahn. We're very worried about homelessness in Salt Lake City especially, but in Ogden, St. George, all across the state, and making sure we have the resources to hold people accountable and get them the help that they need. I think both of those things are really important. We have a huge literacy initiative that we're working on. Literacy is a foundation to education, and we know that if kids can't read by third grade, the outcomes are not going to be positive for them. And so we're going to be working very closely to help in that sphere as well. And then again, protecting our kids and our grandkids. We remain committed to holding social media companies accountable and leading the nation in that space.
What's the state of our state's budget right now? It seems like every year, thanks to you all, we have a surplus. We're fine. We don't ever go into deficit, but the margins seem to be getting less and less.
For sure, we've been very fortunate again to have the number one economy in the country. We led the nation in GDP growth last year. Well, 2 years ago now, I guess. It's 2026 and 2024. We haven't seen the 2025 numbers yet, but we'll be top 5 again in that space, and that's good for us. What's challenging the budget this year happened at the federal level. So when the Trump tax cuts through the big beautiful bill were passed, we're what's known as a conforming state. So our laws automatically conform to whatever the federal laws were, which meant it's good for Utahns. It's about a $300 million state tax cut for Utahns, and that's already baked into this budget. One of the biggest tax cuts in our state's history is already baked in, but it just happened that was kind of what we were looking at for a surplus this year as we moved into the budgeting process, was about $300 million. So yes, the margins are going to be very tight, but that's okay. Again, when the margins get tight, like families across the state, we tighten our belts as well, and we'll figure out the best way to prioritize what spending we have available, and we'll cut in other places.
But a surplus has been nice to at least have that in your back pocket going forward, and we may not have as much going.
No question, we won't have as much. We're still pretty bullish. The numbers we're working on when we're looking at a surplus are now several months old, and we'll get new numbers in February that we'll actually budget towards. I think because again we're the most conservative state when it comes to our finances, and when it comes to projecting, we do consensus projections, which means my office of budget works with the legislature's office and economists, and they come up with a consensus number, and they're always extremely cautious on that number because it's easier to have more money than to find out you have less. And so I anticipate that we'll have a little more than we expected when the numbers roll around in February.
I want to ask you a question about the number of bills. So I think I remember it was a couple of years ago you said that bill could have been an email.
Yeah.
As of this morning, there were 484 bills numbered and drafted. Is that too many?
Oh, yeah. It's way too many. In fact, there's probably 1,200 bill files open. You mentioned how many are drafted. That used to be the limiting factor, was that there weren't enough attorneys to draft bills, which was a good thing. Sadly, they added some attorneys, so they're drafting more and more bills. It's just way too many. And again, if you're a responsible government, a believer in responsible government, a believer in limited government, which I am, it's far too many. I was reading, and I'll give a little bit of a preview to my State of the Stage. I've been reading reading a lot about Calvin Coolidge, and he was a Senate president before he was a governor and before he was president back in Massachusetts. And he had this great line in a speech where he says, give administration a chance before legislating. And I really loved that. We haven't even got an opportunity to see if the 590 bills from last year are working. And here we are going to pass, 600 more. And I'll give you just one quick example. We had a legislator call us this week, and he said, hey, I need you to know something. I had 4 bills that I was working on, that I was drafting. I called 4 different members of your administration, 4 different cabinet members, and I'm getting rid of all 4 of those bills. We can fix the thing I wanted to fix with an email, with a phone call. We don't actually have to pass those 4 bills, and I really wish more legislators would do that.
We're sitting in a room, and I know we don't have a lot of time, with 5 chairs for the justices. Is it time to get a bigger room?
Yeah, it might be. Again, this is something that Senator Weiler proposed 2 or 3 years ago. It's something we've been looking at. We've had 5 justices since there were 300,000 of us. Now there's 3.5 million of us. We're basically the only state our size, pretty close, that only has 5. The rest of them our size or bigger have gone to 7 or 9. We also need more Court of Appeals, for sure. There's a huge load. What I can tell you is when I was interviewing for new Supreme Court justices, 5 out of the 6 people I interviewed, 5 out of the 6 said the number one problem was the speed of justice, and that they needed more resources, and this is something that they would support.
One quick final question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned State of the State. When is that? Is that next week?
Thursday. This week.
Okay.
Yes. Thursday evening. I want to say 6:30 is when it will go live, and I hope it's not just my mom watching again this year. I hope you tons get a chance to listen to some really important things that we'll be talking about, and looking forward to a very productive 45 days with our legislature.
Just on a personal note, your appointments to the judiciary have been phenomenal.
Thank you.
You've done a great job.
Thank you. We've got great judges in this state, and I believe in the judiciary.
Absolutely.
I really
Thank
do.
you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Governor.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Just in the last few minutes before this session actually kicks off, we have House Minority Leader Angela Romero joining us. Thank you so much for sneaking in.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to remind you I have to be on the floor at 10.
I know.
You'll get there.
So we'll be really quick. Priorities for the Minority Caucus this year.
Priorities, of course, I'm sure you heard this from the governor, is the economy and affordability, in particular housing, but just not housing for first home buyers. We're talking about how do we ensure our unsheltered folks have somewhere to go, and it has best practices, but also for our renters, how do we make sure that they are not paying these exorbitant fees? The other thing for us, of course, is environmental protections in the Great Salt Lake, and there was this great study that came out to kind of be a roadmap for us and how to guide us. And so how are we going to go forward with that? Education. My caucus, it wants to ensure that our public schools are supported, our teachers feel supported. We can talk about how much we pay them, but if we're running these ridiculous bills that tie their hands, then why would someone want to teach? And more importantly, classroom sizes. So we're growing. How do we make sure we take care of our kids? Good governance. Do we really need to have 2 more Supreme Court justices and some members on the appellate court? Do we really need to fix our referendum process? We've been dancing around with that for years, and it seems to get harder and harder. Do we really want people to have a voice in their government? And then inclusion and representation is huge for us. We've seen at a national level what's happening to our immigrant communities and people aspiring to be citizens, and more importantly, our LGBTQ plus community, our trans community. We as Democrats are not going to forget about them, even if people don't want us to talk. We're not going to erase anyone.
You've been an advocate for victims of crimes in the state, and I appreciate that, having worked in that field myself. Is there anything on the agenda this year to address crime victims?
Well, I'm running an appropriation request again for the Utah Coalition Against Sexual Assault to maintain our sexual assault helpline. It got one-time funding of $100,000 last year. If I can get that same amount this year, that would be great, because as we know, HR1 shifted all these burdens, and so we're looking at a really like a flat budget. I know the governor talks about surplus, but I'll see it when I believe it, because we saw how HR1 is impacting our social safety net when it comes to SNAP, when it comes to Medicaid. So how are we going to find that balance? And so that's a concern. But we've also seen those cuts at a federal level for sexual assault and domestic violence victims, and it trickles down. And so I don't really feel like we have to do an income tax cut again this session, because when we do that, we don't bring in revenue. Then it puts pressures on our municipalities, and then they want property taxes, and then we're telling them we don't want you to do that. So it'll be really interesting to see what this crazy roller coaster ride is going to give us this session.
One final question before we let you go. Your bill limiting the use of polygraphs on victims of sexual offense.
Yeah, that bill, this is the third session.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Run it. It hit some hurdles in the Senate last session, and it didn't make it was there, but it didn't make the timeline. So I'm hoping this year we won't have those same hurdles. We're in conversations, and we'll be able to pass that. Another thing I'm working on is murdered and missing Indigenous relatives. We had that report we did a few years back, so I want to implement some of those recommendations. And more importantly, I want to talk about what is social health. How does that interact with our mental health and our physical health? So I want to define that in our code.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you've got to rush off for the beginning of the session, and really great. Thank you so much for
thanks
joining
what you
us.
do for victims in this state.
I'll always support victims. Victims are always going to be my number one priority. So
Minority Leader Angela Romero, thank you so much. Okay, when we come back, the session will be officially gavelled in, but we're going to be talking with Senator Lincoln Fillmore about some of his education bills and technology in the classrooms. So I know that's an
There's
issue
a lot
we've been
going
talking
on
about
up here. This
oh
is,
my
this
gosh,
is
there's so
wonderful
much
to
going
be
on
up here.
today.
And especially with sitting next to Holly on the Hill and seeing everyone who wants to come up and shake your hand and see you and give you a hug. It's been great.
That's so fun. So, one of the things that I thought was interesting, the governor's like, there's too many bills, and we already have almost 500 already out the gate. And I've been saying, I think we're going to see 1,200 bills this year, and he said that very number. So.
And he said 400 was too many. So here we go.
Right. It's just really interesting, right? And one of the things I think is we've talked about before on Inside Sources is you get the majority of the bills, I think the supermajority of the bills actually get kind of rushed through, it feels like, the last week of the legislative session.
Don't they need to pass a budget too? Isn't that one of the first things that they do?
They will pass a base budget actually really early on, yeah, and that basically says, just like the federal government, they don't want to end up in some kind of a weird shutdown. I don't think that's ever happened.
Not
but
in
they do
Utah.
pass a base budget, which says we're going to, barring any other circumstance, we'll keep the spending at this level. So they'll do that early on.
And the session's only 45 days. So
The session's, it's 45 calendar days, but that also includes all the weekends, and it will include President's Day, which they take off as a federal holiday.
Oh, wow.
So that's 45 days. It's 45 contiguous days. So stay with us over the break, and we're going to be back with Senator Lincoln Fillmore.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Andy Farnsworth. KSL's top story this hour. Utah lawmakers gathered right now at the state capitol holding their opening ceremony as they kick off the state's 45-day legislative session. One bill that will be discussed will put more restrictions on cell phones.
One of the biggest bills dealing with our kids' school this year, if passed, would establish an all-day or bell-to-bell cell phone ban for all K-12 students during school hours. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has shown his support to this proposal. He says the problem before was that teachers and administrators were having to deal with this on their own.
Now we've done the exact opposite. It's not the school's problem. It's our problem. I'm the bad guy.
The Deseret News reports the governor's also been calling for lawmakers to establish a policy to hold third graders back if they're not reading at grade level, though no formal bill has been filed on that at this point.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small reporting. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. French President Emmanuel Macron is making it clear he and other world leaders are working together to push back against President Trump's threat of new tariffs if they don't support his plan to annex Greenland.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs.
Macron made the comments at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. President Trump is on his way there and will speak tomorrow. Your money at this moment, the Dow down 520 points. That's the biggest drop in about a month to 48,845. Coming up, more haze. KSL weather next, along with traffic. KSL News Time, 10:01.
The sources where we get our news matters.
When you listen to Utah's Morning News, we want you to feel the stories are important to you and trustworthy. This is Amanda Dixon.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth. Join us weekday mornings on KSL News Radio.
At Trio South Ogden, the best years aren't behind you. They're right here. Discover independent living services that embrace aging as an opportunity to lean in, not step back. To pursue passions, not retire from purpose. Here, life is bright, colorful, and unapologetically fun. Because aging doesn't mean changing who you are. It means having more time to be exactly who you are. Schedule your tour today at triosouthodden.com. Every January, Duke's Jewelers celebrates another year serving the Springville community. And this year, they're doing it in a big way. It's the anniversary sale. And for 3 days only, January 22nd through 24th, all jewelry in the store is 50% off. That's right, half off everything in the case. Diamonds, gold, colored gemstones, signature pieces, everyday favorites. If it sparkles, it's on sale. And that's not all. For those dreaming up something one of a kind, special orders, custom design projects, and all watches are 25% off. Duke's Jewelers is proud to be a fourth-generation family-run business. And this sale is the Duke's way of saying thank you for supporting local, choosing Main Street, and trusting Duke's Jewelers with your most meaningful moments. But don't wait. These savings last just 3 days. January 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Visit Duke's Jewelers on Main Street in Springville and shop the biggest sale of the entire year. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment. Some exclusions apply.
Jeff Selke, president of Selke Financial Group, has been helping Utah families protect and grow their money for nearly 3 decades. He's a certified financial fiduciary who believes education comes first. He even teaches during BYU Education Week. And right now, Jeff is offering his free tax estimator for retirement calculator. It's right on his homepage. See how taxes could impact your retirement income before you make costly mistakes. It's easy and free at safemoneycounselor.com.
Well, hunting season's over.
Not for me.
Say what?
I'm on huntexpo.com applying for Utah's top 200 big game tags for just $5 each.
Wait, Utah's top 200 tags, $5? Come again?
Yep, it's all part of the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo in Salt Lake City, February 12th through the 15th. Wow, look at this. Nearly 600 guides, outfitters, and exhibitors.
So we could book a hunt while we're there.
Exactly. Plus big auctions, big banquets. There's live entertainment, even free seminars from top hunting pros.
Oh, I see. And we can get discounted admission at Sportsman's Warehouse, Les Schwab Tires,
Bass Pro Cabela's,
and Utah Toyota dealers.
Yeah, hunting opportunities are endless at the Hunting Expo.
All right, huntexpo.com. I'll get the tickets.
Yeah, okay.
Apply for the $5 tags and book a hotel room. Oh, yeah, we could sign up for all kinds of seminars.
Your hunt starts at the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo and huntexpo.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings, earn more. UCCU, love where you bank. Let's check in with Cormac Bone.
Road's looking really good speed-wise, but we got a couple of crashes to report. If you ran into the slowdowns on northbound I-15 approaching 90th South, that's because there was a big crash that closed the collector ramp for just a few minutes. They are now just in the right shoulder, so just be careful as you get around them. And then if you go down south in Provo on southbound I-15 off-ramp to University Avenue, South University Avenue, there's a car off onto the right shoulder, not even in the shoulder, off into the right off the road. There is a tow truck there helping him out now. And then heading up north, if you are southbound I-15 traveling just past Farmington and the West Davis Highway merge, you're going to see a crash blocking the left lane. Again, no delays since the volume on the roads is pretty low right now. While you're planning your day, plan for comfort too with the Good Feet store. Find the location nearest you at goodfeet.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather will be on repeat next 3 days. Highs in the mid-40s, more haze. On Friday into Saturday, though, we might see the air clear up a bit as a small cold front moves through the central part of the state. Right now it's 32 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. I'm Andy Farnsworth from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on Inside Sources.
So one of the things that's really fun is to be on the Hill today. It's not just our eyes that are on the Hill, our bodies are on the Hill. And Greg Skordas is with me. And we are joined right now in the old Supreme Court chambers by Senator Lincoln Fillmore. Senator Fillmore is the Senate Rules Chair, Greg, which means he's very powerful in the Senate.
You also
it's
have
totally true.
Senator, the most darling interns we've seen all day. Can you introduce us?
Yeah,
sir?
for those on camera. This is my senior intern, Nico. And this is my junior intern, Sydney, who's sitting right there. And Jordan School District is closed today. And
so you brought the kids.
They are joining me up on the Hill.
Yeah. That's really awesome.
Good for you.
Exciting.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about some of your bills. And I know I look at you as the point person with technology in the classroom. So last year it was the bill that got us to the first step in restricting phone use in schools. This year it will get us probably the rest of the way with a bell-to-bell ban.
Yeah, I hope so.
But I also have a question about just overall using technology in the classroom. Can you talk to our listeners about that?
Yeah. I think, 15, 20 years ago, technology was a big new thing. And I think legitimately people thought, especially up here at the legislature, this could be a really game-changing way to make education more efficient, right? To leverage quality teachers. It's hard to teach more than 20 or 25 students in a classroom. But with technology, you can really take a quality teacher and then use technology to push that out to more and more kids. And so you can have the best teachers teaching more and more kids. Technology had been around for a long time, but mostly it was kind of like animated textbooks, and so it's really not that different. But if it can be used to leverage quality teaching and quality instruction to be able to reach that, to get more and more kids, and to be able to customize instruction to where kids need, ask them a question. If you got that right, you might go here. Wrong, you might go here and get to reteach. And computers can do that so quickly and efficiently. But I think we probably swung the pendulum a little bit too far. To the point where, now that we've learned a little bit more about the effects of screen time on kids if they spend too much time sedentary, looking at screens, it just trains their brains in a totally different way. And so instead of interacting with individuals and learning to look people in the eye and learning how to be polite, computers just kind of have a disconnect there just because they're not a person. So I think there's an effort overall in the legislature, I'm part of that, to try to swing the pendulum back to maybe where it ought to be, right? We probably over-invested in technology in schools, making sure that everybody had a laptop that they could use anytime they want to, or a Chromebook, that they take those things home. And it just really puts kids on screens for too long. So I think our effort is going to be to try to dial that back and see if we can find a happy medium. So I've got a bill about that. Mine's more like a transparency. Let's let parents know how much time their kids are spending on screens, what they're visiting, what they're seeing on those screens. And then I know other legislators have different bills, and we hope that they can all work together and we can land in the right place.
I'm old enough to remember that when they introduced calculators to schools, we all thought nobody will learn mathematics anymore. And of course, we still got by. But artificial intelligence, and especially to our younger kids, is there a way to prevent that from being the end all, and so the education isn't just plug in a sequence into artificial intelligence and have them kick out an answer for you?
Yeah, I sure hope so. Calculators didn't make it so that nobody learned math, but instead when they're used properly, they can really, use your own intelligence and learn how to manipulate the calculator to be able to do more and more that you would not be able to do, at least not as fast. And artificial intelligence has the potential to be that same, or it could be a crutch. Really, in the same way that a calculator can be too. So we just need to find the right balance for that. And that's not up to the legislature, that really is up to educators and teachers and schools and school boards. So we try to work closely with those groups and try to figure out what is the right policy, what's the right level of freedom at the local level to decide how to implement these things, and then what do we want to put more guidelines and restrictions at the state level. Those are conversations that happen to go on, and 45 days from now, hopefully we'll have landed at the right answer.
I want to ask you a question about chronic absenteeism. It feels like it's a really intractable issue. I mean, I'm sure there are solutions, but after the pandemic, things just did not go back to the normal level of attendance.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is interesting. What are you doing about that?
So I have a bill on this, but again, my bill is kind of small potatoes in the sense of what other people are doing. I think we're all responding to an audit that the state board's internal auditor found. And so I'm tackling it from a problem of we're not getting consistent data. And what that means is different districts are measuring it different ways. And if we're going to track attendance, we ought to all agree, this is what we're tracking, this is what it means, this is how you report it, so that we all know what the numbers actually are. That's my approach. I know that there are, again, other legislators that are working on different facets of this. Yeah, it's hard to learn in school if you're not there. So again, we want to strike the right balance. I mean, I sponsored a bill years ago that allowed people to have mental health days as excused absences from schools, and I think that's the right policy. And up until then, that was never anything that was defined. But as students are having more mental health problems, again, we circle back to technology. But it is a real issue that we need to be able to figure out how to address. I know teachers are working hard on that too in schools, and I appreciate the good work that they're doing. We hope, again, to be able to work with them and craft some good incentives and policies to make sure that we can teach our kids actually in schowe
Yeah, and I agree with that, because during the pandemic we thought that we could educate everybody from home, but we've learned, haven't we, that kids just don't tune in. They don't participate to the same extent that they do when they're physically in the classroom.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that we've got to encourage that more and more.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, for some kids, doing an online school really is the right fit. I can see in my own kid, he watches videos on YouTube, and it's just amazing to me how much they retain, by watching something entertaining. So there is a place for technology in the classroom. Honestly, it's better to have, an online lesson on a video that watch. If you're home sick from school, I would rather have them, exposed to the material than not. But we need to find the right balance. And I think that we've swung the pendulum. Again, we're just too far in favor of technology, and we need to get back to where technology is a supplement for quality teachers inside the classroom.
Okay, one last question that doesn't have anything to do necessarily about education. The Jordan River.
The Jordan River is one of 3 major tributaries to the Great Salt Lake. The Great Salt Lake is shrinking, and part of the reason it's shrinking is because water is not making it into the lake through those tributaries, and the Jordan River is one of those. The banks of the river are overgrown with invasive weeds, and they suck up, I've seen some estimates, it's like the lake is getting 50% less water because these weeds continue to grow and expand along the banks of the river. So I'm looking to clean up the banks of the Jordan River. Let's get more water flowing into the Great Salt Lake. And honestly, I also want to turn the Jordan River into a recreational asset for the state instead of something that people run by and think, ooh, I'll hold my breath because this kind of smells, or, I'm going to be scared running through and hope I don't see too many needles on the ground. I want to clean up the river in more ways than one and really turn it into an asset that the state is proud of and that people would get on and use. And my dream for this would be 6 years from now, when Major League Baseball's Utah Spikes open at the Power District, that there are canoes and kayaks on the river waiting to catch the first home run.
Home run.
Yes.
Good for you. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank you
for joining
we'll
us.
Follow up with that.
Yeah.
Good to be with you.
Senator Lincoln Fillmore, the Senate Rules Chair. And stay with us over the break. When we come back, we will be trying to tune in to the speeches, opening day speeches, both in the Senate and in the House. So stay with us.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Sometimes when our furnace stops working, it's something simple we can fix ourselves, if we only knew how. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the next time your furnace stops working, before you call a company out to fix it, try this first. Go shut the furnace down and make sure your air filter is clean. Go around the house and make sure the vents are open and there's nothing blocking the return air. If it's been a while since you've changed the batteries in your thermostat, go ahead and do that too. Then go turn the furnace back on, and if it stays on, you're probably good. If it stops working again, you're probably going to want a technician to check it out. If you don't know one, Any Hour Services has a special offer for any homeowners listening. One of our HVAC technicians will diagnose and troubleshoot your furnace for only $29. Then they'll explain what they found and present you with repair options. And don't worry, our technicians service all brands. Call Any Hour Services and let them know you heard about this $29 troubleshooting special on the radio. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. When the IRS invades your life, it's never good news. Keep in mind, it's not just you.
I owed roughly $34,000.
$61,000. When the IRS first contacted me, I was horrified.
When they start hounding you and harassing you and assaulting you.
Don't face the IRS alone. With everything in your life at stake, don't trust just anyone.
From what I got told was being done in a matter of 2 years, he had done in a matter of like 48 hours.
It's a great thing to have the IRS off your back.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000.
Once I signed on with Jordan, I never talked to the IRS again.
It changed our lives.
You need someone to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com and get relief today. Let's solve your tax problems now. Visit endtaxworry.com. That's endtaxworry.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
If you buy your own health insurance for yourself or your business, you know it can be confusing even in normal times. This year is even tougher. You need to speak with an expert. At My Policy Quote, that's what you'll get. Would you get a surgery without a surgeon? I'm Mike at My Policy Quote. I've been in insurance for 12 years. Most people think when you sign up for an ACA government plan on the marketplace, you're stuck with it for the entire year. Not true. You can stop and enroll with me anytime, all year long. Most of my clients see 47% lower premiums and even more with gold level plans. My Policy Quote has access to true private insurance based solely on your health and the coverage you select, not based on your income. My client Julie started a health plan this January 1st for $1,468 with a $10,600 deductible on an HMO. I got her into a $2,500 deductible, national PPO for $737 a month. If you pay your own health insurance, you're on COBRA, even self-employeds or small businesses, call me, Mike, today. 385-367-6779. Again, that's 385-367-6779. Or visit mypolicyquote.com. That's mypolicyquote.com to get started now.
We are learning that President Stuart Adams is currently addressing the Senate with his opening remarks. We want to go to those live right now.
And we almost say it in unison. It is the people of Utah who have naturally taken on President Lincoln's challenge to dedicate themselves to the unfinished work with those who gave their ultimate sacrifice began. We're going to recognize a few of them today. We all know that the country that controls AI will, in fact, control the world. We know AI needs energy. Our competitors are building more energy. Nuclear energy, using technology America developed. Almost all of the recent nuclear power production has been built by our competitors. We are going to change that. In fact, a few months ago, we announced a partnership between High-Tech Solutions and Holtec International to build a fleet of small nuclear reactors in Brigham City, Utah. This effort represents the future of American energy, and that future is being built in Utah. We have with us today Chris Hayter, co-founder of High-Tech Solutions. Please join me. Chris, stand up and recognizing him. Thank you for being here. Chris, you and your team are going to help make Utah become one of the world's energy capitals. Thank you for all the work you're doing. One nation in the world mines over 60% of the world's critical minerals. That same nation processes over 90% of the world's critical minerals. Without critical minerals, Japan's, Europe's, and America's auto industry would just shut down. Our pharmaceutical industries would shut down. It would affect our ability to produce fighter jets, drones, and weapons. Many of that nation's critical minerals come from halloysite deposits that are not found almost anywhere else in the entire world. Until now. Ionic MT has discovered halloysite deposits in Utah, thousands of acres full of critical minerals, probably the most significant critical mineral reserve in the entire United States. This Utah discovery will shift the entire global economic balance. Please join me in recognizing Andre Zaytoun, who is here today, the founder and CEO of Ionic MT. Stand up. Thank you. Thank you again. It's a big deal. I can't tell you how excited I am
We're
to
going
see
to go
that
ahead and
happen.
switch to the
As we
House,
lead
where
the
Speaker
world
Mike
in
Schultz is also giving his opening remarks. You can follow along le.utah.gov.
Infrastructure that could connect communities, move goods, and open opportunities. Roberts pushed legislation year after year. He was mocked, his bills failed, and some were even vetoed. People shook their fists in his face and told him he was wasting tax dollars on, quote, roads for rich men and their automobiles. He was nicknamed Good Roads Roberts, and it wasn't meant as a compliment. A national proposal to partner with states on building roads promised Utah critical support and funding, but Congress failed to act. Once again, the path forward was blocked. Roberts pushed for state cooperation with the counties. He pushed for a state road commission. He pushed for maintenance standards, funding mechanisms, and long-term planning. Time and time again, the answer was not now, too expensive, too disruptive, too far ahead of its time. But Roberts didn't stop. You see, he believed that if an idea was right, it was worth fighting for. Eventually, persistence broke through resistance, and in 1909, the legislature passed a comprehensive package of road laws that laid the foundation for Utah's road system. What had once been ridiculed became praised. What was once controversial became indispensable. Today, no one questions whether or not those roads were worth building. In fact, we're often criticized for not building enough roads. Roberts understood something that too many people understand in the moment. Progress rarely looks popular while it's happening. Roberts knew he wouldn't personally benefit from the roads he fought for. He wouldn't live to see the freeways or safe mountain passes or the ease in which Utah families now travel from Ogden to Provo in an hour and 15 minutes. And Representative McPherson probably does it in an hour. But he also knew that the future was worth fighting for, even if the payoff belonged to someone else. That is called public service. Every generation inherits the work of those that came before it. And every generation, whether it realizes it or not, is laying the foundations for the next generation. That was true in 1909, and representatives, it is just as true today. Don't get me wrong. The work we do in this chamber over the next 45 days are important. But for Utahns, real life doesn't happen in committee meetings or on the House floor. It happens around kitchen tables, in the carpool pickup lines, in business meetings, in the grocery store, and at Little League ball games. So that's where our focus should be. Our work here is meaningless if we aren't focused on the people who put us in these chairs. Utahns want leaders who understand the weight of a family budget, the stress of a leaky faucet, the worry of an aging parent, and the pride in a child's success. The challenge of making every minute fit into a day that seems never ending, never seems long enough. They want leaders who see them, who hear them, and most importantly, who show up for them. From Beaver to Bountiful, Vineyard to Vernal, Smithfield to St. George, and everywhere in between, we as your representatives see you, we hear you, and we endeavor to show up for you. We know you're worried about rising prices, housing, and childcare. We know you want to live in safe communities, spend less time in traffic. We know you want your kids to get a good education. We hear your complaints about the increased cost of living, government red tape, taxes, and burdensome regulations. To every Utahn listening, what matters to you matters right here. That's where this session begins. The work we do here is for those who call Utah home today and for those who call Utah home 5, 10, 50, even 100 years from now. Because Utah's history is shaped by people who are willing to see beyond the present. Look at the murals above us. Jim Bridger, gazing across the Great Salt Lake, imagining what lies beyond. Brigham Young, standing in the Salt Lake Valley, dreaming of a capital city and a state built to endure. And he probably even said a few prayers, praying that those future generations wouldn't screw things up. Seraph Young, stepping forward with quiet courage, paving the way for women's right to vote. And the Ingham brothers, hauling timber, hammering
So
nails
we're going
into
to go
their
to break, and when we come back, we will have more coverage with our Eye on the Hill with KSL News Radio. Stay with us.
My name is Tom.
My name is Cindy.
We give to and volunteer with United Way at our community free health clinic.
We know our time and money are going to the right places.
We don't just wear the shirt.
We live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Andy Farnsworth. KSL's top story this hour right now, musical numbers, special recognitions, and opening remarks are being given on the House and Senate floors at the state capitol as lawmakers kick off the 45-day legislative session. We'll be live at the Capitol all day long with additional interviews with the people who make the decisions that impact all of us. One of the bills we're following includes directing the Division of Water Resources to look at where water is being lost in our public systems and make recommendations to save water. Another bill proposes a new idea for handicap parking spots, saying the state should start allowing pregnant women to park in them. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The top Republican in Congress gave a historic speech to British lawmakers today.
It marked the first time a sitting U.S. House Speaker was invited to address members of the British Parliament.
It is a profound honor to...
Mike Johnson used his speech to stress the importance of the transatlantic alliance, even as it's strained by the president's demands for a U.S. acquisition of Greenland.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak, and I hope to do so.
Johnson said he aimed to assure the MPs that the allies can continue to work through their differences calmly as friends. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Your money at this moment, the Dow's down 612 points. That's 1.25% to 48,747. Coming up, sunny and hazy. KSL weather's next. KSL News Time, 10:31.
Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done, or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together are brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at UCCU.com. Cormac Bone?
Roadways looking really good all across the Wasatch Front. We had a couple of crashes in the last 2 minutes, though. They cleared right off the road. It was westbound on the 201 freeway. You might see a few residual delays there, but it's already clearing out. And that northbound crash that was on the collector ramp at 90th South, also gone. So if you're on I-15 or any of your major freeways or main secondaries, shouldn't see any delays, maybe a whisper of construction delay on Pioneer Crossing in Lehigh. Visit the Boat Show and Water Sports Expo Thursday through Sunday, January 29th through February 1st at the Mountain America Expo Center. Buy tickets online at utahboatshow.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather today, looking at a high of 45, 46 tomorrow, and a 47 on Thursday, but haze all the way through. There's a chance the air could mix out a bit with some cleaner air. A small cold front coming in Friday into Saturday. Right now, though, 36 degrees in Salt Lake City. I'm Andy Farnsworth from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on Inside Sources.
So we are on the Hill today. It is opening day of the 45-day legislative session. It will go until the first week of March on Friday. And, you know, Greg, one of the things I think that is so interesting is how many lawmakers since we've been up here today have been willing to come talk to us, and the morning show as well. So we've heard from President Stuart Adams and Senator Luz Escamilla on the morning show. We've had Speaker Mike Schultz, Senator Chris Wilson, who's the majority whip in the Senate. We've had Representative Tyler Clancy, and we had the governor come in and sit down and talk with us for a few minutes.
It was quite amazing that he would take the time to do that, especially on the opening day of the legislature, but he came in and gave us as much time as he wanted. I was interested in listening to both of the leaders of the two houses, President Adams speaking to the Senate, obviously, and Speaker Schultz addressing the House, and listening to sort of where they're both thinking this session is going. And I was just writing some things down. Speaker Schultz talks more broadly. Utah's thriving, our economy's resilient, our communities are strong, and I'm quoting him here. So for this session, let's focus on decisions to strengthen Utah, not just for today, but for the Utahns who live here decades from now. Our future depends on this. He goes on and on to talk about the sort of the bigger picture. President Adams drilled down, and he said, he broke it down into specific areas. Energy. We need to work on nuclear energy. Critical minerals. We need to find a way to get critical minerals, and actually talked about the fact that they're right here in Utah. So the difference between the two of them, where one's taking a big picture and one's sort of focusing in. President Adams really talked about a lot of things that he wants to do very specifically. And I hadn't realized, although I remember hearing now after he started talking about it, how Utah's critical minerals could be a huge thing for us to deal with in the future. And both of them, of course, talked about the thing that we can't avoid right now, and that's water, where we're going to go with that.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, one of the things I think that maybe people don't realize is how accessible the Utah legislature is for following along. So the website is one of the most transparent, I think, in the nation, and it's le.utah.gov, so Utah spelled out. And you can go there and you can watch any of the live happenings, but you can also go back and see any of the recordings. Today at 2:15, the State of the Judiciary will happen, and what that means is you'll have the Chief Justice come in and do a presentation. It'll be a joint body. It'll be in the House chambers, but House and Senate members will be there as they talk about the state of the judiciary, which is, of course, a big issue this year.
It's a big year. It's a big issue this year because of what we've already talked about on our show today, and that is the fact that the legislature is dealing with changes to the judiciary, not the least of which is, and that we spoke with Senator Chris Wilson earlier, expanding the Supreme Court. It's been a 5-member body for years and years, for probably close to a century, right, or more, and they're thinking about expanding it to 7. Probably will occur. The Court of Appeals, which has only been in existence for maybe 40 years, only, I guess, being a relative term, currently having 7 members, which sit in panels of 3, make it 9 members, which sit in panels of 3. And then, of course, 2 more district court judges, our trial court throughout the state. We don't know exactly where theirs are going to go, but we can assume that it's going to be somewhere along the Wasatch Front. Maybe not, but the courts in Utah are packed right now. And I go to court, Holly, and I'll see a judge, and he'll say, well, what number is your case? I'll say, I'm number 138 on the calendar. You can't do that. You can't do that when you have a calendar in the morning and a calendar in the afternoon. Because I'll get there for the afternoon calendar at 2 o'clock, and they'll say, the judge is still doing the morning calendar, which started at 9, and then she's going to take a lunch break, and then we'll get to yours.
Yeah. You know, Senator Wilson did break the news that they probably are adding the expansion to the district courts, so that hasn't... it will be an amendment to the bill that he is running. So the other thing too is Governor Cox let us know that the State of the State address will happen on Thursday. So that's just the day after tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Right? And I know that we'll carry that live. At least I'm pretty sure we will. But that's an opportunity for the governor to stand up and talk about, look, this is where we are as a state, and those addresses are pretty fun.
What's been your experience on the Hill, Holly, when it relates to the relationship between the governor and the legislature? Because they're meeting, they're here for 45 days. They're up to their ears, but ultimately he's going to have all these bills on his desk, and that doesn't happen in a vacuum. He's not just reading them for the first time. So what level of involvement does he have in the proceedings over the next 45 days?
Well, there's a level of healthy tension because he doesn't actually weigh in to lobby bills. I mean, that would be extraordinarily rare. In fact, I'm not sure that's happened. But just as we talked about, he has had multiple opportunities to say, look, we're running too many bills. And a couple of years ago, he vetoed a bill and said this could have been an email. And he encourages lawmakers to have conversations rather than just passing legislation. So there's certainly an awareness of what's happening at the legislative level with the executive branch. And I would say that there's not as much, there's not lobbying that's happening between them, but there certainly are discussions.
I think Senator Fillmore, it may have been Clancy, said that we have the shortest period of time for our legislature to meet.
Yeah,
45 days.
45 calendar days in a row, including weekends.
Days, which means some of those dates they're not even meeting.
That is correct.
I mean, I don't know how they expect to get through this, but we have a legislature that when the session's over, they go back to their day jobs.
That's right. They're a part-time legislature. They don't make a lot of money, actually. But one of the things that they do is just what you said. They go back to their regular jobs. And so they have this 45 days where they just work. And look, you can start up here before 7 o'clock in the morning, go past 7 o'clock at night. And as you get towards the end of the session, you'll have official meetings and stuff during that whole time. But there's always groups that want to meet with you as legislators, and they'll hold breakfasts, and they'll hold mid-morning snacks, and they'll sponsor lunches. And I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for people to weigh in with their legislature. But there are also the lobbyists who are taking on specific clients that are trying to weigh in with the legislature as well.
And when does the budget part of it go? It seems like that's often done at the front end.
So there's a couple of answers to that question. So tomorrow, appropriation subcommittees will start meeting, and that's where each different group that focuses on a specific issue, like public education or higher education, they will start meeting together tomorrow to talk about their budget priorities. That'll go to the Executive Appropriations Committee that actually makes the final decisions towards the end of the session. But it's not until February where you actually get the numbers that come in for the next fiscal year. So they're working on numbers from last year, and when they finally get the numbers in February, and I can't remember exactly when, but in February when they get those numbers, then they'll say, okay, this is actually what our budget is this year.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine how the House Speaker and the Senate President prioritize bills, and I know that could be a whole segment. But when you got 400 bills, ultimately maybe 1,200 bills, and you have to expect the body to have a full opportunity to vest those bills and to talk about those bills. I mean, which ones go and which ones don't. That's a hard decision.
Well, each caucus, so the majority caucus in House and the majority caucus in the Senate, the minority caucuses in each one, they prioritize at least subject matter, right? And there will be specific bills that they prioritize. Sometimes you'll see leadership who runs the bills, like Senator Wilson, who's running a bill, and he's the majority whip. That one is a priority bill, I would assume. But then each legislator has an opportunity to prioritize bills as well, and the chairs of the committees help set the agenda. So that is one of the questions, right, especially as we get down to the end and we still have 800 bills that have to be discussed.
Right. And, of course, we talked earlier about homelessness as an issue the legislatures want to address. We want to talk with the interim state homeless coordinator when we come back after this.
You're making resolutions for the new year. Have you ever thought of making a resolution to get a new metabolism?
So that your body is burning fat more naturally? I used to have a terrible metabolism because I didn't know what to eat or when to eat it until I did SOTA weight loss. I let go of 37 pounds, and now my metabolism works for me.
I let go of 70 pounds in 5 months, and it was so nice because once that metabolism changes, the things that affected you more regularly don't affect you anymore. And those are the things that I learned from my nutritionist as I was going along and even afterward. It's so helpful. They taught me how to be successful for life.
You can call and speak to a nutritionist at Soda Weight Loss today at 866-800-SODA, S-O-T-A. That's 866-800-SODA.
Or you can go to sodaweightloss.com and see the hundreds of before and after pictures. And right now is the best time to do it, because if you join now, your partner joins for free, so you get 2 transformations for the price of 1.
It's 866-800-SODA.
Because soda is, say it with me, Amanda, state of the art.
KSL offers the best daily newsletter in the state. It's the 3 things you need to know. Every weekday, we deliver quality and relevant content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the 3 things you need to know to be informed about the world around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Let's be honest. The National Symphony may not be in his future, but he wanted to try violin. So you said yes because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more about keeping your kids safe in your vehicle at nhtsa.gov/therightseat. Show him you love him. Keep him safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/therightseat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
So we are on the Hill. I'm Holly Richardson, joined by Greg Skordas, and we are not only on the Hill, but we are physically on the Hill.
Sitting on the Hill.
We are in the historic Supreme Court chambers, and you've noted there's 5 chairs. There's no way to expand it here, but they don't meet here anymore. So we actually have with us in person Nick Coleman. He's one of the other people that I go way back with. It's really fun.
How could you? He looks like he's 18 years old.
I know he does. He does, but one of the things that's fun about being back on the Hill is I know a lot of people up here. So Nick is the interim state homeless coordinator, and he is here to talk to us a little bit about some of the homeless issues that you're working on, but what you see the legislature working on this session. So thanks for joining us, Nick.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
I wonder if you could just start by talking about what bills you're tracking or will be tracking this legislative session that deal with homelessness.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for having me. This session, we are going to be working on some bills that specifically focus on the Office of Homeless Services. That's the coordinating entity that works across the state with partners in all areas of the state. We're going to be working on making sure that our reporting standards and our data is accurate, that it's not duplicative, and that it reduces the burdens on providers who are working really hard to get us lots of data. But we want them to be really focused on providing optimal service. And so we want to reduce some of that duplicative reporting and get them in a spot where they can focus solely on their mission. And so we're going to be working on that. And then we've got plenty of other bills that are coming up this session on homelessness that we're going to be tracking and working with as well.
Nick, as a lifelong resident of Utah, I don't remember a time really, at least in my adult life, when we didn't have a fairly serious or significant homeless population. But it seems like there's been a focus on that over the last maybe 5 or 10 years, much more than in the past. And I don't know whether that's had any, fruits, whether that's helped at all. But it seems like at least we're addressing it in a way that we hadn't in the past, which to me makes sense. But what does the future look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it might be surprising, but last year nearly 30,000 Utahns accessed the homeless response system. And of those, 75%, we don't actually expect to come back into that system. It is, it reflects this years of thoughtful policy making and our civic culture that encourages people to get involved and to serve, to get into the shelters and to interact with people and to understand that they're humans and our neighbors as well. The governor's budget this year, his proposal, is $25 million one time and $20 million ongoing. And the intent of that funding request is to say, look, for the system that we've got, 75% of individuals, we don't expect to come back into the system. That's a really great success. It deserves recognition. And we've got to be able to celebrate our service providers who are doing that work. The question becomes, what about that 25%? To your question, what about this focus on this last 25%? And it's this group who we believe, homelessness is maybe a symptom, but it's not the diagnosis. And for them, we've got to ask, what can we do better for that group and that population? And that's what we're going to be working on this session.
I'm going to ask you a question about your involvement in this issue. What is one of the things that has surprised you as you have started working in this space?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are opportunities to serve, not only here in the state or the executive branch, but also for citizens statewide. So any decisions that we make, the data that has to back it has to be really solid, right? Next week, we'll be performing a point-in-time count. That means that volunteers go out in the early hour mornings and they interview folks directly, and anybody can get involved with this. So you can go to justserve.org to find out more information. But if you get involved with that, you can go out and interview individuals who are experiencing crisis and get to know them. It's been really surprising just how much there is of an opportunity for people to serve here in this state and to volunteer.
It's interesting that you used the word symptom, because I couldn't agree with you more. It seems like in addressing the homeless problem, you have to also address things like substance abuse, things like mental health issues, and that not addressing those maybe causes or effects doesn't help the problem at all. So what can we do about those and other tangential issues to the homeless problem?
That's right. So if we go back to the idea that 75% of individuals going through our system are receiving the help and they're moving towards self-sufficiency, I have to ask ourselves, what about this last remaining portion? And for them, housing is not necessarily the constraining factor, right? we've got to be able to get them into the services that they need to stabilize and move towards self-sufficiency. And so that could look like a lot of different things. But what we know is that this group is what we call high utilizing. And for them, it's much less interesting to ask about their housing status at any given time, but much more interesting to ask what public system are they touching today. So for instance, on Tuesday, they could be in a shelter tonight. By Wednesday or Thursday, they might be in an ER. By Saturday, they might be in a jail. And then the cycle repeats itself. And although you don't have to live in Salt Lake City to understand that this is an issue, it's particularly acute here. And so we want to step in and help these individuals. It's the idea that we will meet you where you are, but we love you too much to leave you there. And it's compassionate to step in and help offer individual services, and that's what we want to do.
I have a question just about maybe some subcategories of people experiencing homelessness. So I'm thinking particularly of veterans, but also of families with children. Can you talk about resources? Are there anything specific for those two groups, or do they just become lumped in with everybody who's experiencing homelessness?
That's such a great question. You know, the Utah Office of Homeless Services, we have an interactive data dashboard. I know that there's so much out there. This is really important. So our office maintains this dashboard, and you can go in and look at each subcategory of individual or which group they might belong to. So, for instance, our 2025 point-in-time count showed that there were roughly about 160 veterans experiencing homelessness directly on our streets. That's a number that we want to get at. But with the support of the legislature and their generous investments into this system, last year we were able to stand up the Family Interim Non-Congregate Housing Project with Shelter the Homeless, and that provides non-congregate care for families.
You have to explain that word.
Yeah, sure. Non-congregate meaning they have their own room with their personal space, so that family can access services and seek the solutions that will help them in a space that's not lined up next to each other, but they've got a door to shut at the end of the night.
A couple of months ago, Nick, we interviewed a couple of our elected officials who were talking about a proposal, and I don't know where it is right now, maybe you can help me with this, to create a campus, an area in sort of out by the airport, or I don't recall where it was exactly, but it was in the northwest quadrant of Salt Lake City. Can you tell us where that proposal sits right now?
Right. Well, you know, here's what we know. That we've not made any sort of final decisions, nor are we finalized on any pieces there. We're evaluating any and all solutions to this crisis, and what we really want to focus on is this last remaining portion that we know is not several thousand individuals, it's probably several hundred or a couple hundred. And these folks cycle in and out of these systems and take up the disproportionate share of our emergency resources. We want to give them structured support. And that's what the governor's budget is seeking to do this year. And so in terms of our priorities, we're seeking that funding to be able to create a program for these high utilizing individuals, and certainly recognize that additional investment may or needs to be made down the line. We want to start with this group.
Where does it sit? Because I know one of the concerns is accessibility, that it's kind of far away from like public transportation, et cetera. What are we looking at as far as getting people there, and is it years away before we see the first people who might be able to be housed there?
That's a great question. We're going to be working really closely with our legislative partners this session to be able to understand what they would like to see. And, you know, furthermore, there's opportunities for individuals from the public to come up here and get involved, and we want to hear from folks in the public about what their ideas are to help improve this as well. We're not singularly focused on a particular parcel or an idea. We're much more focused on the idea that individuals should be offered the services that move them towards self-sufficiency, and that's going to look different depending on who you're talking about, if it's a subgroup or if it's the majority. But really, the proposal and the idea this year is to be very lasered in on a group of individuals, again, these high utilizers that we think if we addressed just that group, we might be able to see some pretty meaningful progress.
Sounds like you have an incredible understanding of the problem, which I think is the first part of getting it solved. So thank you for joining us. That was Nick Coleman, Interim State Homeless Coordinator, talking about the homeless issue. When we come back, we'll be joined by Representative Doug Welton to talk about a bell-to-bell cell phone ban in our schools. We'll be right back.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Claire Scott. KSL's top story this hour. A South Ogden man accused of shooting 2 people and ambushing police was supposed to be in court today, but officials with the Weber County Jail say he refused. James Joseph Rios is charged with aggravated murder for the early morning shooting back on January 8th. Police say he shot at officers at his South Ogden home after first shooting at neighbors and a dog. One neighbor and the dog died from their injuries. The judge says Rios will be forced to appear for his next scheduled hearing on January 27th, and if he doesn't comply, a cell extraction could be ordered. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Netflix is making some changes to its bid to buy Warner Bros.
Netflix is now offering to pay for Warner Brothers Discovery entirely in cash at $23.25 per share. Previously, the streamer had offered a cash and stock deal valued around $83 billion. But then Paramount put in an all-cash deal to buy the movie studio out from under Netflix. Warner Brothers rejected that offer. The new all-cash bid from Netflix is seen as a way to rebuff any future Paramount takeover attempts. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Your money at this moment, the Dow is down 681 points. The S&P is down 106 points. And coming up, highs in the mid to upper 40s the rest of the week. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:01.
A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
Looking for a secure retirement plan without market risk? Look no further. Lyle Boss, president of Boss Financial, specializes in no market risk retirement strategies with guarantees of principal, guaranteed growth, and lifelong income. Join Lyle right here each Saturday and Sunday for his Safe Money radio show, and call him now at 855-355-SAFE for your complimentary customized Safe Money information kit and Safe Money book. Nothing but upside here at 855-355-SAFE.
With affordable tuition, personal support, and career services, Salt Lake Community College is empowering students to shape Utah's future.
I'm an occupational therapy practitioner.
I'm an electrical engineer.
And I'm in comms, PR, and marketing.
And I'm a Salt Lake Community College alum.
A better Utah starts with a better education. SLCC provides opportunities to students who become alumni that shape Utah's future. See how we're investing in Utah's future at slcc.edu/community.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars4Kids. Call 1-877-CARS4Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by UCCU. Transfer savings. Earn more UCCU. Love where you bank. Here's Steve Carlson.
We still have a crash on southbound I-15 in Box Elder County near Honeyville. Got the right lane blocked. Otherwise, I-15 rolling crash-free. Got normal speeds between Ogden and Provo. Same story on I-80, the 201, and all the belt routes. Bangerter and Mountain View rolling clear with good speeds. Join three-time Tony winner Patti LuPone, January 26th at Ravenel Hall as she celebrates the 25th anniversary of her acclaimed concert, Matters of the Heart. Tickets on sale now at utahsymphony.org. Steve Carlson in the KSL Traffic Center.
A high of 45 in Hays this week. We could see some cold air move out the inversion by Friday, but it will settle back in across the Wasatch Front a few days later. Right now, it is 37 and sunny. I'm Claire Scott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026. Special coverage on Inside Sources.
So we're back with Inside Sources. I'm Holly Richardson, and I'm joined, of course, by my co-host, Greg Skordas. And we're on the Hill today in the historic Supreme Court chambers. Very, very fun. If you're on the Hill, drop by, say hi, wave. We've been waving to school groups of kids as they walk by. And we have Representative Doug Walton in with us. And first of all, I think it's important for our listening audience to know that you're a teacher.
I am, yes.
Remind our listeners and me where you teach, at least what grades.
Yeah, I teach at Salem Hills High School. I teach all the high school grades, and I call them all the fun classes. You could call them the weird classes. I've got Japanese, debate, current issues, and philosophy.
Oh my gosh, that is a fun load. That's a fun load. So you are really, I think, an ideal person to talk about this bill, and that's the bell-to-bell ban on cell phones in classrooms. Just tell us a little bit about that and how we went from just barely saying we're going to put some constraints on to now this bell-to-bell.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest reasons, and I'm not sure all the governor's reasons other than what he said and all of that, but we've seen in areas that have gone bell-to-bell and you've got all hands on deck, then the outcomes are a lot better. I mean, currently, with what we did last session, we've seen the test scores are up, attendance is, absenteeism is down, bullying's down. Like the results are just incredible. And so the goal was to get it bell to bell from the very beginning. Which, on a side note, this is kind of interesting. 3 years ago, when the bill first came up, I actually voted against a cell phone ban, and then I was a little hesitant on the bell to bell last session when it was trotted out to me, and I just looked at the data and I've looked at the outcome, and I've seen what happened so far half a year through the school, and it's so good for the kids. They're engaging with each other. They're talking. They're just, it's great.
But there was some legislation passed last year regarding cell phone ban, correct?
Correct. Yes.
How does this amend that? Does it take it a step further in terms of what we're calling now bell to bell?
It does. Yeah. So the original bill was no cell phones during instruction time, so you could have it during passing time, at lunch, before, after. I guess it's mostly passing time and during lunch. And this time, bell to bell is like from the first bell of the day when school starts to the last bell of the day, no cell phones.
Which means what? The kid walks into the school or they just don't bring the cell phone to school?
Yeah, so that's up to the each LEA, the school board of the school district, that they can make their own decision and they can put their own parameters around that. In practice, the way it's looked this year in my school district and the school districts that I'm familiar with is you can have your cell phone, you just can't have it out. And I think that's the better way to go. I don't think it's wise to say no cell phones, because if there is an emergency, the kids got their phone with them, and it's not in a locker or in their car or something like that. It's with them on the school. They just can't have it out.
That's interesting. You know, when we talk about this on our show, it is one of the topics that that a lot of listeners weigh in on. And one of the things that I've heard consistently is that it's not universally enforced, even the one that we already have, right? That maybe they'll bring a burner phone that they'll put in the bag and they keep their regular phone and they're still on it. What are you hoping to see enforcement-wise? And I don't mean like heavy-handed, but what are you hoping to see within the schools?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the awareness. Let me just go back to the beginning of this school year. So when we came in, like all the kids knew. Mm-hmm. Like they came in, it wasn't a big fight. Some of them rolled their eyes, especially if they knew that I was the one that was responsible for that. They kind of rolled their eyes at me. But there is like various levels of enforcement. And I think that's one of the big issues is like no cell phones during instruction time has actually been the policy in every school that I'm familiar with since for the 20 years that I've been teaching. It's just the enforcement has gotten lax. And we've seen the negative harms more. I mean, we kind of knew that it was bad and it was kind of a distraction, but we've seen how bad it is to be on those phones constantly. And so this is a good reminder, and it's kind of got everybody on deck. All the teachers, all the faculty was really on board. Students were on board, parents were on board. And now that we're halfway through the school year, it's getting a little lax. But you're going to have outliers for sure. I mean, you're going to have kids that pull out their burner phones. I mean, we got speed limits that say don't speed, and we have people that speed, and so you're not going to catch everybody. But the vast majority are not using their cell phones, and they're engaging more, and their educational outcomes are better.
Do the schools and the districts have some ability to enact policies within their own little parameters, and that would be independent or sort of defining what's going on here?
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I got on board with this version versus a couple of years ago when they tried to run it is the LEAs, the school boards, the districts, they actually still have autonomy. They could actually say, you know what, our stakeholders really think we should have cell phones all the time, and they could actually pass that policy. They just have to actively do that. But as far as like the enforcement goes, that's like a district level policy.
And let me ask you, because I'm sitting here talking to you, my watch is buzzing. Is it also applied to other smart devices besides phones?
It is. It's emerging technology. It's earbuds. It's meta glasses. All of those things like that.
Meta glasses at school?
I haven't seen them, or at least I'm not aware of them. But I have no doubt they'll start creeping in.
I'm not an educator like you are, but I do speak to school groups periodically, and I'll tell you that it is annoying when kids are looking at their devices and you feel like you're being ignored. And so I can't imagine what it's like in your shoes as a teacher when you're teaching a specific topic on something Japanese and the kid's on his or her cell phone. I mean, this makes so much sense.
Yeah, and it is hard. I mean, I hear some people and I see the comments sometimes like, just education should be more engaging, but like you just, I mean, Governor Cox talks about it all the time. It's like it's not a fair fight. Like, the dopamine you get from those like 10-second reels and the little games and things like that are just hard. The year we passed the bill, the beginning of last school year, I usually show a Monty Python clip called The Argument Clinic to my debate students to just talk about what debate is and isn't. And I purposely let kids do what kids did, and I sat back and watched. And the number of kids that were on their phones, they didn't laugh, they didn't get it. And this is something that historically is a very engaging clip that kids think is funny, and they like, oh, that's clever and it's funny. And the kids that were on their phones, they just didn't connect at all.
Yeah,
interesting. Is it the argument about whether or not the person is a witch?
No, that's
a good one. I really enjoyed that.
Monty Python.
On the Socratic method, yeah.
We only have about a minute left, but I wanted to ask you about another bill that you're running about school fee waivers. Can you just summarize that really briefly?
Yeah, this bill basically says, so in the state of Utah, we allow school fee waivers, and it's this free and fair access to education, and money should not be a factor whether you can participate. So a lot of times you'd go on trips, the band would go to California competition, and if you didn't have money, you couldn't go. And so fee waivers just said, you know, if it's a school trip and it costs money and you hit certain financial measurements, we're going to pay for your trip. The problem is that we run into, and I think that's great, by the way. I think money creates opportunity, and we're trying to give kids opportunity. The problem we've run into is like you have some kids that are going on 3, 4, 5, 6 trips in a school year, which the average student can't do. Like most when you look at the data, most kids are able to go on one trip on average. or less. And so if you've got a kid who's going 3, 4, and 5, that's something that just an average parent can't do. They just, you get to go on this trip, or you get to go on this trip.
That's
or
right.
if you're lucky, you can go on these two, but you don't get to go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We've had some kids that are getting $10,000 worth of trips.
Wow, I want that.
Me too.
All right. Thanks for joining us. That's Representative Doug Welton, and he's the House sponsor of the bell-to-bell cell phone ban. I'm guessing it's going to not have any trouble going through this session. And when we come back after the break, we're going to be speaking with Senator Kathleen Reeby about a bill she has that I think is a result of Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk to her about that when we come back.
Many people worry they're not making the right investment choices inside their 401ks. Did you know that you might have a little-known opportunity to add some additional investment choices to your 401k and get the help and recommendations you've been looking for? This exciting feature is called a self-directed brokerage window. And the best part? The money still stays within your 401k. Learn how the trusted advisors at Capital Wealth may be able to expand your investment portfolio. To learn more, call or text the word VISIT to 801-877-9800 or go to CapitalWealth401k.com. Improving your 401k might mean the difference of retiring a few years earlier. Let's find out. Schedule your no-cost 15-minute consultation with the Capital Wealth team today. Call or text the word VISIT to 801-877-9800 or go to CapitalWealth401k.com. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Since 1947, Whipple Service Champions has been Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Got a high-priced repair bill from another company and you're just not sure about it? Call Whipple. Get a free no-pressure estimate or bring in their quote for an honest second opinion totally free. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's first place for a second opinion since 1947. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. 385-273-7167.
When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts or commitments, so while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 monthly value. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Need to replace your Social Security card? In most states, you can request one online with a My Social Security account. A My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal earnings history and benefit status. You can also get a proof of income letter, estimate and apply for benefits, and more. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. A My Social Security account allows you to access your earnings history and benefits information, request a replacement Social Security card, get a proof of income letter, estimate and apply for benefits, and more. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
So we are back with our Eye on the Hill coverage with KSL News Radio. I'm Holly Richardson with Inside Sources. Greg Skordas, my co-host, and we're joined right now. I keep wanting to say in studio, but it's in the old Supreme Court chambers on the Hill with Senator Kathleen Reby. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Isn't this a beautiful space?
It's so beautiful. It's also very tiny. So I'm wondering right off the bat if we could talk to you about a bill that you're running, and it's called Public Speaking Amendments. But when I read the bill, it's like, oh, I think I know what this is a result of. Do you want to tell our listeners about this bill?
Yeah, when we think about what's happening on our campuses for the last couple of years, there's been some controversy about who can speak and who can't speak. And so this was a bill that I've been thinking about. And then after our tragedy at UVU, I decided to pull the plug in and put some guardrails around what was going to happen with public speaking. I think it's a great bill. We have had USHE reach out to me and say that they have a working group that's actually worked on many of these things already. So I'm hoping that that's how bills work, that we don't have to run them because our responsible institutions are doing the work we need that to be done. So really happy to have this bill there and providing some guideline for what I think would be good for our universities, for the safety of our students and the safety of our faculty.
Senator Reby, I've been looking at the bill, and it's not a creation of a new sort of a law regarding public speaking. It's amendment of current law, isn't it?
Yeah, it would put some guardrails around if someone was going to speak, what kind of things needs to happen. And if you look like a threat assessment, as we started listening to social media, or we started seeing stuff that was happening around the campus, we could change the parameters of where the event would happen. I mean, I know we're already doing these things, but just really giving our institutions those guidelines and that support they need to make sure that, we're all on the same page.
So what are some of the guardrails that this bill would put into place for somebody like a Charlie Kirk or, some other well-known figure who's coming to campus?
Honestly, after what happened with Charlie Kirk, I felt a little threatened. I was nervous about my family and myself, and so we kind of had conversations. If you were going to go out in public, what kind of things should you be responsible for as a person who's elected and might be saying inflammatory things at an event? So, making you responsible for your security and not just the institutions. You recognize where you're putting yourself in harm's way, and ensuring your speech and having security for yourself is something that I think is important for the people that come to our campuses. It shouldn't just be left at the doorstep of our learning institutions. I mean, we have tight budgets, and if you're making millions of dollars going around the country speaking, then you should be responsible for some of your security, and you should also have an insurance policy. I think that's my favorite part about it, having insurance so that we're not left holding the bill.
And it also looks, Senator, like the institution that's holding the event can do what you've described as a risk assessment, and so that they can tailor it. It's not just a one-size-fits-all. You get a Charlie Kirk for one thing, but you get Greg Skordas, where 3 people are going to show up. It's a little bit different audience. You know what I mean? So you do seem to allow the institution to sit down beforehand and say, okay, this is what's going on. How are we going to address the potential problems that we're going to have here?
Yes, I believe idealistically that would be the best way to go, so that you could invite anyone, but then also modify what needed because of their audience. So it does have a risk assessment, and it also moves. So if it changes, you have the ability to change with it, and that's going to be part of a contract, so that you wouldn't have to be saying like, oh, this is where we're at and we're stuck there. You can move along with the as it's migrating through the system.
If you were a student attending a university or some other institution of higher education, what kind of assurances are you hoping to have students feel like by the time this legislative session is over?
It's our First Amendment rights, and I want our students to be exposed to as many ideas as possible. I might not agree with all of them, but I want my son goes to a higher institution here, and I want him to be able to listen to both sides, listen to all sides, learn. I mean, that's how we become critical thinkers, by hearing all sides. So hopefully he would feel comfortable attending those events, and then also that he'd feel comfortable learning from all those institutions, and not even just thinking about, oh, is this safe for me, but actually being willing to engage in these conversations, because that engagement is important.
Is there anything in the bill, you mentioned First Amendment, that would tend to allow institutions to regulate speech, or to I know that's a broad question, but it's not a bill designed to affect the speaker as much as it is the institution's ability to control the event and make sure that it's a safe event.
Well, I hope that it actually encourages people to allow more people to come and speak, because we have these guardrails around it. So I'm hoping to enhance the First Amendment and trying to bring more people to our campuses, and having this guardrail that you said would fluctuate between the needs of somebody who's really, really out there to someone who's just, standard person who wants to have a good conversation and, a panel.
So that a speaker can feel assured that the institution has taken some steps and worked out some measures to make the event safe for not only them, but for the audience.
Everyone involved, yes.
So, Senator Reeby, you are the Minority Caucus Manager in the Senate, right?
Yes.
Tell me what that does.
Well, we are, what I do a lot of is working with our caucus meetings and trying to keep them on track and on time, getting some people to speak at our caucus meetings. And so if there's something controversial or something that you'd like to speak to us about so that we can help you with move legislation, you could reach out to me and I can put you on our agenda for caucus managing.
Interesting.
Where does this bill sit right now? Because it seems like it would be one that you wouldn't get a lot of pushback from. Maybe you have been, but just reading it, it makes a lot of sense in terms of what's going on right now in our country.
That's a great question. Like I said when we started, the UC board has reached out to me. The Utah State Higher Education Board reached out, and they said, we're actually working on a lot of this. And I have always respected the work that our institutions have done, and if I feel that they have done this to the extent that I would like them to and met all the criteria in my bill, I might just abandon this bill because it's already been done. And they've been working diligently to try to fulfill all these requirements. I mean, everybody wants their students to be safe. Everybody wants to have the latitude to do what's best, but I don't feel like a heavy-handed bill is the way to go, and I feel like the less bills we have up here, the better. So I'm so glad UC's stepping up and doing the work that they needed to do.
And this particular bill, Senator, is directed toward higher education in terms of public speaking events.
Yes.
I have another question for you. This is on your bill about citizen education amendments, and we only have about a minute or so left. Tell us about that one.
That's a great bill. When you think about our students that are 16 and 18, their lives change dramatically. They are involved in very, very adult conversations, adult decisions. They're involved in contracts. So when we look at what's happening in our 16 to 18 lives, we really should tell our students, like, if you sign a contract, you're going to be held responsible. You have to sign up for the draft. You're going to get, yes. If you're going to get a license, you have these requirements, and you can be held accountable for them in law. So, also entering into physical relationships with other people, this would be outlined as well. So just really trying to make students aware of their legal responsibilities as they become emerging and flourishing adults and citizens in our community.
So this would be a class that would be provided?
Not a class.
Okay, not a class.
If we wanted to do it a class, we could. They talked about maybe turning it into a pamphlet, just making it's a shall, a may, not a shall, so it's not required. But it's just kind of like a little nod to, like, let's prepare our kids and not put, potholes in their way for them to crash. So.
My goodness, that makes so much sense to
Yeah.
me.
Well, thanks for joining us, Kathleen. Or
Yeah.
Senator Reeby.
Senator Reeby.
You're my friend, so I appreciate that.
I'm glad I'm your friend.
We'll bring you back hopefully during the session.
I would love that. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. When we come back after this break, we're going to have a discussion about another bill that I think has to do with the No Kings rally. We're going to talk with Representative Magro when we come back about that.
11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Claire Scott, KSL's top story this hour. Right now at the state capitol, the Senate has just entered a recess. The House is still in the House chamber, going over today's events and introducing new legislation. Utah's House Speaker says they'll be looking at anywhere from 800 to 900 bills over the next 45 days, but how many will pass?
Around 500 bills, give or take, is what it's been the last few years, so that's my guess is probably about that same.
House Speaker Mike Schultz tells Inside Sources his top focus is bringing down the cost of living for Utah families. That will include working on an income tax cut and disusing property tax reform. Other hot topics will be water conservation. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. French President Emmanuel Macron says mutual cooperation among allies is the only way to ensure global economic stability. It comes after a leaked message to President Trump saying he does not understand what you're doing on Greenland.
Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens.
He added that the EU and America need to stick together even if they disagree. Your money at this moment, the Dow is down 671 points. The S&P is up 114. And coming up, haze and highs in the 40s. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:31.
What most people don't realize is this. If you got government Obamacare health insurance again, especially here in Utah, you're not just overpaying a premium, you're carrying most of the risk yourself. At My Policy Quote, yes, I can help reduce premiums. In fact, many families are seeing around 47% savings, even more on gold level plans. But the real issue shows up when life happens. A doctor visit, a lab work, an ER trip. The moment you hand over that blue card or any big box insurance, that's when prices jump. And with families suffering with deductibles now reaching $20,000, you're paying all of the out-of-pocket long before the insurance starts to help. My name's Mike at My Policy Quote, and I work with private insurance based on your health, not your income, so you're not forced into a one-size-fits-all coverage. That means lower overall costs, access to national PPO networks, and plans designed around how families actually use care. If you pay your own health insurance, self-employed or small businesses, call me, Mike, today. 385-367-6779. Again, that's 385-367-6779. Or visit mypolicyquote.com. That's mypolicyquote.com to get started now.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by UCCU. Supercharge your savings at uccu.com. Here's Steve Carlson.
Got a crash in Ogden right now. This is northbound Harrison Boulevard at 33rd Street. Two left lanes are blocked there. Slowdowns continue on southbound 15 in Box Elder County. That's due to a lingering crash. Been there a while in Honeyville. Right lane is still blocked as you roll through there. And for Utah County drivers, watch for another crash. Southbound 15 at 500 East in American Fork on the left shoulder. Steve Carlson at the KSL Traffic Center.
It'll be another sunny, hazy day today. Highs will sit in the mid-40s. The rest of the week will be much of the same, but this weekend a cold front will sweep in and hopefully allow for some ventilation and fresh, clean air. Right now, it is 37 and fair. I'm Claire Scott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com, we're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Eye on the Hill 2026 special coverage on Inside Sources.
You know, Holly, I've been asked to teach classes around the state on firearms legislation and firearms law because people have just misconceptions or maybe just questions about when, how, and under what circumstances you can carry a gun. And it changes. It's something we do in Utah that because we are part of the old Wild West and we protect our Second Amendment rights, it's very important to us. Restricting gun ownership and gun laws is a big topic. But sometimes things will happen, and we'll have to reevaluate what we're doing.
You know, one of the things that people should note is there are legislators up here that are carrying. I don't know if they're open carrying, but they are carrying. But we have with us today Representative Verona is that how you say your first name?
Yes.
Maunga. And one of the things that I know about you, Representative, is that you were close friends with Afa Alu, who was the person who was killed at the No Kings rally in June. And I wonder if you could talk just a little bit about your relationship with Afa, and then a little bit about this bill.
Sure. Thank you guys for having me and being here on the first day of session. Afa Alu and I were close friends. We were basically like family, did a lot of work in the community, aligned in so many ways. He was someone who truly supported people and wanting to ensure that communities had the resources they needed and were well taken care of. And so when Afa tragically passed away at the No Kings rally, not only was that devastating, but it was truly a moment of reflection. As a gun owner myself, I had to think about what is my responsibility as a gun owner, and what things can I do as a gun owner to be more responsible, and how do we now look at public safety? Because when you look at rallies and protests and there's hundreds and thousands of people there, someone walking open carrying a long gun, there's going to be emotional reactions to that, and there's fear that comes along with that. And so this legislation really stems from that incident and many incidences like that in our country. And so really what it does is, if there is a crowd of 200 plus or more and it's a rally or a protest within 500 feet, it would make it so that you cannot open carry a long gun. And this bill is very narrow. It makes it so that the first interaction starts with conversation. A police officer would let you know and educate you on this new law. And if after repeated times you choose not to put your long rifle away, then there would be a misdemeanor, a Class B. And so, thinking about this law, you have to be really careful and think about our Constitution and our Second Amendment rights, which are so important. And so within the framing of what can we do and how do we honor the Second Amendment, we came up with this law, looked at legislation in similar states, similar conservative states, and so we created this legislation. And really at the end of the day, this is about public safety and wanting people to be able to go to rallies and protests and feel safe as a community.
I need to disclose that I represented the man who was carrying the long rifle at that event and caused the consternation or whatever that he was shot himself. And let me ask you this: had this law been in effect at the time of that No Kings rally, and this was it was in June, I think, or it was a while ago, what would have been different? So Arturo Gambo was my client's name. He was carrying the long rifle. He's the one that caused the fear. Would he have not been allowed to bring that into within 500 feet of the event?
Right, within 500 feet of the event. And if it was a situation where he was seen carrying a long rifle, there would have been a conversation with him and law enforcement. And then at that point, it's up to him to conceal it, if he's legally allowed to conceal, or just to make sure you're not within that 500 feet.
Is the conversation with law enforcement as opposed to event organizers? You know what I mean? Because that was a problem too, and maybe you haven't, narrowed it down to that point. But is it law enforcement would come up and say, "Hey, this is a such and such an event. We don't allow long rifles here. You can take that and put it in your car." Is that how the initial interaction would take place?
The initial interaction would take place with law enforcement. I think event organizers also have a responsibility, but that wouldn't be an initial conversation about whether you're allowed to carry or not.
I'm wondering if you could speak to us about another one of your bills that you are particularly interested in carrying this year. Is there one that stands out to you besides this one?
Yeah, I'm running several bills. Many of my bills I look at through the lens of public safety. I have a bill that's coming to the House floor today, actually. This is a victim rights amendment bill, and this just makes it so that it's codified in law that we have a victims' rights coordinator. We have victims' rights advocates who work within our 8 judicial districts. This just makes it so that the process is streamlined and that there is an actual process for people to follow.
So the state would then, as a result of this, have a designated victims' rights coordinator that we don't have now?
We do have one. It's just not codified in law right now. This would ensure that it is there and that there is an actual process for victims if they feel like there is a complaint or an issue that comes up. And so this will just make it so that there's a clear, standardized process.
So just a process question so our listeners understand. This was an interim committee bill, is that correct?
That's correct. It was heard in judiciary, passed unanimously, and so hopefully we'll have some time for it to be heard on the floor today.
So that's why we have a bill that can be right out of the gate.
Yes.
on
Yep.
day one. On day one.
Yeah, and so tell us how that goes about. Holly knows how these bills go, but I don't.
Yeah, so we meet once a month during the interim when we're not in our general session. And during the interim, that's an opportunity for the public to come up and for legislators and other organizations to present bills and possible legislation. And this was one that I worked on with CCJS and the Victims Advocates Organization, and was able to work on this and then present it to the Judiciary Committee and get questions asked and have the public come up and comment and speak on it. And because it was passed unanimously, now it goes to the House floor without having a regular committee hearing.
So when you present on the House floor, whenever that's going to be, which is going to be soon, how much discussion time do you anticipate on a bill like this?
You know, they say if a bill passes in the interim unanimously, then that means it should go right through. But I don't think that always happens. And so I've already had some questions from some of my colleagues about this bill and about victims' rights and if we're expanding things or not. And so this bill is really about policy and not philosophy. And so I'm sure I'll get some questions. We'll have a good discussion about it.
Is the intent to make sure that there's more of a state-wide, or at least that we're consistent with it between jurisdiction and jurisdiction around the state?
Right, and that's one of the things that we're seeing is that it's not consistent. I know that with the 3rd District Court, they have a really great process, and victims feel heard, and there's an opportunity for them to learn about resources. I don't know if it's like that across the board, and again, this would just make it so that there's a clear process for everyone.
And are you working with the Utah Crime Victims Legal Clinic with this, or are they part of it, or do you know?
I haven't worked with them on this.
Okay.
And then the process would be, if this bill passes off the House floor today, it'll go over to the Senate side. Will it also skip committee hearing there since it passed through?
It will.
Okay.
So in the interim, so the Judiciary Committee is made up of House and Senate members. And so that's why it would pass the House Committee and Senate Committee, because it's been heard.
It could be one of the first ones out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope so, crossing my fingers.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to pay attention to your bills, and we hope we'll have you on the show again.
Good. Well, thanks for having me. It was so nice to be here.
So appreciate it.
Take care.
It's interesting, Holly, that we deal with legislation, and this has been the entirety of my career, and I wouldn't say knee-jerk reaction, but it's a response to something that happens. You can't have another Charlie Kirk. You can't have, at least without taking some steps to prevent it, you can't have another No King shooting without, we know these things are happening now. We know that these things that we would have never imagined 10 years ago are now imaginable, and so it makes sense for the legislature to come in and say, look, this is out there now. This is the way some people are, and this is the way some people act. Maybe these institutions that are putting on these events should take other priorities.
I think to your point, a lot of the legislation that we see, at least in Utah, is a response to something that happened. So we, in our next segment, we're actually going to talk with Representative Ryan Wilcox, and he is the one behind the bill to have school guardians in our K through 12, right? And that is a response to school shootings across the nation.
Yeah.
So this one, increasing security at rallies, it's a response to what happened at the No Kings rally. And people, as you mentioned, right, were afraid of, in fact, the peacekeeper who is now facing some charges, he was thinking that Arturo was going to fire on the crowd, right? And that caused a response that ended up in a death. So, yeah, I think a lot of the bills that you see, if not all of them, probably not all of them, but almost all of them, are a response to something that happened. Sometimes there's something that where you say, I didn't realize that was against the law, or I didn't realize that was permitted by law, and maybe there's something we need to do to tweak the bill or to tweak a statute, or maybe there's a need for a brand new one.
Yeah, and I think just from a Second Amendment perspective, with respect to the long rifles being brought to an event, it's not a prevention of people carrying firearms to an event. It's just the long rifle, the one that gets the audience more nervous.
Yeah, and we're an open carry state, right? And we know that, and people can carry guns, and this wouldn't even restrict that. It's just a particular type of gun at a particular type of event.
So, just my limited opinion, it wouldn't seem to run afoul of the Second Amendment, although I guess some people might disagree.
Well, there for sure are people who feel like there should be very few restraints, if any, on the Second Amendment. Look, I mentioned when we come back, we're going to talk with Representative Ryan Wilcox, but we're not going to talk about school safety. We're going to talk about a new state holiday that he's proposing. So stay with us over the break.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 801-207-9900. That's 801-207-9900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
More than 50 million Americans suffer from a form of mental illness.
And Utah isn't immune, with nearly 1 in 3 people dealing with anxiety, depression, or another form of mental illness.
But there's hope. We can all take action to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe.
That's why KSL has teamed with the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation to bring you hope and help you thrive.
It's Healthy Mind Matters.
Find out more at healthymindmatters.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the Shingo Institute at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. When the critical mass of an organization is about defending the status quo, doing things the way they've always been done, then you see a certain pattern. I've seen this pattern at universities, government agencies, and businesses. First, the stories people tell about their work justify stagnation. Second, they punish and attack individuals who want to change. Often the top 10% of performers are treated like the bottom 10%. They're criticized and isolated by the protective culture so that they are asked or forced to leave. What is left is the middle, the average, the unchanged. What is left is mediocrity. Learn how to change a culture of mediocrity with an MBA from Utah State or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. As Utah's population ages, there's a growing need for highly trained healthcare professionals. Since 1998, Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions has trained practitioners, educators, and leaders advancing evidence-based, compassionate care. President and CEO Cameron Martin joins us with more.
Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions is a graduate-level healthcare university with a mission to improve the human condition by developing healthcare professionals and leaders to advance evidence-based practice. The university offers 24 doctoral and master's degrees and 25 certificates across program clusters such as physical therapy, physician's assistant studies, optometry, occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, nursing, health sciences, and counseling. RMU provides flexible online, in-person, and hybrid pathways so working clinicians can continue serving their communities while advancing their education. RMU also operates 6 community health clinics where no one is turned away. If a community member needs help, they receive it. The clinics provide essential community care and opportunity for hands-on learning for RMU students. As a self-sustaining proprietary university, RMU pays its taxes and receives no taxpayer dollars, allowing it to stay agile and respond quickly to Utah's healthcare workforce needs. Visit rm.edu.
Rocky Mountain University of Health Professions is making a real difference by helping train healthcare professionals for in-demand jobs and stay true to their values of service, evidence-based practice, and improving lives. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
We're looking at a new bill that is being considered by the Utah legislature called House Bill 104, State Holiday Amendments, which would purport to add another holiday to our list of state holidays. This is one, Holly, I'll tell you this, that has already been treated as a holiday in some respects. So I love, for example, yesterday was Martin Luther King Day.
That's
you
right.
and I worked.
Yeah.
But banks weren't open, post office didn't deliver, certain things did happen and didn't happen. Christmas Day, of course, everybody's got the day off, and certain other times of the year. But this one would treat the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, which is
It's Election Day.
Election Day, as a state holiday. And I'll just tell you this, the reason I mention this is because the courts, you can't have court on Election Day.
Interesting.
It's already and I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Well, because they don't want people to be unable to vote.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have to go to court.
Okay.
So now, we still work, but the courts do not hold session on Election Day. So in some respects, I guess my point is, I sort of dance around this, it's already been a holiday for some purposes, Election
Interesting.
Day.
Well, we're hoping to get the lawmaker who's sponsoring that to come in, but while we're waiting, I wanted to give you a couple of fun facts and quiz you, actually. This has to do with the U.S. Constitution. Can you name off the top of your head what the 20th Amendment does?
No, you put me on the spot.
I did put
Holly.
you on the spot because it's a really interesting amendment. It actually changed Inauguration Day from March to January 20th. So this, since 1933, when it was ratified, every U.S. president has been inaugurated on January 20th. Did I say 30th? I meant 20th.
You said
the 20th Amendment for January 20th, and that means even if it falls on a Sunday, Inauguration Day is going to be January 20th. So 1 year ago today, President Trump was inaugurated for his second term.
Oh, it is. So it's always the 20th.
It's always the 20th, and you know.
Was it March? That would seem
yeah,
odd.
it used to be
the election in November.
It used to be in March. It used to be in March, but this was a change made, like I said, in 1933. So it's been a minute, but that's an interesting piece of trivia. I think that this is Inauguration Day by constitutional amendment.
Yes.
So I have a couple of other fun facts too, by the way. So in 1869, on this day, Elizabeth Cady Stanton became the first woman to testify before Congress, and of course, she was part of the whole 19th Amendment movement. She passed away, I think, before it passed. But I had this other piece of trivia, and then we can go back to bills on Utah's Capitol Hill.
Okay, tell us the 19th Amendment.
So the 19th Amendment was the one that gave women the right to vote, and it passed and was ratified in 1920.
Right. Okay.
But this is South Dakota. So South Dakota is pretty cold. I expect it to be cold. But on this day, January 20th in 1943, in Lead, South Dakota, there was a temperature of 52 degrees. So feels like, kind of warmish.
Right.
1.5 miles away in Deadwood, South Dakota, negative 16 degrees.
So
1.5 miles away.
68 degrees in
Isn't that crazy?
a mile and a half.
So crazy. Okay. Anyway, it's been fun to be up here during opening day of the 45-day legislative session. So
I don't know how much work it's been for the engineers.
How much
and
fun?
the people
No, it's
that
been work.
have had
I said
to
it's been
do
fun.
this. Yeah, because I was thinking as we were going along here that it would be interesting and maybe even enjoyable for our listeners if we had a follow-up, if we came back in a week or 2 or 3 instead of opening and closing day, just because there's so much going on. And we don't have to address legislation all the time if we come back, but I would like to keep people posted on what's happening, especially because there's so much going on right now.
Look, there's so much, and I think it's hard. Just think about how many bills legislators have to try to read. It's one of the reasons they have interns, right? And a lot of times what you'll see is as bills go through the committee process, if you're not on that committee, you're probably not reading that bill. You'll read it after it passes out of committee, before it comes to the House floor or the Senate floor. But because there's so many bills that are going to be heard, you focus on your 2 committee assignments or 3 committee assignments, whatever they are. And then when it comes to the floor, that's when you're starting to prep and read the bills that are going to be introduced or talked about on the floor.
Yeah, I've learned a lot today about that, and from you, obviously. It's not. I don't come up here. I'm not part of the legislative process. I've drafted and helped draft some legislation with respect to victims' rights or gang amendments or things like that. But then you just meet with the legislator and say, hey, we need to change this. Here's my idea, and he or she will run with it. And you kind of don't know how it actually comes to fruition.
Well, again, it's part of the sausage making, and sometimes it's fun, and sometimes it's not as fun. But a lot of times, I think it's just important to know that there are discussions that happen. There's ongoing discussions, and people who are interested in following the legislative process, because of the pandemic, what we learned in the pandemic is you can do things remotely. You can even testify remotely now. So instead of saying, like, you have to drive from Logan to testify on one bill that you may or may not get to, right? You can Zoom in now, and as a member of the public, you can testify on a bill that you care about without having to commute and fight for a parking spot.
So, I was watching football games this weekend, and a lot of the commentators are former players.
Yeah.
And you are a former player with this. So which do you like better, or do you just like, if you're up here watching all this machinery, all this sausage making, does it make you miss the days you were up here? Because you were very popular. Holly on the Hill, everyone knows you up here.
Well, I've been around for a long time. They know me because I'm old. But there's advantages both ways. On this side, nobody sends me death threats, so that's a positive. Right. The process can be frustrating, and it's frustrating on either side. But one of the things I learned when I was a legislator is how much camaraderie there really is among the legislative body. So we see a lot of dysfunction on the federal level. There's a lot less of that. There's a lot less personal animosity. There's still some sometimes, right? You got 104 people up here. They don't all get along, but largely they do. And that was one of the things that I learned when I was a legislator, is just how much friendship there is, whether you're in the same political party or not, or even if you're in the same political party but you disagree on a bill or a policy, you're still friends at the end of the day. That's largely what matters.
I was going to say, we did have a bipartisan group of people that met with us today, and you're right. I didn't get the sense from Democrats that they were thinking I have this bill, but I'm never going to get it heard, or Republicans thinking there's inner fighting about this specific bill. Am I ever going to get it to the floor?
Yeah.
And a lot of it's because of something else you've taught me, and that is that we don't just show up today in a vacuum. The legislators have had their interims, they've had their other meetings. They meet during the year to talk about what's going on today and for the next 45 days, so that when this process starts, it's much more fluid than, hey, what's going on today?
Yeah, there were a lot of meetings leading up to today as well, like in the last, just since the Christmas holiday, there are a lot of legislative meetings that have been happening, just getting people together, talking, getting ready for the beginning of the session. And, we'll continue to cover this for the next 45 days, not on the weekends, because we don't talk on the weekends. But
is it common for the House and the Senate leaders to address their bodies
at
the same time?
Yeah.
It just would have been interesting to listen to them independently.
To both. No, they do it exactly at the same time, because the session kicks off at 10 o'clock, and there's a whole bunch of things that they have to do officially to get the session underway. But they address each of their bodies independently, but at the same time. And, when we had Governor Cox on earlier in the show, he mentioned that the State of the State address is on Thursday evening, and what they do is they have what they call a committee of the whole, which basically means that both bodies of the legislature meet as a whole. That doesn't happen very often. It will happen this afternoon with the State of the Judiciary address, but it'll also happen during the State of the State. And then if you see the House chambers, everybody will crowd in there, and they'll just be smushed in there, and a lot of them will have a guest, at least one guest with them, to listen to the governor's State of the State.
And I've seen a ton of young school-age kids walking around the halls, and I think there's no better time to understand the three branches of government as you're describing. The legislature's meeting, they're getting together, they're starting to, but there's also the State of the Judiciary address. The Supreme Court Justice, the presiding Supreme Court Justice is going to talk. The governor's going to talk. So we're going to learn a lot about how the various bodies operate and get together.
So this is the People's House. And while the legislature is in session, you will still see school kids having field trips. You'll see brides getting their pictures taken on the steps. It's really a lot of fun.
Well, today's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to coming up here again. We're going to have to talk to the bosses at KSL and see if we can come up here. But we're about to hand the microphone off to Midday with Maria Chaleos, who will follow up. And you're also here with us at the
I am.
the Supreme
So
Court
exciting.
building. This is
Great
fun.
day.
Yeah, a beautiful facility. Stay tuned for more on KSL News Radio.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Midday. I'm Maria Chaleos, coming to you live from the state capitol this afternoon. And KSL's top story this hour is today is day one of the 2026 legislative session. I'm broadcasting again live from the capitol. In the next 45 days, lawmakers will look at around 800 proposed bills. One that we are following involves a Utah lawmaker who wants to make the state school board nonpartisan again. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
Members of the Utah State Board of